All right, welcome back to the October meeting of the Colorado Board of State Land Commissioners. And we will do a roll call.
Commissioner Heath,
Here.
Commissioner Prittle,
Here.
Commissioner Harvey,
Here.
Chair Frobe.
Christine Scanlon is in the other room, but returning immediately, so we have a quorum. And before we, so I would like to add that Christine Scanlon, Commissioner Scanlon, did join us, having missed the very beginning of this public meeting. So we are now in full force. And I would also like to note for the listening public that we have a change in the agenda. And for that, I'll turn to Director Rose Marino to elaborate.
Thank you, Chair Frobe. This is Director Nicole Rosemarino. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Lahara decision item is being deferred to the November 13th board meeting due to the federal government shutdown. We wanted to make sure our federal agency partners were able to attend, and they cannot attend during a shutdown, but we look forward to welcoming them on November 13th to have that discussion and that decision item on the board.
Thank you. Now back to Ed for transition from executive sessions.
Thank you. This is Ed Hamrick. I'm an Assistant Attorney General and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. And the board this morning was in executive session to discuss matters that were noticed for executive sessions, specifically the Lake Fork Ranch potential transaction, Mesa County trespass actions, and the Mount Princeton geothermal lawsuit. A Lahara transaction was noticed for executive session, but that discussion did not occur in relation to the moving of the Lahara matter to the November agenda. The matters discussed in executive session were limited to either attorney-client communication or discussions of the purchase or potential purchase of property for the school trust, that the premature disclosure of information may give a competitive advantage to a person with an interest adverse to the trust interest. These matters were authorized for executive session under 246402(3)(a), 1, 2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statute, and no board actions were taken in executive session. The board is returned to open session and is ready to proceed with its public agenda.
Thank you, Ed. We'd like to open up the meeting now for public comment on non-agenda items. I would also, before we have those contributions, I'd like to acknowledge that we received several public comments ahead of the meeting that were distributed to all the commissioners. So thank you all very much for submitting your ideas and suggestions to us.
Thanks, Chair.
Director Rosemarino.
Sorry. It's Director Rosemarino here. I wanted to provide clarification in response to one of the public comments received referring to a 1,500-page bill regarding the Comanche National Grassland. Just to clarify this, there is a federal land management planning process going on for the Comanche and the Cimarron National Grassland. That is a federal process, not a state process. However, the Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Water Conservation Board, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife have provided comments on that plan. We will certainly monitor that process to see if the state trust lands are impacted at all. I just wanted to provide that clarification on what that we interpret that comment as referring to.
Thank you very much for that. And you're on for announcements.
Okay. The only announcement I have, and I suspect that when we get the Department of Natural Resources report, there might be further elaboration on this. But the HB 25-1332 Working Group's first meeting will be on October 30th in the morning. And wanted to let the board know that I will be providing an update on that meeting at the November 13th board meeting in response to your previous requests that you be kept apprised as we move through that working group process. Thanks.
Great. And in fact, that tees us up for the report from the DNR Executive Director, which will be presented, I believe, by Tim Brass or by Tim Brass is watching and listening, but he's deputized Aaron Ray to provide the.
He's gonna give me reviews on how I do.
Well,
Good morning, Commissioners. Aaron Ray, Director of Policy, Colorado Department of Natural Resources. It's good to be with you this morning presenting the Executive Director's update. I want to start with budget. The state budget cycle this year will be another difficult one. We anticipate for the Joint Budget Committee and the General Assembly. We're in the process of finalizing DNR's budget request with the Governor's Office. That Governor's budget request is due by the end of this month to the General Assembly. The budget development process at DNR is a collaborative one with our divisions aimed at garnering the resources necessary to meet our core mission and strategically invest new resources towards emerging and priority needs. But given the state budget situation, we know that getting to a balanced budget through the legislature will be a challenging process this year. And we will continue to update this commission as that process proceeds. Moving to legislative items, in addition to the governor's budget request being due at the end of this month, we are in the process of developing the administration's legislative agenda for the upcoming legislative session. And that process involves developing various legislative proposals over the course of the summer and fall. We're starting to be able to talk about some of those. And so I want to give you updates on a few that we are working on, but in future meetings, we'll continue to update you on legislative agenda items. The bills I want to talk about today, first are what we're calling a recreation enhancement bill. This will be a DNR bill intended to further the implementation of the Colorado Outdoor Strategy and improve our management of outdoor recreation activities. That bill is designed to support work that manages recreational activities in the state in a way that also balances important conservation and other values. We're in the process of setting up meetings with stakeholders on that proposal, and I'd be happy to return to the board with an update at a future meeting as we have a better sense of how that legislative item will take shape. I wanted you to know that is something we anticipate bringing to the legislature this session. We also are working on a bill designed to minimize human-bear conflict by changing statute to give Colorado Parks and Wildlife the authority to enforce any negligent management of food or edible waste that may lure bears. This bill came out of a year-long process working with animal advocacy organizations, local governments, trash haulers, and other stakeholders. That process was intended to identify policy solutions to address growing human-bear conflict across the state. And as folks know, this is the season for bear conflict as bears are eating to prepare for hibernation. Moving to implementation of bills from last session, as Director Rosmarino noted, we are in the process of implementing House Bill 25-1332. We've been meeting weekly along with State Land Board staff with the Consensus Building Institute. That's the external facilitator that DNR has hired to manage this work group. We are planning for the first meeting, which is on October 30th, as you just heard. CBI has been setting up initial onboarding interviews with each of the work group members, including state agency staff who will be serving in a technical advisory capacity on the work group. Director Rosmarino is one of those technical advisors, so she'll have the opportunity to represent the State Land Board as a member of that group. The work group is planning to meet monthly throughout 2026. The final report due to the legislature is in September of 2026. There are a number of interim deadlines and other work that we can talk more about. We will also be launching a website very soon that will have work group appointments, information about the legislation, materials related to the meetings and opportunities for public comment. So be on the lookout for that website soon. Moving to federal updates, as folks know, we are in the midst of ongoing federal lapse in appropriations. Federal agencies, including agencies we work closely with at DNR, including BLM, the Forest Service, National Park Service, all have contingency plans available on their websites. If folks are interested in what's open and what's not, that's a good place to look. DNR staff have been monitoring those plans and talking to agency staff that are available for us to talk to about how that is going, and we're monitoring impacts here in the state. Also in federal news, BLM has recently announced their proposal to rescind what's called the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule. That's known colloquially as the Public Lands Rule. We are currently evaluating that proposed rescission and determining whether the state will make comments. Comments on that rescission are due on November 10th for folks that are interested. As Director Rosmarino noted, the Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands Land Management Plan revision process is underway. That's being led by the U.S. Forest Service. And DNR is a cooperating agency and has provided comments on that process. But I will note, as the director did, that that's a federal land management process. We are simply a cooperating agency. One last federal note. The BLM, DNR, ECMC, and CPW were scheduled to meet last week regarding the implementation of the Big Game Resource Management Plan Amendment, or RMPA. However, due to the federal shutdown, that meeting was canceled, and we look forward to picking those conversations back up when the shutdown ends. A couple of energy notes. On September 30th, the Colorado Energy Office released the final report on renewable energy siting and permitting as required by Senate Bill 24-212. That report is available on the Energy Office's website, and DNR was a participant in developing that report. Also, at the end of September, ECMC published guidance on Senate Bill 24-230. That bill created a new oil and gas production fee, which will fund clean transit and conservation activities. As required by statute, that guidance is posted on ECMC's website. ECMC has also posted the average spot price for oil and gas produced in Colorado for the quarter from July 1st to the end of September. The next step in that process is for two enterprises, the Clean Transit Enterprise and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, to set the fees that will apply to that production. And we expect that revenue from those production fees will start accruing or be available to the state by early 2026. On the forestry front, the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Plan, or COSWAP, has $6.8 million available for 2025 workforce development grants. COSWAP supports wildfire risk reduction in Colorado to protect life, property, and infrastructure. And this workforce development grant funds training opportunities. It's a 2-year grant cycle. So those grant opportunities are only available once every 2 years. So for entities that are interested, now is the time. Information about that grant is on COSWAP's website, which you can find on the DNR website. Applications are due November 3rd, and we would welcome proposals from entities like the State Land Board for projects that are of interest to you all. And I can share contact information if you're interested in that. And then the last note I have before I take questions from you all is in the water world. Today is an interesting day. The state of Colorado will file our brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in response to Nebraska's request to hear arguments about perceived violations of the South Platte River Compact. The South Platte River Compact is a compact between the states of Colorado and Nebraska, signed in 1923. Compact defines an upper and lower section of the South Platte River. DNR is closely involved in this process. As a landowner in Sedgwick and Logan counties, we want to ensure the State Land Board also has visibility about this process. Later this morning, the governor and the attorney general will hold a press conference discussing the issue and the state's response. And you can find more information about that in the press release, and you can find the state's filing to the Supreme Court in those materials as well. With that, I'll conclude my remarks and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Brittle?
Mr. Ray, I think this may be just an expression of opinion. on my part. But I would encourage that DNR state files appropriate comments about both the proposed repeal of the roadless rule with respect to the forest service lands, as well as the conservation rule on BLM lands and the implications for any adjoining land board property.
Thank you, Commissioner Pribble. We are considering both of those, and I'll take that into account.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. It's always good to have you with us.
And excuse me, where the website again, where the information about the committee will be, about how soon do you expect that to be up?
This week,
And will be on the DNR
it
site?
will be on the DNR website. We have a section that's called initiatives, and there'll be a site, a page there where you can find it. And I'll make sure I distribute it to Director Rosemarino, and she can get it to you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Before we move to the next agenda item, we did want to make a moment available for members of the public who, in light of the removal of Lahara off the agenda, if there was anybody who wanted to make a comment about that matter, now that is a non-agenda matter, wanted to just give you a few minutes to contribute if you'd like to.
Yeah, if folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a comment on a non-agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. We can move you over so you can address the board. Commissioner Crowe, I'm not seeing any hands.
All right, well, thank you. And with that, we'll move to our business agenda. And our first item is a request for review on competitive bids. So Assistant Director Hoyt.
You.
Something to share.
So I had it a minute ago. The mouse is the worst. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, this is Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability and Working Lands. I'm here to give you an overview of the request for review for lease 117584. The cover sheet, including your packet, has a full description of that. I believe that we have the party that made the request for review, the Myers. I believe that they're online. They will have an opportunity to speak to you directly after my presentation. And I believe the bonds are also present in the room there, the existing lessees and the party that staff recommends the lease renewal to go to. Their comments would be made as a public comment after my presentation and the Myers comments, if they so wish to make any comments. They have submitted a letter as part of the public comment package that you received at the beginning of the meeting. So thank you, Nick, for bringing me up. This is an example of a standard agricultural lease that's been renewed after a competitive bid process, which includes certain rights accorded to the existing lessee through Colorado Revised Statute 36-118. You probably have heard us refer to 118 rights. This is a situation where those apply. We will have a presentation later about the RFP process that we do for the large ranches. This is not one of those. This is a standard agricultural lease. So happy to, as part of this process, answer any questions you have about how we handle those different processes. This is 11,500 acre property. It spans Otero and Crowley County lines, as you can see on the map. This is a plan of the property. The boundary for the lease is marked in red. I will just make note, because it's relevant to the matter, that there are county roads on the east and west sides of the property. It is adjacent to the existing lessee's private ground. And I will make note that all of the improvements on the property are owned by the lessee, which is also relevant to this matter. So the current lessees are the 007 Cattle Company, LLC, and MJ Cattle Company, which are the bonds. Their lease expires December 31st of this year. A new 10-year lease was advertised in the second quarter expiring lease list, as we do in standard practice. We received two applications, one from the bonds and then another application that was received from a party that is represented by Carl K., Annie L., Kyle J., and Dally A. Meyer. Staff reviewed those applications using our standard procedures. The basis of the staff is recommending that the bonds have the lease renewed based on good standing and the fact that they matched the competitive bid. So to dig into that a little bit more, as part of this process, when a lease comes up, the district manager goes and examines the property, and inspects it and makes notes on the condition and so forth. The district manager, Mariah Parker, determined that the lessee was in good standing. There were some notes about the property that the district manager shared with the existing lessee and got confirmation that they understand what the steps to take to continue to care for the property and address a few things that had been noticed, and they were responsive to that. I think in their letter that they gave you, they responded to that, and the district manager and staff considered that to be sufficient to consider the existing lessees to remain in good standing. And so that gave them then the ability to match the competitive bid, which is part of the rights under that statute, the 118 statute. So 118 rights consider the care and use of the property, and they consider the benefit to preserving the stability of the local community by continuing agricultural production. And they direct us to negotiate with the current lessee, and unless we fail to agree on a contract with the current lessee, the statute directs us to award the current lessee the lease. So this recommendation from staff also follows our policy, board policy 300006. That directs us to publish leases in the way that I described. It directs us to follow the 118 statute. We also have a process where staff has a ranking process where they look at the existing lessee and anyone who is submitted, and we judge the revenue that is being offered. We also have criteria for stewardship, and we also rank them on whether they engage with the community. And so given all those attributes, this recommendation follows that standard set of policies. So on August 19th of this year, the Meyers submitted a request for review, and you have a copy of that request for review, which involves the form that they filled out and also a letter that they submitted with certain concerns that they brought up about the process. In particular, they're contesting the award of the lease to the existing lessees. I will note that they also address the issue of wanting to have access to the property, and that they feel that they were denied access and that was improper. I will make the note that the process of applying for a temporary access permit, which they did, and then that was denied, the time frame in which they did that, they did not contest that action within the 30 days. So technically what you're considering here is whether or not staff properly awarded the lease to the existing lessee. The issue of whether or not the temporary access permit should or should not have been provided is not really under consideration here, but I will address the topic because I think it's relevant to our selection process. They addressed certain stewardship concerns, and they also asked whether it was possible to have an auction. They understand that in other leases that the board considers, there's an auction process. For instance, in a recreation leases, we do step auctions where people can bid until we get to the highest bidder, and then that bidder wins. So to specifically address those issues,
In terms of access, it is not standard procedure for us to provide other people bidding on a property access to that property to examine improvements. There are a number of reasons which include things like the privacy of the existing lessee, the fact that there are ongoing agricultural operations that could be interrupted or disturbed in some way through that. But I also make the point that in this case, which you may remember in the grazing leases, we had the different tiers depending on whether or not the lessee owns or the board owns the improvements. Many of our properties fall into this category, which is that the lessee owns the improvements. So the examination of the improvements and the consideration of what the cost might be to buy or change those improvements or add money to them really isn't relevant to the bid that the applicants are making to the board. What the applicants are bidding on is we've defined the number of AUMs that the property can support, and they're bidding on the rate that they will pay per AUM. The consideration of the cost of improvements is really a private matter that happens. If someone wins the bid, then they have the ability to negotiate with the existing lessee as separate party negotiations of whether or not they want to acquire the improvements. So that's another reason that unlike, say, the RFP process where we own the improvements and somebody needs to go and see what the condition of them are, this is not in that situation. So those are some of the reasons that we don't provide access. In terms of stewardship, I addressed that a bit. There were some concerns that were raised in the letter. There were some topics that the district manager reviewed with the existing lessee. Staff considers their responses to be sufficient. They've already taken certain actions. And so the feeling was that they are good stewards of the property and they're in good standing. And then for the last topic of the auction, well, it is true that we do have auctions for some of our leases. We don't do that with the agricultural leases, and in particular, the ones that fall under the 118 rights. Statute directs us to negotiate with the existing lessee, and if we can come to an agreement with the existing lessee, which includes them being able to match the bid, then we're directed to award the lease to the existing lessee. So that's the process we followed, and so it's not really an option for us to consider an auction in that situation. So given those matters, the recommendation of the staff is to the recommendation of the board is to support the staff's decision to renew the lease with the existing lessees, based on the fact that they use their rights under 118 to match the bid and that they're held in good standing. So that's our recommendation. I will now, I think the most appropriate thing would be give an opportunity for the folks who had filed the request for review to make a statement, and then you can, well, if you have questions for me, you can certainly ask them, and then we'll have the Myers give a statement if they would like, and you can speak with them. Any questions for me before we do that?
Just a clarifying one,
Yeah.
are we expecting the bonds to also make a presentation?
They would be able to during the public comment. Do you intend to make comments during public comment?
Briefly.
Okay. Yes.
Sure.
These standard leases are based on AUMs, correct?
Yep.
And I'm just curious about this little table where it says rent per acre. Is that just for internal use or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And say a lease changes ownership, what happens to the existing improvements? Does the state kind of compensate the people who put those improvements in, or does the next lessee do it?
It's a negotiation between the next lessee. If the next lessee comes in, wants the improvements, which generally is the case. You don't want to have to replace all the fence typically.
Yeah.
So that's a negotiation between the lessee that's moving off the property and the lessee that's moving on the property.
Okay.
There are, as I believe you know, lessees have opportunities to come to the board to request reimbursement and support in making improvements to the property during the period of their lease. For instance, we will often contribute, we'll pay for materials, lessee puts in labor. So there are ways during the lease in which the lessee is compensated in a sense for improvements that are made to property. Those are, the district manager makes those decisions and applies to them. But when it comes to the end of a lease, and what happens to the improvements going forward. That's a negotiation between the outgoing and the incoming lessees.
Okay, probably another discussion, but it seems like it would give the incoming new person a real advantage because who wants to take out all the fence?
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway,
it's typically
another
what
discussion,
happens, but
yeah.
yeah. Other questions?
All right. So they will hear from.
And I believe that the phone number at the top of the line is the Myers. Is that correct? Do they have ability to?
Our understanding is that they'd be joining us by phone and they
Okay.
can speak with us. It looks like whatever that listener just did on their phone muted them. So do that again, and I think you'll unmute. Looks like you're unmuted.
Hello,
You want to
this
give it a
is-
try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello? Hello, this is Annie Meyer, present, and my son Kyle Meyer. Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Welcome. Please make your comments.
Okay, my comments, I'll refer back to the letter. We feel that we had been adversely affected simply because we asked for, we asked for a permit to review the property and we were denied several times by your department or Mariah Parker. We were denied, and also
when we contested, we were within the 30 days time limit.
and my son said when we contested it, we were within the 30 days time limit. So I'm not sure.
How that got misplaced or however, whatever, but you know, and going back to what you guys were just saying about the improvements as well, you know, how is one supposed to negotiate improvements when you can't even see what improvements have been done on the place because you can't access it? That, I guess, is where I'm at with that in regards to what you guys were just saying. That kind of baffles me a little bit. So I don't know. I guess I'm lost a little bit with how we weren't within the 30 days time limit for one, and why we were just denied access over and over again. It'd be like if you guys were buying a house, would you buy a sight unseen? You know, kind of what it feels like a little bit with this deal. It doesn't really give a guy a fair shake, in my opinion.
And the other issue we had, I didn't feel we were given the correct information by the office employees. I did ask about the water lines, the well, and the public staff did not give me the right information. I found out on my own to how that property is supplied water.
Water, yes.
And also the other information, I wasn't given the condition of the well or the pump or the capability of it to supply adequate water for that property.
Yes.
Yeah. And the other thing I wasn't given is, which I understand now, I was not given a list of improvements by the Miles 007, whoever owns that property. I was not given any type of improvements, what has been made over the years that the Miles have had it. So I just feel it was hard to submit a bid not knowing any of this information. So that's why I submitted a letter feeling that we were adversely affected by your staff's decision not to supply adequate information.
Or the correct information even.
Yeah, even the correct information, and not even to be able to access the property because I thought that was public land.
Exactly, yes.
And then being denied, you know, the Miles don't per se own the state land. They lease it just like every other leasing that you have. And I understand they own some land and the house there, but I don't feel that gives them right to, or gives you the right to deny us access. And that's why I filed an appeal. I guess you want to call this appeal.
That's where we're at with it.
Hello?
Yeah, no, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you had a chance to make all the points you made. Was there anything else that you wanted to add, or with your permission, I can address some of the points if you'd like.
Please address, and then commissioners, if you're gonna have questions, we'll follow.
So thank you for calling in and articulating your concerns, and thank you for the letter, which was very clear too of the concerns. To address a few of those, the point that I made, and I apologize if I was not clear. The request for review was absolutely within the 30-day time frame in terms of when staff notified you that your application was denied and that the lease was going to be renewed. So that's what this is about. It's about your contesting staff's recommendation to renew the lease with the existing lessee. What I was referring to is that for the temporary access permit, an application was made on June 26th. Staff denied that application on June 27th. The request for review was received August 19th. My mistake. The denial of the temporary access permit was June 26th. So a request would have had to been filed by July 27th to be within 30 days. The request for review was received August 19th, which was in the 30 days of the rejection of the application for the lease, but it was not within 30 days of the temporary access permit. It's a little bit of a nuance, but technically there was no request for review of the temporary access permit denial. That said, I understand the relevance of wanting access to the property. For clarity, trust lands are not public lands in the same way that say federal lands or state park is. In other words, trust lands are not open to the public unless someone has a lease, or for instance, you may be familiar with a hunting and fishing access permit where people from the public can access land specifically if they have a hunting or fishing permit to conduct those business. But it is not, the trust lands are not open to the public, and they're only open to people who hold leases with us. So we do not, as a general principle, do not allow access onto land unless somebody has a permit that's been approved to do that. As I stated earlier, our standard practice for agricultural leases is, unless it's an RFP process, is not to allow access. It is staff's opinion that this particular property has good visibility from the county roads surrounding it, and that it's our opinion that someone can gain sufficient information about the property from that. Again, the improvements are owned by the current lessee, and so we don't have a full inventory that we make available through that. And in terms of knowing what the value is or negotiating it, that's something that would be between those two parties. Once it's been determined that another applicant would be the awarded lessee, then they have the opportunity to do that negotiation. And that's been the practice that we've held with all of our leases. And so this hasn't been handled any differently than any other lease that we handle.
Thank you.
Well, maybe not. Maybe your practices need to be improved, because I don't have eagle vision. And from the east side of the property to the west side of the property,
there's probably 6 miles in between that.
Yeah. So how could a person evaluate that property?
Exactly. See things, understand how the pastures are split apart, see fence lines. You can't see none of that from the road. No, not at all. You could maybe see, and there's a hill that separates that whole property. So to see from one side of the ranch to the other, there's absolutely no way from the county roads. And to know how the water lines are working, no, You want to see who's going to run that ranch would need to go out and look and see how it's done. That's ridiculous. Okay. It doesn't seem fair to me, in my opinion. I guess how this was set up, and to say it was done in a timely manner, we were totally within a timely manner on the application for the permit to see the land. I don't still understand how we were. Everything we did was as soon as we received letters, or as soon as Mariah would call us back, which wasn't much help from her. So
yeah, I asked for a permit. If you look on June 24th, we applied for a temporary access.
How many times did we text her and message and ask, over and over? It's not like we were trying to go into this blindly, we were trying to make a run at it, but yeah, I don't know.
To be simply denied by Ms. Parker from your state office that her supervisor told us we could not access the property because she was a fear of retaliation from the current leasee. So I just don't agree with that decision. And I was not given anything in writing other than a text message. And like I said, the other thing, to give a bid, a decent bid, I couldn't base it on what I could see just from the road.
Yeah.
What I could see from the road was the fence lines were down.
Yes.
Some of the grass was overgrazed. And I did look at one tank, and one tank didn't even look full. There was
And that's strictly all you can see from the road. I mean, you
And-
can't,
and I travel that road,
the county road, right?
county road, because my grandkids go to Crawley County School, and a lot of times there's calves and cows out on that road because the borderline is in so disrepair. And
That was even coming from the Mariah and her group of staff there saying that the fences need to come up. They're saying that the fences were in great condition. Okay, but that's not what she said over the phone or in meeting.
and I realize that the state law says that
The fence out, not in, but
yeah, with that.
when you're going into a bid on a property, you got to factor in the cost of that as well, I guess. So to me, this wasn't a fair shake whatsoever in any sort. If any of you guys could see that, I guess ask yourself that question, how you were going to go into a lease like this. And if you were given the same information and outcome, would you be upset about it? Or would you feel like you got a fair shake? Because I absolutely don't think we did at all.
Or feel like you could give a proper bid.
Yeah, how could you? We were going off with blind side to, knowing nothing. And what we did know wasn't correct. The water lines aren't right. That's not right. We found out that it's another system that feeds that place instead of the system that Mariah told us. It's not even the right water system. So, that alone is huge when you talk about water for your cattle. Like, come on,
Just
when you're given the wrong information, it's hard to make a bid, guys.
yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
thank you. I think that this is Deborah Frobe. I'm chair of the commission, and we appreciate you coming forth, taking the time to articulate the various issues with this process from your perspective, and importantly, raising an issue for us to consider about the standard process we use for the competitive bid process. We're always innovating and adapting and reviewing our processes. So this is actually a healthy process that we go through, and we appreciate you taking the time to do that. While we try to run a meeting and hear from everybody, I think that I speak for the commissioners, that we have understood and heard your points. I think that we have the Bond family who wants to make a short comment, and then the board will have a discussion pursuant to a motion.
Okay.
Would you like to come up? Yeah.
They'll be able to read. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the time. We appreciate everything you guys do as the leasees. I think that y'all probably have the letter that we sent in your packet, so I won't waste all of our time and read through that completely. I think one of the things that, and Mariah Parker had come out and went around the property with my dad, and they looked at everything. I think over the years, as a rancher, you take care of the land, because if you don't, your cattle will not be good. You will not be able to be profitable as a business. And overall, it is a business that we're running. So that's one of the things. My grandpa started on this lease in, I believe I asked my dad, he said 53 or 54. And so we have longevity out there. We really appreciate the state lease. We also know that every 10 years this comes up to be an issue. That we will have a competitive bid situation where it's available. That's just what we live with as leasing state land. So that part is not a problem. We know it's coming. With this, we went through the process with our 118 rights. We did our renewal application. We waited until the competitive bid came in. And then, 10 days is a short time frame. When you're talking about the bid was double what we had been paying previously, which is a significant number when you're actually considering a very small ranch. We're small in the overall ag world for sure. So we matched that bid. We discussed it as a family, kind of looked at that of what we could do. We did match that bid to the exact dollar amount. As you were saying, we had the choice not to match that, but we chose to do that because then our 118 rights do kick in, where then as the current leasee, as a state statute, we then continue to be able to have the lease. We had the option to pay less and go into the analysis as what y'all know, that we get a scoring and we all decide who's best. But we chose to, with that 118 statute in place in Colorado, we chose to do it to be able to match the bid. So we feel like we've done everything we could through the process, knowing the renewal process, knowing that we've done it multiple times. With that, if y'all have any questions, very, very willing to do that. As far as the things that, and I addressed it in our letter, but the grass is in great condition. Ms. Meyer was discussing one of the tanks that you can see from the road. We don't even have cattle there, so no, it's not full. We don't keep water in tanks where we don't have cattle year round. We rotationally graze. We move the cattle from north to the south. There's 2 east and west pastures that go from the house. So, they're in different places all the time. So we have 2 wells and then a city water line that come out there. So we have 3 different sources of water so that we can always be able to have water. If one well goes down, you move cattle to a different place and you try to figure out what you can do to make solutions. But that would be, like I say, I appreciate you guys and your time and listening and looking through this. I feel like we've done, as the current leasees, everything that we could and that we were supposed to do, and just follow the process. So that would be, I appreciate your staff that's come out and reviewed and recommended that we keep it. So, that would be everything. If y'all have questions for me, gladly answer anything you need to know.
Commissioners, questions for Saban?
Can't remember, is there a recreational lease on this property too?
No, sir.
Hunting lease?
No, just ag.
I can let him answer that, but I do know that.
Thank you for
Thank you very much.
taking time to come and address this.
Yeah, well, I think it is important enough. It is a very important thing for our family. We have 2 daughters, so they're 5th generation. And I think it's important to be here, look you guys in the eye, be able to discuss it and have that conversation so we know what all of us can do to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Yes, sir.
So with, I guess the question is whether there's further public comment. And then after you've considered that, I do have a board order for you to consider so you can go into deliberation.
So, Alec, would you like to see if there are any members of the public who have a comment?
Absolutely. Folks listening along online or attending here in person, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand in Zoom or in person. Commissioner Probe, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Thank you. Checking.
Do you want to put the deck back up?
Let's put the board order up, and as a refresher, we'll be making a motion and then having a discussion amongst ourselves prior to a vote. Mr. Purple.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the staff decision to award the renewal of lease 117584 to the 007 Cattle Company and MJ Cattle Company LLC, based on the standard bid process and the current lessee's commitment and offer. Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Pribble. May I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scanlon. All right, so now we can have a discussion about the matter and we'll take a vote. Does anybody have any comments to offer?
I don't know if this is a good time to discuss it, but I do see Ms. Meyer's point about wanting to inspect the property. You know, if I wanted to lease a property of that size, I'd certainly want to take a good look at it. And I think you could avoid disturbances if you had either staff or the current lessees accompany whoever wanted to inspect it. But that's a chunk of property just to look at the perimeter and have any sense of what it's about. So I take her point there.
I actually, I concur with that, but I think that's a subject for another time to discuss.
Yeah,
But I think
another
it's definitely something we should put on the agenda.
Exactly. Both of you have made exactly the points I was going to make too, which is certainly with a bias from the commercial real estate and investment business, you always look at things before you lease them or buy them. There are considerations here. And so I think we have a decision in front of us about this particular matter, but I do think it generates an issue. And perhaps we might ask the staff to take a look at the considerations around properties, whether it's size or complexity or, you know, the systems or what have you, if there's guidelines and whether or not you all might consider a recommendation to us on revision in process. But I think today we'll keep the discussion, decision-making to whether or not we'll vote for the renewal of the lease as presented in our board pack.
I would agree with my fellow commissioners. So I would note that Mariah followed what is our standard process for how we do this, which is not to allow that kind of inspection currently to happen. So I want to just have folks aware that she follows what we have asked her to do.
And I think that is very appropriate too, because the nature of inspections or whatever would need to be a very intentional and formulated process. Right. So the process as we have it has been followed.
And with I would prefer someone accompanying someone. We wouldn't just open the gates and let people in. So I think this has to be something we are thoughtful about how we would manage and that sort of thing, but certainly not what we have done previous.
And one other question, again, doesn't need to be decided now, but so is it true that the current lessee only gets 10 days to respond to
the competitive bid?
Yeah, that's a pretty short time, isn't it? For decision of that bearing, especially if it's doubled in, seems like a short time. Is that our decision or is that a state statute or something?
No, my understanding, the procedures that we put in place are based on statute, but you know, there are certain timeframes that are in statute. I need to go back and check exactly which ones are in statutes and which ones we sort of said, this is the procedure that meets what statute does, but we can give you a full.
Something to consider.
Yeah, we can give you a full review of exactly how that process happens and then discuss why staff believes that the not allowing access has been the right decision in the past, but we can give a presentation regarding all those matters to you and then see if there's direction for us to change procedures in any of those measures.
And I concur with you. I was thinking the same, that 10 days seems like a short period of time with such an important matter. So commissioners, any other questions or points to make, or shall we have a vote? Ready for a vote? Okay. The motion's been made and seconded. Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Assistant Director.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay. We have one final action matter, which I think we can handle. Plus perhaps a few other pieces of business before our speaker from ECMC. So, Mr. LaFontaine, there you are.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager. And I'm excited to bring replacement property acquisition before the board today, which is for the Lake Fork Ranch. Aptly named based on the Lake Fork that you see running through the property there, but a tremendous and very cool property, frankly, based on its setting and history and uses and so on. So I'm excited to be talking to you about that today. It's a little under 800 acres, this property. And there's another kind of aerial shot of the creek itself. This is an opportunity for the board to utilize non-simultaneous exchange funds to accomplish some geographic and revenue diversification. We have minimal holdings in Lake County. As you know, the board's majority of lands are Eastern Plains lands, specifically east of I-25. So this is an opportunity to purchase a mountain property, but also one that has some exciting opportunities with certain of our growing lines of business. And I'll talk through those in some more depth, but in particular, our recreation, ecosystem services, and water lines of businesses. This is an aerial kind of regional map that I'd like to talk through and then kind of use to walk around the property. But I think that it demonstrates some pretty neat attributes and that demonstrate value with this property. So just by way of orientation, for those of you who are familiar with Leadville, you see platted Leadville located here in this dark shaded boundary. Approximately 3 miles to the west and bounded by this red outline is the subject property that we're discussing today. You'll see it's about the same size, generally speaking, as platted Leadville. Leadville is a mountain community. It's at about 10,000, almost 10,200 feet. Rich history in both terms of mining and population growth, boom and bust within Colorado. But it's also kind of an emerging tertiary mountain resort type location. Obviously, the prices have gotten so exorbitant in some of the primary and secondary markets that you have seen a little bit of a kind of a down valley trend. So interestingly, in the last probably 5 years, you've started to see development of, for example, townhome construction along the north side of Leadville here, which demonstrates kind of this influx of kind of interest. In terms of land uses in the immediate vicinity of the property, Turquoise Reservoir is located to the north. That's a 1970s era project that completed in the 1970s, I should say. That's managed by the Bureau of Reclamation. You'll see in green national forest land, so surrounding campground uses in this area. You'll see BLM public ownership depicted in kind of this kind of pinkish brown. The Leadville National Fish Hatchery is located adjacent to the property here in yellow. County-owned lands are in blue. And then you'll see 2 large easements. So the property to the south and then another property over here. And what I want to just demonstrate with this is the limited land availability in this area, the proximity of this large intact ranch to Leadville, and its unique character in that respect. Also to the north is the Mount Massive Municipal Golf Course, the High Mountain Institute, and to the south is the Colorado Outward Bound School. So terrific neighbors for this particular property in that regard. I'm gonna, like I mentioned, kind of walk around the property to give a sense of its character. If you imagine that you're standing kind of where the cursor is here on the northwest part of the property, that's kind of the vantage point for these first couple of pictures that I'll show you. This is what we're referring to as the Western Hay Meadow. But this is an area that's west of Lake Fork and has been in hay production historically. You'll also see Mount Elbert here and Mount Massive here. This property enjoys panoramic, almost 360-degree mountain vistas of both these, the two tallest Rockies in Colorado, but also the Mosquito Range to the east. This next image is going to show perspective that includes the riparian area, again, from the north. So you see the creek running thereabouts, a sage and a flat, and then you'll see that the vegetation changes throughout this property, and there's kind of a forested area up here as well. I'll mention that this property has tremendous access. So Highway 24, as you see running here, feeds to US Highway 300, which is the south boundary of the property. And then County Roads 5 and 5A fully encircle the property. So paved on all sides with ongoing plowing and winter operations. Then this picture depicts the eastern pasture from the location of the improvements, which I'll demonstrate in a minute. But this shows the eastern pasture out here, kind of an eastern perspective. Looking out, if you can imagine, County Road 5 is right about there. Okay, I mentioned, and this is just a picture looking, I guess, west from that eastern hay meadow. So you can see some of the improvements there and Mount Massive in the background.
Excuse me just a moment, but are those improvements, is that the milk barn? there?
It's not, no. This is a garage here. This is the main residence. This is what's called the milk house. And the remainder of the agricultural properties are further to the north, and I'll show those momentarily. Talking through staff's investment rationale with this property, there's really 4 components. The first is a long-term value store, recognizing that this is a large, close-in, intact, uneased tract of land in close proximity to Leadville. We think that it will have the potential to appreciate at a significant rate over time. There's ample recreation opportunities on the property. Staff is evaluating repositioning the existing improvements to support a guest ranch or a bed and breakfast or short-term rental concept. We're also evaluating implementing some additional improvements that would kind of facilitate that use. The creek is also well positioned to get worked into a rod-based fishing lease. And so we've included that in kind of our investment planning. Ecosystem Services has significant potential on this property, specifically soil management, carbon protocol, and potential banks for biodiversity and soil carbon credits. And then there's the potential to generate income with the water portfolio that's coming with this property, either through AUMs, through agricultural leasing, or through some other leasing strategy that would provide an appropriate income.
Yeah.
These would lead to the board achieving kind of these 3 targets, I would say. The first is recurring revenue. So we talked about the recreation potential. The second, and water leasing potential. The second is one-time revenue, so credits from banks. And the third is appreciation. So kind of all 3 of these potential income and value attributes associated with this investment. So now up on the screen, Commissioner Heath, is a view looking north from basically the southern boundary of where the improvements start. Staff recognizes that the board prefers oftentimes not to acquire improvements and certainly doesn't want to acquire them unless they tie in well with how the board can lease the property in the future for income. But staff also recognizes it's difficult to find standalone ranches that come without improvements. So it's kind of a mixed bag with regard to this acquisition. There are some improvements that should be easy to reposition and immediately utilize, and there will be others that staff will need to take a hard look at whether or not they're compatible with the board's use going forward. Looking from the south to the north, you can see kind of that garage that I mentioned, a series of shops, that main house, the so-called milk house, and then the two major agriculture improvements in terms of size are this improvement, which is called the dairy barn, and this one, which is called the hay barn. As part of its due diligence, staff obtained home inspections of the two residential structures, the main house located at the top and the milk house located at the bottom. The main house is was originally an 1888 construction, single or small, home site that was been added on a couple of times, most recently in 2005, where the owners took it down to the studs, went through a full reconstruction of the property and added on a second level at that time. It's generally in good condition, but should be considered more of a, probably more of a mid 20th century effective age as opposed to the 1888 original construction date. And here's two pictures that depict the quality and condition of the inside of that property. So the kitchen here, and then the living room from here. The milk house hasn't undergone the same level of renovation, but was renovated at the same time. Is a 1-bedroom with 1 bath, small kind of cottage building. And here's a picture of some of the other, or a few pictures of some of the other agricultural improvements. The hay barn here, the dairy barn here, what is believed to be the original homestead cabin here, the 1870s era, and 2 storage cabins. These are all in general proximity to each other as kind of the existing improvement envelope. Okay, staff has been discussing how we're going to implement the changes necessary on the property to make it a viable business strategy under the board's ownership. And I'm going to put forth here kind of what our preliminary plan is to do that. So there are a lot of details yet to be formulated with regard to this, the implementation of the business plan on this property. And in that way, there's kind of a different risk profile than the board has generally undertaken. That is because we are intentionally working toward an acquisition to support these key lines of business. And this is not the perhaps more typical agricultural acquisition that the board has looked at in the past. So provided that the board approves the acquisition and closes on this property, we would, at the staff level, implement a working group to talk through the actual implementation. But as we've laid out, in 2025, we will complete the acquisition, potentially enter into a sell or leaseback. In 2026, we would commence the ecosystems development and leasing. We would complete the land and construction planning necessary to reposition the existing improvements. We would develop the fishing lease and we would develop the water strategy in depth. In 2027, we would commence the campground development and leasing strategy, and we would construct the guest ranch and improvements. Details around kind of those various uses were more thoroughly elaborated on within the written materials, but we can also discuss those as a part of this presentation if helpful to the board. Staff wants to inform the board that there will be a significant additional cost associated with implementing this business plan in addition to the upfront acquisition price of the property that was discussed in executive session. I mentioned the staff working group. Our intention would be to bring back a more definitive ask for funding from the board at a future time, probably in the late spring to early summer of next year, once details surrounding the exact implementation are further defined. We do have preliminary staff cost estimates that indicate we're probably looking at $2 to $3 million of additional investment in order to implement a campground use, reposition the existing improvements, and fully implement this plan. Staff is currently evaluating what the best source of those funds might be. Historically, we've used investment and development funds to add value to properties, but there's also the potential that we use NSE funds for such purpose if the plan is implemented at the time of generally implemented based on what's occurring at time of acquisition, or it's planned on at time of acquisition, I should say. We would probably need to obtain a kind of an as improved or as stabilized second appraisal to justify that. We're evaluating that at our level right now, but we think that there's a potential second source of funds and would love to bring more information on that to the board when we return in the spring or summer. Okay. So with that, our recommendation to the board today is that the board authorize the expenditure of non-simultaneous funds to acquire the Lake Fork Ranch at the purchase price, at a purchase price not to exceed that discussed in executive session. That the board approve, and before I read this, I'll dive into this a little. When acquiring properties that have improvements, staff has had the experience of those. There are costs that will be incurred by the board in the near-term future following acquisition. General maintenance, minor repairs, and so on. We have in the past asked for some certain dollar amount. We are now contemplating switching that towards a percentage of purchase price concept. So that is what this request is for here. So the second recommendation is for board to approve the expenditure of I&D funds in the amount up to 1% of the final purchase price for completion, for necessary repairs and immediate improvements that may arise in the first 2 years of board ownership. And then thirdly, for the board to approve a lease or lease back concept, the details of which were provided to the board in executive session today in connection with the transaction. I have the board order up that I can put up on the screen, or I may solicit any comments or questions for myself at this time.
Commissioner Harvey?
Matt, I'm curious about this thing you call long-term value store. I assume that means that this piece of property is very attractive, should appreciate down the road. When you're sort of planning this out with staff, are you estimating revenue per each of these categories, ecosystems, fishing, campground, all that stuff?
We are. Thank you for that question. So we conduct a staff level kind of pro forma underwriting of these potential acquisitions. In this case, those recurring revenues, we think we can get to about 2% of the purchase price, which is within the kind of target range that we use when we're looking for these types of properties. In addition, there's the potential for these non-recurring or one-time credit sales that would significantly increase total income that the board would achieve or could achieve, which can either be looked at as outsized annual incomes or kind of a decrease in the overall investment basis. Did that fully answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I was just I'm just curious about your consideration also of the long-term value store of the estimations of appreciation over 10 years or 20 years or whatever.
Thank you. A couple aspects to I think address in answering that. One is This, as a replacement property acquisition, is part of a larger concept called non-simultaneous exchanges, under which the board, when the board disposes of a property, they have up to 2 years to put it in other real property. In essence, transferring that value, that asset value, from one property to another. Alternatively, the board can either proactively or just in the event that it doesn't place the funds during that period, transfer it to the permanent fund where it's invested in stocks and bonds. So when we're talking about store of asset value, we're talking about that underlying concept of we're holding X amount of real property value in this asset.
Yeah.
While appreciation is difficult to forecast, certainly, we do target properties that we think will appreciate at a greater than average rate based on location, and underlying kind of market dynamics, particularly with response to emerging kind of recreation uses or land pattern development, things that we're able to kind of keep an eye on.
And how is this property zoned in that county?
This property is zoned agriculture forestry, which is conducive to the uses that we've laid out either by right or with a special use permit.
So, I have a question about the second part of the board order that talks about necessary repairs or improvements. You know, I feel like the character of this is a historic ranch. And have you had some weigh-in from like the historical people about the buildings there? Because before we were to remove any buildings, I would want to make sure that we can keep intact those things that are historical features.
Understood. And as part of our working group, we would work with agencies like SHPO to understand what the best way to maintain the historical character of the property, and would certainly be able to use that as a priority in our staff planning.
Had a great presentation and interesting property. Glad we could find it. A couple questions.
Deserves a site visit.
Yeah, we'll have to. As you all in the working group were assessing the various streams of revenue and targeting the 2%, which we've seen before, is that a 2% on the purchase price plus this anticipated 2 or 3 million?
It is.
Great, okay. And I wondered if you go back to the map. I'm curious, I was trying to look it up on Onyx, but it's too hard to see on my phone. One, what's the zoning on that county piece? Do you have any idea of what's going on there? And what do we know about the two sort of carve outs, you know, the indents? And then third, they're all sort of related. Who owns and controls the land along the Arkansas there that abuts our property or that property?
Yeah, we'll start. I think the first question was the county use of land. So that portion that's south of 24 includes the airport.
Oh,
so you'll see that right here. Second, or the next question I'll address is the owner of the Inn Holdings. The current owners purchased this property as 2 separate ranches at the time. The owners of both these are approximately 50 acres each. This eastern kind of cutout and this northern one are descendant family members from one of the predecessor owners of the property that we would be purchasing through this transaction. We have spoken with both of them. There are certainly there would be important neighbors. They also have some related water rights. So understanding how those would interplay and have those kind of preliminary discussions with them.
And the third was
yeah.
Who owns
so a portion of the land that is west of the Arkansas but east of the county road is owned, I believe, by the parties that own this cutout. And I do not know who owns the portion to the east.
Looks like BLM is sort of in there. as well. Is that brown parcel?
Yes, so over here would be BLM.
Okay, and then it's private land. I was just thinking from a connectivity perspective, BLM land, you got forest land, you've got this, the hatchery, that goes through some private land to make all that work at that northeast corner. Right,
So there are also, I mentioned the county road and
Yeah.
the US highway that runs south and then north. There are 3 or so large lots that are privately owned along the western boundary of the Lake Fork Ranch, which are other parties that aren't related to the family, the predecessor family, to my knowledge.
and to the north, right there.
Oh, yes, thank you. So there's the High Mountain Institute located right here, which is an on-site education, outdoor recreation and education concept. Then everything that's here in the blue
Right, that's a golf course.
is the golf course, right?
Yeah, I was thinking in the northeast corner, it looked like between the Forest Service and our property adjacent to BLM, is that all just private?
It is private, yeah. Yes.
I think there's a trailhead somewhere in there too. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we need to have any more illumination from Matt on the matter of the lease back? For the board order, or are we comfortable with the language as it states now and letting council and Matt?
Would be an advantage to lease back the current tenant. Is that what?
Yeah, that was in the board order to approve, right, Matt?
Yes, staff is currently working toward a sale leaseback, either 3 parties with ourselves, the seller, and the historic agricultural user, or some combination of those parties. That is not finalized at this point. It's an ongoing discussion. So staff's request would be that the board approve or delegate to staff the ability to enter into one of those concepts.
I just want to make sure we were clear following the conversation this morning that we're delegating the authority to make that particular decision.
You may have to get creative.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, I was gonna get to public comment, but I didn't, so do you have anything more you'd like to, or to, I guess we'll wait after we have the motion. Let's see if there's any public comment then, Alan.
Absolutely. Folks listening along online or in person, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. Commissioner Curl, I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioners, may I have a motion to approve the board order in front of us?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the acquisition of the Lake Fork Ranch replacement property. Board order as presented in our packet.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath and Commissioner Pribble. All right, now, commissioners, some comments or points for discussion before we take a vote on this?
I'd say this is a terrific acquisition. It serves our purposes marvelously well. It's a great use of funds accumulated for NSE purposes, which otherwise would be lost, or not lost, but transferred to the permanent fund. So strongly support it and urge everyone to do so.
I concur with those remarks, and anything we can do that adds vacation housing of any sorts, Leadville's a premium. People want to stay there and there's just not much there. So I think it'd be successful if we could figure that out.
Yeah, I would encourage staff to take a very creative approach you already have in terms of the things, ecosystem services and recreation already. But this property is unique in its size and its proximity to Leadville and the surrounding properties. So it has many attributes that seem to be consistent with what our goals have been in acquisition. Commissioner Pribble? You
No,
were,
no,
no, no.
I was
okay. Okay, well then, let's have a vote on the motion. Commissioner Harvey,
aye.
Commissioner Pribble,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Chair votes yes, so motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Matt, for all your hard work on that.
And I think it would be great to have a ongoing report from the working group, because I think, as we've all expressed, we see potential. But obviously, there are many other things you'll want to consider, and at that elevation, we know that there are special circumstances. So
Yes. All right, now I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute break. And we'll restart the meeting at 10:45. See if we can get a piece of business done before Ms. Murphy joins us. Those magic words.
So we're back online. We're back live with audio. Cameras are on. And
All right.
I think we're on.
Okay, welcome back to the October meeting of the Colorado Board of Land Commissioners. Mr. Smith.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Christopher Smith. I'm the Assistant Director for Energy Innovation. And I'm here to talk about a non-simultaneous exchange on the other side of the transaction that Matt was just talking about. So this is like a sale, but with more syllables, I guess.
It's different than a sale.
Sorry, it's different. It's not a sale.
Not a sale.
It's like a disposal. Are we good?
almost.
Okay. So I'm here today to recommend the disposal of land as well as a no surface occupancy agreement in Larimer County. There we go. If the board approves this today, it will provide approximately $11 million of funding for K through 12 schools and CSU, while also ensuring Northern Colorado's water supply. The board owns about 6,000 acres, about 10 miles northwest of the city of Fort Collins. The board toured this property in July. This was the property where we parked in the CPW sort of primitive parking lot and looked out over the property. And several years ago, Northern Water, who is a public agency that owns and operates water storage and delivery projects, approached staff and was inquiring about acquiring land to build a reservoir. So this reservoir today is not built, but it's known as Glade Reservoir. So I'm recommending that the board offer 1,160 surface acres for sale via a public bid. And back in July, we were discussing this as being a directed 1165 transaction to Northern Water. However, due to the different time constraints, we've pivoted, and this is now, I'm recommending a public bid, but Northern Water will bid on this property. And they're also here in the room to be able to answer any questions at the end of this presentation. By selling this property, or by offering this property for disposal, we will likely be stranding approximately 1,360 acres of mineral estate that the board owns. So this is we're gonna sever this estate through this transaction, which will somewhat sever the aggregate minerals. But also, if Northern Water is the successful bidder, their intended use is to flood this land to create a reservoir. So our mineral estate will become inaccessible due to being underwater. So as a result, staff is also recommending that as a contingency to this transaction, that the board approve and require a no surface occupancy agreement. So the successful bidder also signs a 99-year no surface occupancy agreement. So Northern Water was formed in 1937. They manage the Colorado Big Thompson project, which serves over 1 million residents and over 600,000 irrigated acres. They also run the Northern Integrated Supply Project. And NISP is a project, NISP as it's known, is a project that supplies 15 Northern Water Colorado providers with water. Will help them plan for the future and through their growth. And they're doing this by constructing 2 reservoirs, the largest of which is Glade Reservoir, slated to be partially on state trust land. And just to kind of give you all an idea, Glade Reservoir will be approximately the size of Horsetooth Reservoir, just west of Fort Collins. So it's a fairly sizable reservoir. And looking at maps here, I'll try to orient you here. So the State Land Board, the 6,000 acres the State Land Board owns includes a 640 acre Section 36 school trust property, as well as a bunch of CSU trust property. And so Northern Water is seeking to acquire the surface estate of 1,120 acres, which is the 640 here, as well as 520 acres of the CSU property. This is a similar map, but this shows the uses. So Northern Water's intended uses for this are dark blue is for reservoir area. So you can kind of see the high water mark creeps up into these areas, and this area holds the proposed forebay. But they're also looking for 480 acres of habitat conservation area. And this is the pink area. And they worked with CPW to help define this area. This is a photo of the property. I will back up here. So we're standing roughly right in the middle of the Section 36 looking south. And so what you're looking at here is an area here that will be inundated with water. And then this ridge here forms this area here, this peninsula. And so what you're looking out over is this kind of thumb of the reservoir. So that's a property as it stands today. The picture was taken last year, but still looks the same. So staff is recommending that we offer 1,160 acres for public bid at the appraised value. Staff back in April, earlier this year, staff engaged Alan Axton, who's a third-party USPAP certified appraiser to value the property. And Mr. Axton provided us with his appraisal in March of this year. The highest and best use is an interim grazing use with intermediate to long-term 35-acre rural residential tract development. And the values here, I've broken them up by trust on the left-hand column here. But in general, the entire property was appraised at $7,000 per acre for both school trust and CSU trust. That equates to a total of 8.1 million. And about 4.5 of that will go to school trust and 3.6 would go to CSU trust. I would also note that if I jump back up to the map, the comparable sale that the appraiser relied most heavily on is located just north of this property. The Graves family sold land to Northern Water for the same purpose in 2023. And so we all felt pretty comfortable with this appraised value. So the property, we have 2 leases on the property. And then the property is also in the hunting and fishing access program. The 2 leases are with both with the Graves family. One expires in 2028 and one expires in 2029. And we are proposing to dispose of this property subject to these leases. So at closing, we would transfer the leases to Northern Water if they're the successful bidder, and they would become the Graves' new landlord. I would also note that the Graves leases other land adjacent to us that Northern Water has already acquired for this purpose. And so it would be more seamless because of that. Northern Water has been in contact with the Graves family. I also mentioned that this property is in the hunting and fishing access program. We can amend this program, so we intend to pull this portion of it out of the program prior to closing. And that means that there will be approximately 5,000 acres remaining in the program. currently, as you all know, because you stood there, Highway 285 sort of runs right here, and the current parking lot for the CPW Hunting and Fishing Access Program is here. Northern Water intends to build a new parking lot located right here, sort of north of where the reservoir is. And at the same time, we are negotiating an access easement through their property to get to our remaining property. This property, you all may remember from our July tour, we accessed it from the west side at Seaman Reservoir. There's a couple other points of access, but coming from the east will probably be the best access, since we'd be losing our access from the highway here. Kind of as a side note, on the right side of this map is where the new alignment of Highway 287 will go, and then connect sort of back up here into the remaining one once this reservoir is built. So as I mentioned, in selling this trust land, our trust minerals will be impacted. The green outline in this map shows the trust minerals. There's 640 acres of mineral estate under the school trust 640. And then there's actually 720 CSU trust mineral estate. It's the amount of estate that will be severed. And then there's already severed mineral only estate under what will become the dam. And so we believe that both of these parcels will become stranded mineral estate. And so as a condition of the surface disposal, staff is also recommending that the board issue a 99-year no surface occupancy agreement, or NSO. And in Colorado, as you all probably know, the mineral estate is dominant. And so if a mineral owner can can prove necessary use of the surface, they may be able to remove surface infrastructure to access their minerals. And what a no surface occupancy agreement does is we are agreeing to not exercise that right. And so we're asking the board to approve a 99-year NSO as a contingency of the sale of this lease. Staff did an internal valuation of these minerals. And this is provided as Exhibit 1 in your board packet. It's about an 8 to 10 page memo that values the value of this NSO. And I've broken it up on the left-hand column here by trust. And so school trust, and then there's the two separate CSU mineral parcels. And on the right-hand side, we valued this by this stranded estate. We do not believe that the hydrocarbons will become stranded due to directional drilling technology. We also, at this point, are not seeing a hydrocarbon play in this area. And so the stranded minerals will be limestone and dimension stone on the 640 and crushed stone on the CSU trust parcels. But there's a little bit of a twist to this. These minerals could be used and are likely to be used in the construction of the dam for this same reservoir. So to facilitate this concept, we're proposing a clause in the NSO that allows for the removal of the lands from the NSO simultaneously with executing a mining lease on those same lands. So it sort of looks forward into the near future and provides for that. So as an example, as you can see here, the CSU trust minerals are worth about $666,000 in an NSO. If the NSO holder wishes to sign a future mining lease for this crushed stone, that lease would begin with a $666,000 royalty credit. And so that's how we anticipate addressing that issue. Any questions on that? I know that's probably the more complex part of this transaction. Yeah, Commissioner.
This just occurs to me, was there any, and it's probably outside your or our responsibility to determine, more a challenge for NIST. Did they ever consider removing, for instance, this significant limestone deposit, just moving it above the flood line for future use as compared to leaving it, stranding it?
I see.
Yes, I can.
And jumping up. Want to take a shot at that, Chris?
Yeah, or can I hold your question till the end of the presentation? Because I think we've got Ben Teschner, who's our solid minerals manager, and we have Jim Struble from Northern Water.
Yeah.
Both of who I think could answer that well.
Great.
But I think
That's fine.
it's
fine.
Yeah. I think removing some of our mineral resource would also add to the capacity of the reservoir. So there's some interest in that as well. Yeah, Commissioner.
And Chris, can you as a new commissioner, can you explain the difference, the CSU trust, the school trust versus just state land, how it's part?
Yeah, sure. State land is, I would say, sort of the umbrella term for, state trust land is the umbrella term for all of the land that the state land board manages. And not, 97% of our land is in the school trust, but we also manage several other trusts. I think it's 7 other trusts plus the stewardship trust on top of that. CSU trust is one of those trusts. I believe it was set up by the legislature, or I guess maybe it was set up in the Constitution at statehood.
Sorry, I should have that, but I think that's a enabling act trust as well.
Okay.
So we make the decisions for both those.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's the same beneficiary fiduciary relationship. So CSU is the beneficiary. You all, the board, are the fiduciary or the trustee.
And remind me, the water for this is out of the cash food drive?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Is it an earthen dam or is it concrete? I guess it's concrete.
I don't think so. We toured, and again, I can defer to Jim Struble on this. So maybe I guess
It's an earthen dam.
Earthen dam.
it's
Okay.
an earthen dam. Okay, so some other considerations. On the same July tour, after we toured this property, we toured 2 more properties. One was a Prebbles Meadow Jumping Mouse bank area, and one was a wetland mitigation bank. The credits from these banks were sold to Northern Water as part of the NISP Enterprise project, and the board has earned about just over 1.2 million from these sales already. Also, as part of this project, Northern Water intends to spend approximately $24 million on a visitor center, trails, campgrounds, a hatchery, a boat ramp. And so, we feel like there's a potential for our remaining land to increase in value as a result of this. So, and then as I mentioned, Highway 287, 7 miles of that will be relocated to accommodate the reservoir. So, because this project is industrial in nature, the Colorado Constitution and board policy require the board to make a fiscal impact determination that the income from the transaction can be anticipated to exceed the impact on schools due to increased enrollment. And since there will be no residential development, there will therefore be no impact to local schools. And so there will be a positive fiscal impact. If the board approves this today, we will commence a 4-week public notice and bid solicitation process. If we receive only 1 bid, we will proceed to contract. We will notice this and contract contingent upon this 99-year non-surface occupancy agreement. We will reserve all mineral rights, including sand, gravel, and geothermal, and Denver Basin groundwater pursuant to our policies. And we anticipate closing by the end of this calendar year. As I mentioned, at that time, we would assign those leases to the successful bidder.
I have a question on that. Is Northern Water, are they driving that date, or is there flexibility in it? Is that gotta have to happen by the end of the year date?
Yeah, my understanding is it is, and that is the reason for pivoting from a directed 1165 transaction. There's a 60-day notice requirement, and a second trip back to the board for that, and that would we'd be close on a deadline for that.
And on the 99-year NSO, is there a mechanism or provision for renewal at the expiration of that term?
We have not considered that, and I don't know if we would consider that, because I think we're stretching upon that being considered possibly a sale of the minerals, but I would probably defer to Mr. Hamrick.
99 years is always a sort of recognized limit to leasing, and exactly as Chris has indicated, when it's not definitive, shockingly, but when it's more than 99 years, it increases the risk that it'll be viewed as a conveyance of the interest rather than a lease.
Well, I'm sure
That's a good question.
parties have some time to talk about it later.
So with that, I have a recommendation up here. It's that the board approve the disposal of approximately 1,160 acres in Larimer County at a price of $7,000 per acre, or 8.12 million, in accordance with the materials presented today. To also that the board approve the issuance of a 99-year no surface occupancy agreement on approximately 1,360 acres in Larimer County at a price of $3,064,000, in accordance with the materials presented today. And that the board determine that the income from the proposed transaction can reasonably be anticipated to exceed the fiscal impact of such development on local school districts and state funding of education from increased school enrollment associated with such development. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, we do have representatives from Northern Water here. Ben Teschner, the board's solid mineral manager, is very knowledgeable about the mineral component of this transaction. So,
Commissioners, any questions? It was really helpful seeing this ahead of a final action. I mean, there's no substitute for being on the ground.
yeah.
All right, so
So Commissioner Pribble, I think we could ask either Ben or Jim Struble to come up and answer your question.
Fine.
If that's, or to stay in your seat if you want. Just please introduce yourselves for the record. There's microphones here that'll catch your voice.
Good morning. I'm Jim Struble. I'm the real estate manager for Northern Water. And thank you for the presentation, Chris. You did a fantastic job. I actually learned a couple of things about us. But we do appreciate that the board taking this into consideration. And for your question about regarding the dam, it's more of your typical dam that's earthen with the rock face on it. It's different than if you were on the tour of Chimney Hollow. It's even different from that dam that you saw that day. So it's more of your typical lots of clay material with the rock on the outside of it. But happy to answer any questions.
I think the other question was about putting the limestone to the north.
Yeah, was there any research into actually removing the limestone that would be stranded and stockpiling it for future use?
No, we have not taken it into consideration. There would be a cost to do that, of course.
Yeah.
The economics of it, moving it a couple of times, what would really be the benefit of it? And some of that we're probably going to use for the construction of the dam anyway.
Right. Speaking of cost, there's been news reports that a couple of municipalities previously supporting this have departed. What is that? How does it affect your capacity to go forward?
So you are correct. There has been a couple agencies that have a couple of them decided to maybe pull out completely. One of them is looking at maybe reducing their capacity in the reservoir. We've met with the participants continually. We meet with them all monthly. And every indication that we have, we're full steam ahead. We're moving forward with this project. There are other agencies that are looking at maybe becoming part of the project now also. So with that, we're probably going to, with all those with the ones that are leaving, we're probably going to backfill with new participants in that.
Are you, just so the board knows what I'm talking about, can you report the entities that left? And does it in any way compromise your financial stability?
It hasn't affected this financial stability of it as of today. The town of Eaton is looking at pulling out, as well as we have heard that Fort Collins Loveland is looking at pulling out, but they have not committed to that at all completely. They may be reducing their capacity, but they have not.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm Michael Coppin, attorney representing Northern Water. I think it's important to emphasize that no one has actually pulled out of the project yet. There have been some
rumblings in the media about, well, maybe we're looking to pull out or reduce our capacity, but at this point, nothing's decided. As Mr. Struble said, we are full steam ahead, so.
Thank you, Michael.
How many acre feet is the reservoir?
170,000 acre feet.
170,000.
And then we also have the other reservoir that was mentioned is our Galton Reservoir. If you're familiar with Highway 14, if you're going east of Alt, the Highway 14 kind of takes a diagonal. Just north of that, we've already acquired all the property needed for that reservoir. And currently that is a roughly 40,000 acre foot reservoir, with potential to go to 85,000.
And out of curiosity, on a reservoir that size, you primarily fill it up in the spring when there's almost too much water for the farmers to use?
That's what we're hoping,
Okay.
yes. But a lot of pumping.
Yeah.
That will have to happen.
Yeah.
Other questions? For Ben or for Tim Struble? No?
Good. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Easiest trip to this seat I've ever.
Have we any public comment, Alex?
Since folks listening along online or sitting with us here in person, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand or use the raise hand function on Zoom. Commissioner Grove, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Great, thank you. All right, well, may we have a motion for this matter?
I'll make a motion that we approve the sale of land as presented in the board packet to transfer this land. Is that the right terminology? Not sell. To Northern Water
Dispose.
for this reservoir.
Exchange.
Does that work?
Commissioner, could I also recommend that you approve the NSO as well?
Oh, yeah, I'll approve the non-surface occupancy recommendation by the staff as well.
So just to be clear, you're moving the order as presented and drafted, or are there any changes to that?
I personally didn't have any changes, but don't know if any other members do.
No, so you're making a motion for us to approve the transaction outline in the board order
Yep,
as presented.
yep.
All right, we have a motion. May we
I'll
have?
get better at this.
It was a complicated,
It was
so I will second that.
great. Is there any further discussion or questions or points to be made before we vote? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Preble.
Aye.
Harvey.
Aye.
And the chair votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's. And thank you, Northern Water, for joining us and contributing for the great tour a couple months ago. And now we're going to welcome Ms. Murphy for an update on ECMC.
I know, I just was making sure it wasn't in PowerPoint.
Maybe use the mouse.
It's not the best move.
And if it doesn't work, then try to do it. Not, tell me.
Great. Crystal Crandon, Minerals Director. I want to welcome Julie Murphy, the Director of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission here today. Director Murphy, a little bit about her background. She is an attorney and she started at the Attorney General's office where she represented the commission. And then in 2015, she switched over to working for the ECMC. And she was appointed to her current role of director in 2020, and she has held multiple roles for the ECMC, including Chief of Staff, Senior Policy Advisor, Director, and Hearings and Regulatory Affairs Manager. I bring this up because Director Murphy has a lot of experience working at the ECMC, and she has been there before, during, and after the implementation of Senate Bill 19181. So just a little reminder of what that is. It's pivotal legislation that transformed the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission into the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. And it shifted the agency's mission from fostering oil and gas development to regulating industry to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. So Director Murphy was there and led the department during this mission change. And since the implementation, the ECMC has conducted 19 rulemakings on topics to protect public health and the environment. I went on their website and counted. So
good job.
Yeah.
Just lived it.
So that is quite a lot. When I first met Julie, it was when I started in 2016. She was very open and receptive to the land board and our mission. And she is the first director to invite the state land board to participate as a stakeholder in their rulemaking processes. So she literally gave us a seat at the table, which is wonderful. And we were able to participate in the 19 rulemakings that I just mentioned. So it has been very wonderful to work with you and your team. Without further ado, I will let you take it away.
Thanks, Crystal. It's been likewise, right? Like we've been through a lot of very strange conversations together. It's great to have somebody who you know and you can work with and also laugh with about your ridiculous children, right? That's what we're all here kind of dealing with anyway. So as Crystal said, my name is Julie Murphy. I'm the director of the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It's great to be here for any number of reasons. I want to thank each of you for your service. I think service to Colorado public service is a tremendous opportunity and gift back to our fellow citizens. I'd like to welcome Dr. Rose Marino. It's been tremendous getting to know you as well. We are both ECMC and State Land Board are both divisions within the Department of Natural Resources. So we get to work really closely together on a lot of different things. And we work mostly with you as lessors, right? And so we work mostly with your lessees as a regulator of their work. And Crystal invited me here today to describe how the energy landscape in Colorado has evolved with new technologies, climate change, and many other factors, and how we've adapted. And as our current press person, Kristen, who many of you may remember, she has helped prep me for this. So there's actually like lots of salient pieces that are relevant to what the work that you're doing. And so she asked me to remind you that the good news is there's no vote. It's all informational, right? And I do have a noon call, so I will need to leave kind of on time for that. But I'm very easy to reach. Our building is directly across the alley from this one. I'm happy to connect with you, happy to connect you with our commissioners and how we can continue to support you in understanding what it is that we're doing. So jumping in now, good news about this is working, Mick. So energy in Colorado, we have in Colorado, I think, the most protective oil and gas regulations in the nation. And we also are a huge energy producer, right? And so many of the conversations that have come about in my time is this regulatory change will decimate the industry. It will not show up again. We haven't seen that, right? And I'm sure there is a tipping point. I don't dismiss those concerns. I think adapting to change is tremendously important, but I also like to remind industry, when you stop innovating, we'll stop innovating, right? But we have to continue to meet the needs of a changing industry. So I think that it's important to note these two pieces. The QR code on screen, and I believe the slides will or either are or will be available to you, is our report to the legislature if you want to know more about kind of the data or underlying our energy production and permitting, et cetera. I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about what our mission is today. It is very different from what it was when I started working as a lawyer for the commission in 2013. Initially, it was to foster oil and gas development. In 2019, as Crystal said, we changed it from fostering to regulating. And I think that that's an evening of the scales, right? There's no longer a thumb on the scales in favor of development. It's bring your proposal forward. Let us take a look at it and see if it meets with our regulatory requirements. And then in 2023, we added 3 other areas of authority. I'm going to talk about all of this in more detail, so bear with me, but wanted to frame what our mission is, right? Is how do we balance these things? How do we do these things that many believe are inherently in conflict with each other? And that's our job. I think you all have a very similar scope and mission and challenges, and it's very exciting. So believe it or not, our history is shorter than yours. You guys started at statehood. We started in 1951. So I guess we are the younger sibling, if you will. The last 6 years have been tremendous in terms of change for our organization. We talked about the 2019 legislation that shifted our mission. The other piece that it really shifted is our decision-making structure. And I'll get to that next. But again, most of my talk is really focused on the 2019 to 2023. I would offer that prior to 2019, I think that we've probably from 1996, our agency has been on and 1996 was an inflection point of change. That's when we started reclamation requirements. We fast forward to the 2000s and the gas boom on the West Slope, we started thinking about distributed infrastructure, trying to consolidate it. We started thinking, and this is before my time, so I'm repeating other people's history. If I sound vague, that's probably what it is. And started really thinking about how to do oil and gas differently, how to account for not just the wellbore, but also the surface. And that change accelerated, I think, from Governor Ritter, where he reimagined the commission as well, into Governor Hickenlooper's time, where we entered into what we call the decade of change for those of us who participated in it. There were incremental changes along the way to address different pieces. And then culminating roughly in 2019 with Senate Bill 19181, which reshifted, again, how and what it is we're doing. So Crystal counted them accurately. We leave it at 17 plus because we always seem to be adding more rulemakings, but lots of work to be done on implementation. I'm going to skip forward just a little bit. And so our regulatory oversight really begins at, construction. And so you all lease minerals. When the operator then achieves a permit, they come in and are able to develop after they've received a permit from us, which contemplates both disturbance to the surface and also drilling of the wellbore. That work then sets out what is expected for reclamation at the end of life for oil and gas. I think different from some other energy development, there is usually a contemplated end to the oil and gas development at a particular site. So the reclamation requirements are bound by what was initially permitted. We have also expanded that authority to deep geothermal, carbon sequestration, and natural gas storage. We have rules on the books for carbon capture and storage, or class 6 wells, carbon sequestration wells, and we have rules on the books for deep geothermal. We're still jumping into the natural gas storage space, and that space is really to facilitate either a hydrogen economy should it develop. Underground storage seems to be one of the safest places to store hydrogen as we understand it today, and or for utilities looking to hedge and to have gas stored in the event of a high demand and high price environment. Again, the one other thing that I want to flag is that recently we were also given the authority to consult or support on renewables, which is a step into a completely different sphere for us. I think you guys are light years ahead of us in this space. It's a place where we've reached out and asked for your expertise to help us inform how we can help set some baseline understandings about what renewables look like. And this is what I really kind of wanted to talk a little bit about in a little bit more depth. I don't usually go into this level of depth in most of my conversations about what we are, because I'm not often speaking to a board that is also charged with making decisions. One of the most fundamental changes coming out of Senate Bill 19181 was transitioning from a volunteer commission, much like each of you, to a professional commission, which is more akin to what our Public Utilities Commission looks like in Colorado. So our commissioners are 5 full-time employees. It's amazing what you can do with 5 high-functioning people and when you have all of their time. Sometimes I don't think I can keep them busy enough. But functionally, it really shifted how our organization makes decisions. The director lost some authority in that space, and that authority was transitioned to a public process that's accessible, that's understandable. Well, not necessarily understandable, I shouldn't be so presumptuous, but that's accessible to the public, that people can show up and talk about, that people can tune into and listen to. All of this work also happened in the middle of the pandemic. So we shifted our decision-making structure and also the format of our hearings. We predominantly meet via Zoom because it provides statewide access. Anybody from Mancos can call in and listen in. We found that hybrid meetings are not as successful for us as having everybody in Zoom. So even if all of our commissioners are physically in our Denver office, we're having a remote hearing to allow access and participation. It's strange to adjust to be quite frank. I'm much more comfortable in an in-person setting like this, but here we are. It's been a great tool to provide public access. We still want to think about how to get out into community. I know that that's a top priority for each of you. You get to travel a fair amount and see the state and the things that you're working on, which I think is helpful. And so our role is a little bit different than yours, however, right? In that we are a regulatory body. So our commission is adopting rules. Our commission is approving or overseeing enforcement orders when folks are struggling to comply. Our board is making decisions about spacing and pooling, and that's where I've gotten to have some of the thorniest conversations with your council and Crystal and other leaders within the organization about how are land board minerals different from a typical landowner or a typical mineral owner, and what does that look like, and how does that get factored into our decision making? I think that we have worked really hard in the last 12 years under the leadership of Crystal in particular to make sure that those doors are open and that you all have access to our process, access to our decision making, and also are considered as part of it. So it's been a huge shift to have 5 full-time folks. It's wonderful. It's challenging, but I think that we get really great decisions. And I had the opportunity to be sitting in your conference room listening to our commissioners make kind of a couple thorny decisions myself this morning. So I think that is something that can be underappreciated, the amount of time that these folks have to devote to it. And that really is an underpinning for why there is a shift from a volunteer commission to a professional commission, is to have folks who can do a deep dive on what the technologies are, who can understand some of the intricacies of that which we regulate. So I'll stop belaboring this point as much as I love it, but it's been really fascinating to work through. So let's fast forward now to what did we actually do, right? Like we changed maybe this one word in the statute. The legislature gave us a list of rulemakings to implement it. And then what else did we do? I think it's helpful to remember, and I try to reiterate this, especially when I'm speaking outside of Colorado. I think in Colorado, we all intuitively understand that the Niobrara in northeastern Colorado is one of the richest oil and gas plays in Colorado, maybe in the Rocky Mountain West. And it's also a place of unbelievable urbanization. That is not true in Midland, Texas. That is not true in the Bakken. Maybe you could argue in the Marcellus, given the denser population on the East Coast, but functionally, we're dealing with massive oil and gas production and massive urbanization, and that has changed the conversation around what it looks like. That's not as true in the Piceance, although obviously the Piceance Basin has increasing population density as well. But I think that that's an important level set as people are thinking about the oil and gas regulatory landscape in Colorado. What are our rulemakings? I've tried to consolidate them here for the benefit of all to talk about what we've done. Of course, this is written in our jargon, which isn't particularly helpful for anybody who doesn't work for our organization, but I'll try to walk through it. So one of the first rulemakings that we undertook coming out of Senate Bill 19-181 passing and being signed into law were flow lines and hearings. Hearings is just our hearings process. We need to accommodate a different process. Flow lines are the pipelines that we regulate. That's the simplest way to explain it. The Public Utilities Commission and the Federal Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials Administration also has oversight over pipelines in Colorado. We all work closely together to try to make sure that the environment and Coloradans are protected. In 2020, again, mid-pandemic, mid-transition to full-time commission, we also undertook an overhaul of our general rules, our underground injection control wells. So we regulate the injection of exploration and production waste associated with oil and gas development through our Class 2 program. That's a delegated program from EPA. We've been doing that for a long time. We also updated our environmental wildlife resources in 2021. We took up financial assurance, which was a real spicy conversation. And I think that your work on financial assurance came into our process so that we could understand what you all expected of your lessees. Obviously, you're generally requiring financial assurance for something separate from what we're looking for. So we haven't thought of it as double bonding. If an operator brought it to us, of course, we would consider it to think about what is the goal of these dollars that have been set aside. Is it duplicative of what we're requiring? Is it not? And let's make an informed decision about it. When it comes to financial assurance, one of the biggest shifts that we made was shifting from thinking about it on a well by well basis to thinking about it as an operator wide question. So thinking about what is the operator's total production? That is a proxy for revenue. Are they increasing? Are they declining? What does their asset base look like to help us understand what kind of risk of forfeiture do you require? That's a very thorny conversation. It's probably worth a 2-hour conversation. I'm trying not to belabor it here, believe it or not. But happy to come talk more about that if that would be helpful. In 2022, we also then created the Orphan Well Mitigation Enterprise. And so this is an outgrowth of the financial assurance rules. During financial assurance, operators said, we know that there are some subset of operators and wells that are likely to be orphaned in Colorado. We're going to self-fund, the operators are going to fund an Orphan Well Mitigation Enterprise board and pot of money that the state can then use to go plug those orphan wells. So roughly we're collecting $10 million a year from the oil and gas industry to plug orphan wells. That's in addition to what the federal government has provided. And then there's a separate marginal well fee too. So long story short, I think Colorado was a little bit out in front than from the nation on orphan well work, which is tremendous. We've been updating in 2023 and flagging our high priority habitat map update. We've been updating our high priority habitat maps in coordination with Colorado Parks and Wildlife annually to make sure that our maps best reflect their data and to help guide mitigation measures, et cetera, to protect wildlife. In 2024, we tackled Class 6, which is also code for underground injection control wells for the sequestration of carbon dioxide. And I talked a little bit earlier on about what we do we have a delegated program from EPA for Class 2 wells for exploration and production waste. We have completed the rules required to then apply to EPA for delegation of their Class 6 or carbon sequestration program. We completed those rules, that package, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but I can't help myself. I'm super enthusiastic about the fact that we actually have everything up to EPA to consider Colorado for Class 6 primacy and to take control of that program. We also completed a cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking, which is really focused. I think it's nation and probably world leading. It's our operators, when they're submitting a permit to us under certain circumstances, are looking at all of the sources of pollution in a particular area around an oil and gas development to understand what the community is experiencing from sectors that we don't regulate, and thinking about what the additionality of this oil and gas looks like in that community and how do we make decisions around that. It has been difficult. It continues to be difficult. There's no model for it. And so we're really collectively working through that right now. We also adopted deep geothermal rules, and we had a high priority habitat map update. You see high priority habitat up there a lot because it's an annual thing to keep us current. And then in 2025, we also completed a produced water rulemaking. There was legislation asking us and the state and operators to increase the recycling and use of produced water. Produced water is water that comes back out of the oil and gas well after it's been stimulated generally. And what do you do with that water is a complicated and thorny question. I'm not going to belabor that today, but I would love to talk more about it. Any interest? And that work will be ongoing. So just today before our commission, we had Colorado's Produced Water Consortium present their recommendations around how to manage produced water as it relates to disproportionately impacted communities. There's probably more to come on that topic, but I will jump on to my next topic, which is in the midst of all of this transcendental change around the regulatory environment. We have also been trying to raise our collective knowledge across Coloradans around these different technologies and what they mean, how to understand what they are. And so we put out 6 different studies around carbon capture, underground storage and transport of hydrogen, pipelines, geothermal, to help people understand what we're talking about, right? This space is moving rapidly. It's very technical. And so we really wanted to help increase everybody's knowledge. These are all available on our website. They are dense, but they are helpful, I think, if for folks who want to have a deep dive on these topics in Colorado. I'm going to talk a little bit about permitting. We've seen a huge change in the number of approved oil and gas surface location permits. And again, we tend to have two different permits. One, the surface disturbance, and two, the wellbore. So our Form 2A, for those of you who've been following us for years, is our surface permit. Our Form 2, or the APD, is the actual well permit. We've seen a huge change in the number of surface location permits, a pretty significant reduction. Lots of people talk about why. I would offer that there are at least 3 reasons from 2018 to 2022. One of them is mergers and acquisitions and capital discipline in the oil and gas space. We don't control that. We see that across the basins throughout the US, at least. I don't follow international as closely, so I don't want to make that broader statement. But so I think capital discipline, mergers and acquisitions. We did have a huge rule change in Colorado, and everybody needed to reset to it. And then the third thing for me, which is trickier, thornier, harder to pull out of this data, is that we also had tremendous consolidation of oil and gas facilities. So you have 24 wells on a pad. You only need 1 pad or 1 oil and gas surface location permit for that instead of 24. And so that's especially important as we contrast the development in the DJ Basin, right, northeastern Colorado, with the Piceance Basin in western Colorado, where western Colorado, we tend to have slightly more distributed oil and gas locations with fewer wells per pad. But in the DJ Basin, we're talking about, 12, 18, 20 wells per pad. So you need fewer pads. So there's a lot bound up between, 1,400 to 200. I don't think it's one factor. I think there are multiple factors, but there has been a significant change. Again, the QR code will take you to more data around that if you are interested. And again, kind of bringing a lot of my comments back to kind of a central point. A lot of our rules are really focused on community protection, which in a state where you have oil and gas development alongside urbanization is important in my mind. And so this is our checklist of what was pre-2019 to today. Again, this is something that we presented to our legislature earlier this year. But I think it's important to understand that a lot of our changes are really focused on understanding the community. I think that it's also important for those of you who've been working in and around us for a long time to know that a lot of the work around wildlife, a lot of it was done in the 2008-2012 timeframe. There was a lot of legislation, a lot of push, and that was driven by the huge boom in the Piceance Basin in our more rural parts of the state. We've carried that forward. We certainly enhanced and revamped that as part of 19181. But I think a lot of the story of the last 6 years is really focused on community. And so in Colorado, I think we've moved to a space where it's not a nice to have, it's a must have when it comes to community engagement. I think the trickiest thing about community engagement is each community is different. So how do you codify a set of rules that need to be applied across any number of permutations of language issues, education, work-life balance? Like, when do people have space to show up? When do people answer their doors? I never do. So I don't know how anybody would actually talk to me about something like this. And so I think that this continues to be a space where we're growing to understand what it looks like. But we are trying to cement the expectation that you will engage with your community in a way that's appropriate. As part of legislation from 2025 now. Coming out of 2024, we hired 2 community liaisons that are really focused on engaging with communities that have historically had a lack of access to our process and trying to bring them forward and make sure we hear from them too. And so that work is ongoing. As I alluded to earlier, Kristen, who worked for a long time for Land Board, is now working for us and is a tremendous asset for us in terms of actually creating visual representations of what it is we're doing. And so she created this schematic that looks probably familiar to you all, to help fit us into your process, right? Where do we fit in? How do we chime in? What does it look like? And it's a pretty robust process, I would offer, around how does this go. And we are happy to either print this out or make sure that obviously you'll get slides. We can get this bigger. I can barely read it on screen, so I think that represents a lot of the detail, but it's a great way to walk through what our process looks like, right? We have multiple public comment periods. We have an actual hearing before our commission, before a decision is made. And we also, in Colorado, continue to have local governments who have their own local process for oil and gas. Some do, some don't. It's at their discretion. And so I won't probably belabor that point just because it's complicated and nuanced based on the local governments. However, I think this is a great way to visually like kind of walk through how this all fits together and how we fit together with your work.
Yeah.
Ask you a question.
Yeah.
Julie. Box here on the right, middle row, 83% of leases do not go into production. Can you explain why that is?
No.
That's 80. It has to
Could
match
be
with over here.
simply market conditions, but demand, global oil prices, perhaps?
I can explain that.
I would love for Crystal to have my question.
Crystal Crandon, Minerals Director. Typically, there could be a big boom where people, an operator comes and leases a lot of land, and they may be trying to hide the specific section that they're actually interested in, and so they can nominate and lease a large area, or they may just want to hold it, and if they actually hit production, then they have secured all the lands around it. But then if they do a test well and they don't hit production, then a lot of times they will mass release. So that is actually
Excuse me.
Oh.
Then you said if they don't go to production, or they don't find a producing well, then they do what?
They could like in mass release all of the leases.
Release.
Yeah, release. So I
In
guess
other words, turn back to us. Is that what you're saying?
yes. Yeah. There should be a better word than release, but give back or yeah. Anyway. So that's probably the main thing that we're seeing of why the production rate really is only 12.5% go into production.
Okay, thank you.
It's always handy to phone a friend, right? And I should have invited questions all along, so please don't hesitate. So following your process and then our process, this is again kind of a deeper dive into our process that I will let you read to your children at night and help everybody sleep, I think, instead of trying to belabor it here. But functionally, operators put forward a plan to us. We review that plan. If it meets our requirements, we move it to our commission. There are multiple points for public comment and engagement, which we at some point, sometimes I feel like we have so many opportunities for public comment that creates its own confusion, but nothing's ever done. We continue to find ways to continue to improve, and we will continue to look for that ways to improve, hopefully with the benefit of feedback from communities. And then at our public hearing, our commission can deny it, can stay decision on it, can continue it, or can approve it and approve it with condition. So fairly typical for any decision-making board, I think. But that's a visual to represent kind of how this works together.
Julie, I'm just
Yeah.
curious, how long does it do you have an average time frame that it takes to work through?
Yes. And we're somewhere around 200 days right now.
Say that again.
200 days. And I can tell you that nobody is happy with that time frame, no matter who I ask, right? Some people think it's too long, some people think it's too short. Some people think it's not predictable enough. So there's lots of conversation to be had. Underlying a fair number of those days are the public comment periods. And especially if we're in impacted communities, we have longer public comment periods or consultation periods for the Department of Public Health and Environment, for CPW, for local government. And so it continues to be a work in process. I think that as a steward, of a public process, it's important for it to be replicable and predictable in terms of how you move through it if you can't predict the outcome. And so we continue to want to provide certainty for what the process goes through, and then it's up to the commission, right? So that's where we are today. I think we'll continue to work on this, recognizing that there are typically a number of other permits that an operator must obtain before they can move forward depending on the local jurisdiction and other.
Did they start with you and then go to local government? Okay.
Not really, actually. It's a great
Okay.
question. And so, you know, if, for those of you who remember 2013, Governor Hickenlooper in the state sued local governments about regulating oil and gas. Fast forward to 2019, Senate Bill 19181 shifted the relationship and allowed local governments to regulate the surface impacts of oil and gas development, but not the downhole technical aspects. That's been a pretty big shift. It's more comparable now to the structure for mining, where a mining company has to get both local and state approvals. The work, because that law has only been on the books for roughly 6 years, I think operators and local governments will continue to explore exactly what the bounds of it are. But for us, it means that local permits are a thing. Weld County in particular has stood up its own permitting department and division that, and they expect to go first. And they have the authority under the statute. We will defer to local governments if they want to go first. Whether local governments have a program, whether they go first or follow ours or go concurrently is something that we're all working through right now. And so it's kind of a dynamic space and a little bit very exciting. But good. Yeah.
Excuse me. No. I'm just curious, did you say the local government goes first?
In Weld County, yes. And if local governments want to go first, we are bound to let them go first and supportive of it. I think.
Well, I mean, I can see that because if they don't give permission, there's no point putting the time in on the rest.
That, and I've thought of it, and I could be wrong in my thinking on this, that local governments are typically the ones closest connected to their community. The best, they are the stewards of their land use plan of what is compatible, what isn't, right? And I'm using land use language that I barely understand, so forgive if I get it wrong, but functionally having the local government understand and pick a site, I think is really important for our process. It is incredibly important information to my commissioners. In many cases, my commissioners would prefer that, I think, because it helps them understand the local approach.
So do you provide technical assistance to them? Because so many of those counties don't really have that reason.
We have, yes, as part of Senate Bill 181, there were created technical review boards, and it was designed to help support local governments navigate a lot of the technical questions around oil and gas development, what their codes could look like. In an interesting twist, nobody's actually called us to use that resource.
Really?
Yeah. And I can't, I'm not quite sure how to interpret that, right? Does that mean the local governments who know it and understand it don't need the support? Think Weld, Garfield, any of the other counties who are really well in tune with understanding oil and gas development, or with other counties who have either don't have much development. Think that, I mean, there's a narrative you could review that maybe it means that we got the regulatory environment right, and so they don't need to weigh in the way they might have needed to before. There's a lot of ways to think through that lack of response. And the other softer piece of it is that I think that we've had a much more robust conversation with our local government partners since that time. And so maybe it's that dialogue that's more supportive. Certainly worth a look back in another few years to think about what it means. But that our resource remains, we remain committed to providing support for local governments in the oil and gas sector, in the oil and gas space, and with 212, we also are providing it in the renewable space. So, and we have actually gotten a lot of phone calls on renewables, and I'm jumping a little bit ahead.
Excuse me, that only relates to oil and gas. For example, on the geothermal, it's the opposite, that the permit would come from us, and then, but isn't that the case on Buena Vista when we just were up in JP County?
My understanding, and there's way more experts in the room, is that like your leasing process will almost always precede ours, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can you give us a snapshot of methane transmission leaks statewide, either before or after these new statutes, these new rules and ideas?
I think it's a great question. I don't have, I can talk about the arc of the regulatory environment if that would be an okay place to start, and then I'd love to dig in. So, and part of that is because the primary regulator of methane is Air Pollution Control Division,
Okay.
right? And so in 2014, Colorado passed regulations through APCD that actually regulated methane for the first time. We were world leading at that point, at least nation leading. I think at that point in time, our reduction goals exceeded the detection capacities. But the space in methane detection technologies has innovated, I would say, faster than almost any other technology short of AI in the last 10 years, let's say.
Yeah.
And so I think that we're still, and when we think about our greenhouse gas roadmap, right, we have a lot of estimates to look back to establish our baseline. And so I think that work has been really important to understand where we're going. On balance, when we look at the greenhouse gas roadmap, the oil and gas sector is on pace and overachieving its goals for methane emission reductions. That's in part because of the work done in 2014 that's continued to be built out through collaboration between ECMC and CDPHE on leak detection and repair requirements, communicating about what different types of equipment are on site, how does flaring or combusting methane, how does that fit into it? We've had a lot of robust conversations, a lot of them driven by 19181 with the increased coordination between our two organizations on this issue in particular. So I think we're continuing to regulate it, we're continuing to understand it, we're continuing to get it into the pipe. And the best kind of encapsulated answer, I think, to your question is that the sector is above expectations in a good way. Like, it's really hard to explain you're like meeting a declining goal, right? Like, and you're over succeeding at it, I guess.
Okay.
So if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So I guess I have one. So with the experts with whom you work, how long do they project production in Colorado for oil and gas?
Great question. I was privy to a presentation recently that confirms, like, where if you look at our map of where the different well bores are in the DJ Basin, there are a declining number of places to put well bores, right? And so there may be a horizon based on technology today for oil and gas production in the DJ Basin. I think in contrast to that, gas production is a really different business and a really different cycle. And what I hear is that the Piceance continues to be one of the richest deposits of gas in the nation and maybe the world. And so those are two different answers to the same question based on commodity. And again, based on pieces of information that I've heard that are not within what our organization does as its core business. We don't project, right?
On the other hand, for all of us, especially for us who have to make some assumptions about how we meet our requirements, we have to really factor that in as we think about our strategy.
I don't envy your position.
Thank you.
I know you have a hard stop.
Oh, I don't even know what time it is.
11:58.
Awesome. Well, oops. So I guess I would just leave. We've done a lot of work in spaces outside of oil and gas, trying to continue to make sure that new energies are regulated in a way consistent with Colorado's expectation, right? We want innovation. We want new sources of power. We want to innovate, and we want to protect that which is most important to most Coloradans, which is the space in which we live. So we've done a lot of work on geothermal. I think it's tremendously exciting. I know that you all have been along on that journey with us, I think is how I'd leave it today, and happy to talk more about it. We did put out a map about what we know about geothermal today. I'm very excited to see continued work on this to continue to drive innovation and opportunity. And then I mentioned we have had the opportunity to be a source of information for local governments, consulting on wind and solar in particular, and battery storage. If people have questions about it, we don't regulate it. We're just providing technical support, and that's been fascinating because it hasn't been in our wheelhouse the same way drilling wells and understanding reservoir dynamics are. So with that, thank you so very much. I'm going to skip my last slide because I should probably get on a task force call at noon. But I would love to come back if it's helpful for you all. If you want to connect with any of us, please don't hesitate. I think we work better when we work together. So, any last questions or?
It's been awesome.
Thank you. It's been wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's really fantastic.
I have one last question. Any effects in Washington as they roll back some of the federal oversight of particularly oil and gas development that potentially could impact your work?
It's been really interesting to watch. I think we've been almost the least scathed in some of the changes. We have a separate regulatory program that continues to run. We're not funded by the feds. We're working very closely with the Bureau of Land Management on our MOU and our addenda to make sure that we co-regulate in a way that makes sense and makes the best use of everybody's limited resources as government officials or entities. And so we haven't seen much impact. There was some concern about orphan well funding, but that doesn't seem to have been impacted at this point in time. So ours has been very minimal, and I know that's not true for a lot of others.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julie, I may have missed it, and I apologize if I did. Do you have any jurisdiction over carbon
Sequestration.
sequestration?
We have the authority to pursue primacy from the Environmental Protection Agency. It's a federal program that can be delegated to states. We've completed our application. And so EPA is currently considering it. My understanding is it's out for public comment. And we hope to be one of the next states to receive primacy. Hopefully next year.
We'd love a copy of your presentation.
Yes, and the history of Colorado, 181 is really going to be a major factor, and compliments to you on how you made such a significant change. And continue to
Do that with credibility. It's quite an evolution.
Yeah. We have tremendous partners in Colorado, don't we? We're just rich with people who care and want to do the right thing, I think. And I've been blessed to participate in that conversation. Let us know if we can come back. We're happy to.
We'd love
You can always, there might be a boomerang, right? Like we might be like, so landlord, you want to come talk to us? So,
Thank you.
thank you all so much.
Next time you can stay for lunch.
Oh my gosh, yes. Gotta get rid of this pesky task.
Yeah. Sorry, I invaded your webinar.
Oh,
Didn't know you.
oh no, you're just listening to our commission hearing.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, well, I think we're going to try and polish off the Chancellor Ranch matter before lunch. So
Seems how they're.
sigh of relief from the audience.
Exactly.
Get to be the first person to say, good afternoon, commissioners. This is Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability and Working Lands. This afternoon, I'll be presenting to you the results of the RFP process for Chancellor Ranch and the staff's recommendation for the agriculture and recreation leases, lessees who will steward the property for the next 10 years. I will point out that both parties from both lessees are present in the room, and I'm sure would be available for questions if you have them after the presentation. Try this. Ta-da. As you know, Chancellor Ranch is one of our largest properties at over 50,000 acres. It's in Los Animas County, the Southeast District, which is managed by Eric Van Dyke, who is also present in the room and available if you wish. And Abe Medina is here as well as the Recreation Program Manager. So we have lots of resources for you if you wish. Chancellor's remarkable property. I think most of you have been there. Wait, did we get everybody there? Or I should know that. Anyway, it's an amazing property. It's stretching between the Purgatory River Canyon and the Shpak Canyon. It's one of our large ranches, as we were discussing earlier today. That's why it's under this RFP process. It has an asset management plan, as our large ranches do, copy of which was in the board packet for your review. And also in your board packet was a full copy of the RFP document that was issued, which also has additional information in it. So hopefully you had a chance to review that. The board has owned this property for more than 2 decades. Portions of it are in the stewardship trust, including the biologically and culturally rich areas along the canyons. It has a wealth of resources, grasslands and juniper woodlands and so forth, and then the canyon microhabitats and environments as well, and some really amazing cultural resources, dating all the way back to petroglyphs and paleontological sites, and then historic buildings and structures. And then there have been archaeological digs going on there for years that continue to expose really remarkable, interesting history of this part of Colorado. The RFP process is we followed according to the standard process that we have. We have procedures that we follow for this as well. And we offered a 10-year grazing lease and a 10-year recreation lease. The RFP properties, we sync up those periods. As you remember, typically the policy is 10-year for ag leases and 5-year for recreation leases. But for the RFP processes, we have 2 10-year periods. Eric Van Dyke and A. Medina led the process, and the review committee included Rachel Turner, Field Operations Team Leader, Jess Price, Regenerative Ag Program Manager, and Lindsay Brandt, Biodiversity Program Manager and Acting Stewardship Trust Manager, in part because a portion of the property is in Stewardship Trust. It's a public RFP, so the committee reviewed the submitted applications, interviewed the top applicants, inspected properties when it was appropriate, and then made a recommendation, a staff recommendation to you, the board. And so that's why we're here today, is for you to consider our recommendations. The timeline is laid out here, and just to point out it, we've been at this for, we do this a year in advance. The lease expires next April, and we do the advertising basically a year in advance, because it takes a while. We want to make sure that the process is robust. And so we have a mandatory tour. Everybody has to come and tour the property. As you know, the RFP properties, the board owns the improvements. And so that's a critical factor in terms of understanding that. There was an evaluation process, the interviews I talked about. Following the interviews, all applicants were notified that a recommendation was going to be made to the board. We present those recommendations to you. You make a decision, hopefully. And then staff will finalize the leases so that lessees are ready to go on the property starting April 20th, when the leases expire. I'll also point out that the committee reviews all the applications, makes a recommendation, reviewed that with the director and with myself, and we supported the recommendations that were made in that process. So there were 12 proposals for the agriculture lease. They were reviewed based on the financial offerings that were made, also the stewardship qualities of the lessees and what they were proposing specifically for this property in regards to stewardship. And also there's the criteria that of community engagement and involvement, which ties back to some of those topics that are in the statutory requirements in 118 that we discussed earlier. We also received 14 proposals for the recreation lease. They're reviewed based on their the proposed plan that they have for recreation, the financial bid, and then also the proposer's training and experience that the review carried. So staff is pleased to recommend for the agriculture lease, Shquat Cattle Company, operated by the Carneys, Burnham, and Wooten families, they're the top candidate for the 10-year agriculture grazing lease at Chancellor Ranch. Shquat Cattle Company's proposal stands out due to the extensive experience of its members, their commitment to innovative land stewardship, and their demonstrated history of successful ranch management in southeastern Colorado. Highlights of the Shquat Cattle Company's proposal included multi-generational experience and extensive experience in ranching, comprehensive management and stewardship plan, innovative use of technology, commitment to infrastructure improvements, strong community and industry ties, and a history of collaboration with the state land board and other agencies and organizations. And just to remind you, they're the existing lessees, so they certainly know the property very well. Staff is also pleased to recommend KB Outdoors, Inc., owned by Kyle Lopez, as the top candidate for the 10-year recreation hunting lease on the Chancellor Ranch. KB Outdoors has extensive experience operating on owned and leased land throughout Colorado, including the state land board's approximately 83,000 acre Chico Basin Ranch. And you heard from Kyle when we did the tour of Chico and know what he's doing on that property. Their proposal included a comprehensive understanding of the area's big game potential, conservative hunt and projected harvest numbers, focus on quality hunts over quantity of hunts, and optimize lease revenue to the State Land Board and the School Trust, familiarity working with the State Land Board on other large ranches, and a history of frequent communication and collaboration with other State Land Board lessees. That last part is very important to us because, as you know, we seek to layer leases, and it's really important that we work with partners who understand how to communicate and respect one another's businesses so that they can work together on the property. And as you know, we've been very successful with that on other properties, including several of our large RFP ranches where we have layered leases on them. So with that, with those recommendations, I would open up for any questions that you have for me or for the lessees. And then after that, and after public comment, I do have a board order for you to consider.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, I'm glad we got visit the property, and
Yes.
it was a very thorough process that y'all undertook.
Yes, Commissioner Cribble.
I've got a couple of questions, I think, for Mr. Lopez, perhaps, or but maybe you could sift through it. Can you describe in broad terms or ballpark terms the harvest, the principal game harvest, so elk, mule deer, sheep, number of hunting parties and or just a number of individual hunters you place on the property in the course of the season? Give us a sense of the magnitude of the hunting operation.
Yeah, and I can invite Kyle to come up and speak to that. Just to remind you, the Bighorn sheep is a separate lease on this property.
Yeah.
And we coordinate with CPW on issuing leases for Bighorn lease, so that's not part of this.
Not part of it. And that's only two, was that only two tags? Is it just, so it's just two harvested animals?
Yeah, and Abe Medina can speak to that. There's this alternating season in terms of how the Bighorn.
I noticed that.
But that's not part of the RFP process. It'll be a separate item that we can bring to you at another point. But Kyle, if you want to speak just briefly about what your proposal was for the harvest and how you determine that.
Yeah, so Kyle Lopez, KB Outdoors Inc. We built our whole proposal off of, less people, higher quality. So generally speaking, your season out there is going to run from about September 1st to December 31st. And we're going to spread out our clients across that time. With the exception of antelope, that's the only time, or pronghorn, where we'll have more clients in camp than normal. We'll run 2 hunts with 4 clients in camp each time. As far as the rest of the deer and the elk hunting goes, it's going to pretty much average out to about 2 clients per hunt. So we had proposed anywhere from 10 to 12 elk hunts on the property. We've been doing about 6 mule deer hunts. And then depending on if whitetails inhabit the property, which, some of the surrounding areas do, we may look at that, as whitetails can be very invasive on mule deer populations. So it's low numbers essentially spread out over a 5-month period.
And what's the range of, I assume you provide full range of outfitting, guiding service, right?
Yeah, so all of our hunts are conducted one-on-one. They have one of my staff members that'll be with that client at all times. We're taking them around the ranch. We're making sure that, one, they're staying safe. We're upholding our management objectives. And, you know, also not just giving free range to somebody to run around on your property.
Right. Is there a range of pricing or packages that you offer, I assume? Or is it
Yeah.
all- Or is it much simpler than that?
Yeah, it's much simpler than that. You know, we have kind of set prices for each species. And I don't, it gets really confusing in our business when you start doing all kinds of different pricing here. So we're setting a price for each individual species. And then we'll determine that as time goes on, whether it needs to be adjusted, you know, higher, lower, whatever. But we came into this with a generalized conception from some of our other lease properties in the area of where we thought we could be.
I noticed in the write-up that the chancellors were early enrolled participants in ranching for wildlife. Does the property, does it qualify for that?
It does not. I've actually had conversations with CPW about that. In regards to the Chico Basin Ranch, as that ranch actually encompasses almost 50% of that hunting unit. But because it is owned by the state land board, that therefore makes it ineligible to be in the ranch.
So we're not no longer eligible for that. So the harvest is dictated by the population objectives or harvest objectives.
Correct.
Set by CPW and the hunters have to participate in the standard draw process or.
For mule deer and pronghorn, they will have to do the draw process for that. For the elk tag, it's actually under what they designate as the Eastern Plains. And so that's an over-the-counter tag. And so that for the elk hunting, they can actually just go buy the tag over the counter. They don't have to draw it.
So there's not a shortage of tags per se.
Correct. Yeah, that's actually a list C tag under CPW. So they can, technically a hunter can possess, I believe it's up to 3 or 4 of those at a time.
And how would you characterize the herd and quality population? Elk in particular, and
on the actual ranch itself, being that we don't have any experience, I can't really
Yeah,
get
don't know yet.
there. But regionally, one of our other properties that we manage down in that area, we've watched just through our management practices, we've watched our elk herds and our deer herds and pronghorn herds grow over time. You know, we've been managing the other ranch for.
is it a part of an active migration corridor?
A little bit, yes. I would say that ever since the big winter of '99, most of those elk have moved out there and they're starting to call that area home as opposed to moving in and out. They're definitely, the population is growing a lot out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I,
Abe.
Abe Medina, Recreation Program Manager, to just want to touch on harvest versus months.
Yeah, so generally speaking, when you bring out clientele and everything, our average actual harvest is right around 60%. So 60% is our.
That's your hunter success rate?
Yes, correct. You
Okay.
know, and then that other 40% is attributed to guys missing their shots, or a lot of times guys just simply passing, you know, on animals and saying, you know, it's not really what I came here for. So yeah, we're right around 60%. Historically, over the last 9 years that we've been keeping those statistics.
Say more about what you said. It's not what I came here for.
What's that?
Did what you just said, could you explain that a little more when you said that part of that is people say it's not what they came for?
Yeah, so, you know, hunters in general, they have an idea of what they want to be able to take home. And a lot of times, you know, especially on large properties like this, you know, you only have about a 5-day window with most of these guys. So they're hunting and they have kind of their idea of what they would like to bring home with them. And sometimes we just can't find that in that 5-day period.
And that generally would be size of rack.
Yes,
trophy,
correct.
and-
Yeah, the size of the animal that the antlers.
What percentage of your customers are non-resident?
I would say probably somewhere around 90%. About 10% of our clients do come from in-state. A lot of the in-state guys are usually our pronghorn hunters. You know, because the Eastern Plains is virtually all private. Doesn't matter whether you're north, south, east, west on the plains.
And does CPW share with you any data about chronic wasting disease infestation?
So yes, you can go on and they produce maps and everything that give you percentages of when they do their mandatory testing, which is typically every other year. For that area there, I believe it's less than 5%, if I remember right. I'd have to look back.
Is there, are you aware of much bear and lion presence?
I believe that they inhabit the canyon and everything, but not in large numbers like what you would see in the mountains.
I'm up from that, Ken.
Yes, it is.
Elliot, what's the coordination between, say, existing ag leaseholders and a new recreation lease applicant? Are they supposed to talk and see if they get along and?
I mean, the selection of the lessees is up to us.
Yeah.
We review that, but the requirement for both parties is that they talk to one another. And so, absolutely, obviously the rec lease is a shorter window of when they're on there. So the ag lessee is the one that's there year round. And so careful coordination about, when the hunt happens and access to roads, potential issues like wear and tear on, facilities, fences, roads, things like that. All of those, there could be, there's mutual interest in things like water sources and so forth. So we require communication between them. We don't dictate exactly how that happens. Larger properties, like for instance, Lowry Ranch, where we have a number, a fairly large number of leases on the property. There's an annual meeting where everybody gets together and sort of trades notes and so forth. For properties like Chico or this, it's maybe not as formal as that, but that's definitely a component to how this works and is a requirement. And if it's not happening, then that's a violation of the lease. So,
thank you.
Elliot, was Steve Wooten expecting to make a comment?
Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Steve.
We got Steve in the counties here as well. So
I hadn't thought of anything, Commissioner, yet I had a question directly.
And you got a chance, I think.
The process was good and trust the process.
We appreciate you making the trip all the way up here. I know it's not right next to where it's.
Yeah.
But thank you for that opportunity.
Yes.
Apologize. Will there be members of the family living on the ranch? Or
Yes, they have been living there, and they my understanding is they'll continue to live on the ranch. Yeah. Yep.
All right, well, before we take up the motion, Alec, would you like to see if any member of the public has something to add to this conversation?
Absolutely. Folks listening along online or sitting here with us in person, would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. Commissioners, I've not seen any hands.
Right, would a commissioner be willing to offer a motion?
Can do so. I move that for the materials presented at our meeting today, we award the 10-year ag lease on Chancellor Ranch to Chacuaco. Is that right? Company LLC, and award the 10-year rec lease on the Chancellor Ranch to KB Outdoors.
Wonderful, thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. May I have a second?
second?
Second, Commissioner Pribble. All right, let's have a vote. Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble,
Aye.
Commissioner Harvey,
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Chair votes yes, motion carries 5-0. And thank you, Elliot, on behalf of the commissioner for the hard work. These RFPs are very time consuming, but delivers great outcomes.
Yeah, the committee works very, very hard on this. And so for the members that are here for that work on it, thank you for your recognition. I appreciate it.
Thank you for making the trek all the way
Yeah.
here.
Yes. Appreciate it. All right, I think we'll be adjourned for lunch. What?
Steve, did you have a comment?
No, it's just me. But did you have a comment?
Thank you. If I just want to say thank you to the staff. Been a great 10 years working with you all. Honored to be selected to be the great leasee again. I look forward to a whole lot of great work out there with research and CSU and down here. Thank you very much.
Great. Good, thanks. Thank you, Steve. All right, we're adjourned for lunch and we'll return at 1.
Looks like we're good to go.
Great. Welcome back to the October meeting. And with that, Rachel Turner, would you like to talk to us about the grazing policy?
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Rachel Turner, Field Operations Team Lead for the State Land Board. Today, I'm here to present the proposed modifications to Grazing Policy 300-004 as a final action item. The proposed changes are described in the cover sheet and the exhibits found in your board packets. These changes are designed to align our grazing policy with the new grazing rate formula that the board approved last month under Board Order 2025-047. There are also clerical updates and clarifications to some of the wording. I did want to take a moment to highlight the change to policy, formalizing the option for revenue share to lessees who implement additional management practices outside of our standard lease template. This is related to some of the programs our lessees are already participating in and receiving revenue share from, such as CRP and general CRP programs or grassland CRP programs, but also for the recent board approved programs such as biological carbon program. This policy update does not include any new information. It is just formalizing some of the decisions that the board has made over the past 3 years as part of our policy review process. With that, I'd like to request approval from the board for the updates in the grazing policy as reflected in the board packet. I am happy to answer any questions in the meantime, though. I also wanted to briefly share regarding the agriculture leasing program in December board meeting, slated to talk with you all for a little bit about that and some of the updates we're making within that program, as well as just some of our general process. And so my team and I are preparing for that conversation as well.
I missed which conversation, what is it on December?
Just an agriculture leasing updates.
Got it. Okay, exactly. All right. No questions.
This is on the topic, but not specific to the grazing update. I noticed in public comment, there was some citizen who decried the existence of a quote 1,500-page bill that would purport to prohibit or restrict grazing. What in the world is this person talking about? Do we know?
Yes, sir. I'm probably not the best person to answer.
Yes, Director Rosemary will take that.
Director Rosemary, for the record. So Commissioner Pribble, the Comanche and Cimarron National Grasslands are undertaking a federal land management planning process. And so the 1,500-page bill we are interpreting as a reference to that federal process. And Policy Director Aaron Ray from DNR mentioned earlier this morning that DNR, Colorado Water Conservation Board, and CPW are engaging on that planning process. We'll monitor it. And if we see that there's going to be any impact on trust lands, we will engage. But that was the reference. It was actually to a federal process.
So probably a ill-informed citizen.
No.
Or at least making an incorrect reference.
Articulating concerns about a process that the federal government is going on.
Okay, thank you.
And that is also tied to a number of other federal initiatives around connectivity of landscapes and corridors and animals and wildlife. So I think it's looking at all of that together and responding. All right, great. So back to you. We're got questions on the grazing policy specifically, and then we'll have a chance to really delve into more of the agricultural program in December.
So Rachel, I had a question about the that whole equation using corn prices, beef prices, the inverse, etc. And then at the very end, there's a modifier. And right now, I think it's 11% to get it to commercial rates or state rates. But that modifier is still human determined. So who gets to determine that modifier and how do you do it?
That's a great question. And so at the last board presentation, Lewis Martin kind of shared his process for getting that lease demand modifier. And that's the 20 years of data that he's collected of the private rates versus what the state land board's rates were. And over those 20 years, that ratio that he was observing kind of fluctuated between, I believe it's 10.5 and 11.5. points. And that's why we're choosing 11, because that seems to be the middle ground for what that kind of represented. But it's really a fail safe. If we see that the markets are changing too fast, who has the authority to change that? The board does. Staff does not change that modifier at all. It would be reviewed every 3 years per the policy review process, but at least looked at every 10 years very carefully based off of the way that we've written it in the.
And is the idea with that modifier to get state rates back within the ratio of our private rates, or, you know, some sort of fraction of private rates?
It is, yes, and it also, private rates fluctuate so much, so
Right.
it's an attempt for us to try and make sure that we're receiving the most revenue that we can for the beneficiaries, but also realizing that it's a state lease versus a private lease, and so it's typically at least 10% lower than a private rate is what our.
And I'm curious why we wouldn't just look at the average private rates in Colorado and do some percentage of that.
And that's what that survey that our original process was an attempt to do, but the board had asked a few years ago for us to go back and look at that process again, because that process, it was not returning enough data to make a really good claim for the entire state. And so this way, it's a way that producers can look at the commodity markets and they can get an idea of, you know, my bill's gonna do this just based off of that. And so I do think that's a good change for the producers. But it's a really hard thing to try and capture private leasing rates in Colorado.
Okay. Sure.
Rachel, in December, when we talk about the agriculture program, will we be discussing discussing sort of elements of how the factors that we review, that you all review for RFPs and for competitive bids, and sort of re-looking at all of that?
I certainly can. At this point in time, I wasn't really focusing on RFPs. Like I said, my team and I have worked a little bit on updating some of our documents, and we're in the process of doing that now. And so what I envision the December meeting is I can talk about a process being like our competitive bid process, kind of give some background on that, and then say, here are some of the updates we made to our forms, like our evaluation form that we use within our competitive bid process. And so I'm hoping that's a little bit of both, a little informational, but also a little bit, here are the updates that we're making.
There's been some discussion sort of in and around about how to maybe expand the portfolio of properties that are included in the RP process. So I guess maybe this question is for Assistant Director Hoyt, or you, that when are we imagining we might take up that kind of conversation?
Excellent question. I can work with Rachel on whether we can have that conversation at the same time that we're talking about other agricultural topics, or if it feels like we've got a full slate of things.
Yeah.
Then maybe we'll pick a different date and then coordinate with obviously through Director Rosmarino with you on when that would be appropriate to put on a board agenda.
So I think it's just something we've talked about a bit, and it might be nice to actually get it on the agenda and have the rest of the commissioners involved in that conversation.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, I will absolutely start discussing with Elliot, Assistant Director, and to try and formulate a good plan for that. My initial thoughts are it's probably going to involve conversations with the Attorney General's office too, just to make sure we're applying 118 rights correctly.
Or being creative as to different ways to approach that, I mean, within the intent, obviously. Great, it doesn't have to happen in December necessarily, but I want to make sure we don't lose track. Does anyone have any further questions on the raising policy? I do appreciate the insertion that sort of speaks to the flexibility and the creativity that you all might employ as we think about how to get those stewardship outcomes. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. Sure, I'm not seeing any hands.
Hey, all right, may we have a motion on the raising policy?
Chair, I'm prepared to take that. I move that the board approve policy review 300-004, raising leasing as appearing in our board order.
Wonderful, thank you, Commissioner Heath. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scanlon. Any other further discussion? Doesn't appear so. Commissioner Harvey, how would you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Yes.
chair votes yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Rachel.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. All right, so next up is the battery energy storage system, and I think Mr. Rodenberg is going to be joining virtually.
Hi there, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. David Rodenberg, Renewable Energy Program Manager. I just want to say first off that it was my intention to be there today in person, but became ill over the past day or so and felt it was better to do this from home. So I look forward to seeing you guys next time. With that said, this final action item is a recommendation from staff asking the board to approve a renewable energy battery storage facility production lease to Morel Energy Storage LLC. Morel is a subsidiary of Plus Power LLC. This item is coming to the board for decision because all renewable energy production leases require board approval. Also, if approved by the board, this will be the board's second battery storage specific production lease. So this production lease, if approved by the board, will not only meet the state land board's energy goals, but it will also earn the state school trust $2.4 million over the 31-year lease term of the project. So the project is located here. Hold on just a second. Yeah, can you see that? Okay, so the project is located here in Moffat County and is approximately 4.5 miles south of Craig and about 0.5 miles west of the Craig coal power plant. So the board has a three-phase process when it comes to renewable energy leasing on state trust land. The first phase prior to issuing a lease is the pre-application review, where staff goes through a detailed review of the request. Each program manager reviews the proposed project and the related state trust land and how it may affect their particular program. This review also includes the district manager, the stewardship trust manager, and the conservation services manager. The second phase is the planning lease, which allows the developer to demonstrate a certain amount of land rights to develop the project, which includes site planning, obtaining a power purchase agreement with the utility, and obtain the necessary local government approvals. Planning leases are generally issued by staff. However, prior to issuing a planning lease, if an agricultural lessee objects to the lease, staff will bring the planning lease to the board for review and decision, giving the agricultural lessee the opportunity to speak to the board. And then the third phase is the production lease, which provides the project developer with the right to construct and operate a renewable energy project on state trust land. All renewable energy production leases require board approval. This project has gone through the first two phases, which is why we are here today to present this battery storage project and the negotiated terms and to seek board approval. So Plus Power, the parent company, is North America's leader in battery energy storage systems. They were founded in early 2018 and since then have 11 gigawatts of battery storage. So this specific project is located here. It's this blue area that you see right there. This is Craig, Hayden, and Maybell. So this gives you an idea sort of from a high perspective where this project is located. So this slide is zoomed up into that location. Section 21 and Township 6 North, Range 91 West, which includes this area right here, contains a total of 239.56 acres of state trust land. The State Land Board entered into a planning lease with Morel in June of this year, so just a few months ago, for 80 acres of those of those total acres identified by the crosshatched blue area. So that's the area that was under the planning lease. This is the same map that shows the location of the proposed project and the related 32 acres within the section. That's this acres that you see right here. This map also shows the proposed access to the project shown here in red. And it's an existing 2-track road. So this is a picture that just gives you an example of what a battery energy storage system looks like. This is actually an existing battery storage facility on state trust land within the Thunderwolf solar utility scale project lease that we have in Pueblo County. So the proposed lease terms, the specific terms that are important for the board to understand is that this will be a 32-acre leased project area. The battery storage will have 200 megawatts of power storage capacity. There'll be 48 months of pre-construction term, and then 24 months construction period, and then a 25-year production lease term. I want to point out that in the board cover sheet, I believe it says that the production term is 1 through 20, and it should have said 1 through 25. The pre-construction period is unique, and I'll explain the reason for this on the next slide. The staff recognizes that we are asking the board's approval for the sole surface use of 32 acres that will have some long-term impact of the land. However, staff is comfortable asking this because the land is considered to be fair, not excellent, and we have language in our lease regarding decommissioning and restoration requirements after the life of the project. We will be requiring a performance bond, and the revenue on such a small amount of acres is significant. So the total revenue for this project is estimated to be about $2.4 million. That consists of 3 main categories. The first one is the one-time initial payments, non-refundable, upon execution of the lease, which includes or consists of an installation payment of $64,000 and the first year of the pre-construction period payment, which is $32,000. That pre-construction period will be, like I mentioned earlier, up to 4 years or 48 months. And that pre-construction period is not a typical term within the board's production leases. However, Morel requested this term due to material milestones and dependencies outside of their control that may impact the project schedule. Those dependencies include the interconnection process and schedule, which is controlled by Tri-State. And results from the interconnection process may impact the results and design components of Morel's battery storage facility, which will require more time. Additionally, Tri-State and Morel will need to procure interconnection facilities and other electrical equipment, such as high voltage circuit breakers, main power transformer, and that has a procurement lead time of up to 50 months, potentially. So that's the first category. The second category is the remaining pre-production payments, which total up to $281,697. This includes or consists of the remaining annual post-construction period payments, which is the $32,000 per year for up to 3 additional years, which would be $96,000. And then the construction period annual payments of $64,000 per year for up to 2 years, totaling $128,000. Additionally, there's for the access road easement payment, that would be an additional $57,697. And then lastly, the production rent revenue over the term of the 25 years, which will be $2 million, and that consists of a $64,000 annual payment with a 2% escalator. In addition, there will be a $225,000 bond to be held for the life of the lease. We also require liability insurance, which has a $1 million minimum requirement, but can be increased based on a risk analysis. We have not increased that amount with any of our renewable energy production leases to date regarding the liability insurance payment, but are considering due to the potential higher risk with battery storage. So I wanted to point out that this production lease affects two different agricultural lessees. The first is this yellow area, which is with Jake Timmer, and then this orange area, which is with Duzick Livestock. The majority of the project is on acres that are leased by Mr. Duzick, which is this blue line that you see here, and minimally affects Mr. Timmer's lease, which is to the west here in the yellow. Mr. Duzick was very much in support of the project. Mr. Timmer didn't offer any issues or concerns, probably not necessarily in support of it, but didn't issue any major concerns on how it affects his agricultural lease. The rangeland condition, as I mentioned earlier, is considered fair. So when assessing properties for solar use, staff rates the property as either poor, fair, or good, or excellent. Fair being about a 2 to 3 on a 1 to 5 scale, and 5 being excellent. So staff followed all agency procedures regarding lease application review and analysis. Prior to issuing a planning lease, the Renewable Energy Program Manager solicited feedback from the District Manager, the Stewardship Trust Manager, the Conservation Services Manager, and all program managers. No significant issues or concerns were identified during that initial review. The proposed project will follow local land use and regulations, as well as all federal regulations and requirements. For use with all renewable energy leasing decisions, staff has developed best management practices, known as BMPs, for renewable energy projects through consultation with industry experts and other state and federal agencies. The BMPs that are in the renewable energy production leases direct a lessee to mitigate potential adverse impacts to state trust land that may occur during and after project development. BMPs also help to minimize conflicts with other lessees and to ensure successful site restoration at the end of the construction activity and again at the end of the project life. So power purchase agreements and/or storage agreements are essential to any renewable project. Morel has executed an energy storage agreement with Tri-State. The agreement spells out the development, design, construction, ownership, and operation of a 200 megawatt battery energy storage system. The project will deliver power via an interconnection gen-tie line to the Craig substation. So this is updated information since the cover sheet was written and published. This all occurred after that. So I just wanted to make sure I update the board with that information. The conditional use permit and the zoning change have also been approved by Moffat County. And again, this is an update from when the cover sheet was originally written. In addition, Morel has completed their environmental studies with no significant findings. Cultural archaeological investigations were completed and concluded that there were no significant issues or concerns. Lastly, CPW consultation began in August, and CPW responded with recommendations for construction methods and time of year restrictions to mitigate any potential impact to wildlife. Morel will incorporate CPW recommendations into final designs and construction plans. CPW also did not anticipate any major impacts to sage grouse, which this is in that area, but requested that survey results when available. Morel has not received a response from the USFWS, but anticipates their conclusions will align with CPW's. So the benefits from the project will be that this project will generate significant long-term and consistent revenue for the school trust. A minimal amount of acres are affected, and battery storage represents the highest and best use of these acres at this time. And it supports the state land board's goals as well as Colorado's renewable energy goals. So with that said, staff recommends that the board approve a battery energy storage system production lease with Morel Energy Storage located on 32 acres of school trust land in section 21, township 6 north, range 91 west in Moffat County. The lease will include all of the terms described in the cover sheet and more specifically described in the board order. We also have a representative from Plus Power who is online with us, Cameron Whithume, Director of Land Management, who would like to speak for a few minutes. And then after that, we will both be available for any questions or comments that the board may have.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, commissioners. I just wanted to briefly introduce myself. My name is Cam Whithume. I'm the Director of Land Management at Plus Power. And as David mentioned, Plus Power is a leader in the battery energy standalone storage industry, or BESS for short. We currently have 8 projects in operation across the U.S., another expected to COD before the end of this year, and then another 11 gigawatts of future projects in the development pipeline. I just wanted to thank both Jared Smith and David, who have been excellent to work with throughout this entire process. We're very excited to partner with the state and look forward to continued collaboration with all the stakeholders involved to bring a successful project online. Thanks again.
David, anything else?
No, that's it for me. I'm just here for any questions or comments you may have.
Commissioner Preble?
So can you hear me okay?
I can, yep.
All right. This question may be more for the fellow from Plus Power. What makes relatively sparsely populated northwestern Colorado attractive for a battery storage facility? Maybe this has to do with the physics of electrical generation and transmission, but educate us on that a little bit.
Sure, yeah. I mean, at a very high level, Tri-State submitted an RFP looking for storage, and that was largely based on the expectation that the Craig coal plant is going to be decommissioned in the near future. So as they look for, more energy assets to support the transmission grid, this was an opportunity to bid into that RFP, be as, co-located closest to that substation as possible, again, to act as kind of a pacemaker, if you will, for the transmission grid.
So, where is the generation source, since it will at some point in the future be not be that Craig generating station, but elsewhere? Is this power that's coming from far away and you park it here for a while? Do we send it to California or whatever?
Yeah, so that's a question for Tri-State. Really, our battery standalone storage. So we don't generate any power. We just, simply store it in the low times and then add it back to the grid in the peak times. That is, what the energy storage agreement that we now have executed with Tri-State kind of dictates. And then, it's up to their discretion on how they, utilize it within their transmission grid. But our battery can accept power from the grid regardless of the generator.
Right, thank you.
No
Commissioner,
problem.
I would just like to add, we have a solar utility scale planning lease just northeast of this facility. It's a planning lease, so it's not, it doesn't have a power purchase agreement or anything like that. And then I'm also aware of a wind project that's west of this area, nearby. And again, I don't know that any of those will necessarily provide power to this storage facility, but there are renewable energy projects in the vicinity that are planning to occur or have occurred, which might benefit from this storage facility.
David, a follow-up question on that. So basically then the sources of power, whether it's wind or solar, do not go directly to the battery storage. It goes through the substation. Excess is then routed back to the batteries and then again routed back to the substation when they need it.
It's a good question. I'll refer to Cameron on that one.
Yeah, I think in so many words that's close. It's Again, our standalone storage facility, it supports the transmission grid. So the relationship that we have with Tri-State is that, they're able to utilize us as a grid asset. And what that means can differ depending on what their needs are. So, there's some places where we have batteries where they call it black start, where they need power, quickly to kind of restart the entire grid. Sometimes batteries are utilized for that. Other times, again, it's just in a way to stabilize the grid overall in times of peak demand.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add to one more too. So like in places there's a lot of battery storage facilities in like places like Texas. So in places where there's blackouts and brownouts, these help stabilize that and avoid the utilities having to do that. I believe I think it was Tri-State or Xcel had actually provided a notice just a few months back to customers that said that there was potential for brownouts and blackouts, and this would be a development that would help avoid that.
Cameron, do you see other attractive sites on state lands or for similar installations?
Yeah, we actually haven't done a ton of research into state land outside of this area specifically. Again, we were responding to the Tri-State RFP, which, it selected sites that there was a benefit to being closer to the Craig coal plant. I think it's definitely a great opportunity. We would, appreciate the ability to look at more land and when it's available and, kind of follow the opportunity.
Commissioner, I would like to add to that. We have a planning lease for another battery storage facility, literally directly and adjacent north of this facility with another company. And then just northeast of here by maybe a quarter of a mile, same vicinity, we have a planning lease being reviewed, or an application for a planning lease that we're reviewing currently that would be another battery storage facility. So just wanted to let you know in that area, there's certainly a lot of desire for battery storage facilities. And overall, I've had several more developers interested in battery storage on state trust land as well.
Good to hear. Thank you. Commissioner Heath?
Yes, I'm not sure which of you could answer this. Is this part of the transition for Craig, and are there incentive dollars as a part of that come from the state? No.
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Transitioning to coal operation in Craig.
Oh.
I thought there were dollars put into that for incentives for development of other initiatives. No, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure personally. I don't think that was related to our project or the RFP.
That's not a part of yours. All right, thank you.
A question. There doesn't appear to be any more questions. Alec, how about to see if anyone has, any of the public has a comment?
Absolutely. Folks listening online, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function. And Commissioner, it looks like we have one commenter. I will move them over to comments. Karen Pate, you should be a panelist and are able to unmute and show yourself on camera to address the board.
Yes, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'm Karen Pate, and I like following your renewable energy progress. And I will say that the battery energy storage system that's this lease that's proposed is awesome. It's the right location. I follow Tri-State closely because they are my power provider. And I'm aware of the actions they're taking at Craig. And this is because they have the infrastructure up there, this is certainly a great match. So I'm glad that it's on the table for you all. I did have a couple of comments though. I was surprised at a couple surprises that I wanted to comment about on the specifics. So because this is a private industrial venture using state trust lands to somewhat to their advantage. As with oil and gas leases, I was surprised there wasn't a royalty sharing fee or some way for the state land board to share in their profits. So that was one of my comments. The second one was around the performance bond being only 225,000 seems very, very low. Because I appreciate the comments from Morel and the larger company that's involved in this transaction. But if the company were to walk away or go bankrupt, then it'll be the state land board's responsibility. They'll be responsible for the cost of restoring the land. And these lithium ion batteries, they are hazardous waste because of their ignitability and reactivity. And that could cause very high disposal costs. So a quick Google search, I checked how much will it cost to properly dispose of 200 megawatts of batteries. And it says it could be between 8.3 million and 45 million. That's a huge range. And that would be a huge bond. So I'm not exactly sure how the bond would, get set. But it doesn't seem that 225 would even come close to covering your expenses. So those are just the only two comments I have, but I appreciate your time and the opportunity to comment, and I'm glad to see this coming about. I just want to help make sure that there's protections.
Thank you, Karen. David,
So-
do you have any thoughts on
Yeah.
the bond?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd just like to make a few comments. Regarding the royalty question, so the revenue opportunity is set and determined by the power purchase agreement as far as the developer is concerned. And then we negotiate a price with all those considerations in. So it's a set amount. There's not an opportunity for the developer to where they're going to get additional opportunities within that power purchase agreement term. So it's sort of a set amount, first of all. So royalty doesn't really seem to make sense here. The PPA term is similar to the term of the production lease. So when the production lease expires, the state land board then has an opportunity to renegotiate the financial terms of the lease. It seems like the more appropriate time for any kind of change. I mean, we have escalators put in place with the production lease payment to account for additional revenue throughout each year of the term of the lease. So that's my comment there. I don't know if the board has any additional comments in regards to that.
It doesn't appear so.
Okay. And then regarding the bonding question, I mean, that's a very good point. So we have a calculation that we use for renewable energy projects when it comes to solar and wind, which is based off of the megawatts. It's $25,000 plus an additional $25,000 per megawatt. So a significantly greater amount. And those numbers were based off of research, which was done based off of industry. And we feel like it appropriately covers the decommissioning and risk for those types of renewable energy projects, which usually consist of a lot more land. With battery storage, since it's a more condensed area as opposed to a large scale wind or solar projects, we used a different calculation, and it was closer to our right-of-way encumbrance calculation, which is based on $1 per acre amount. In this case, we used $7,000 per acre. Additionally, although the equipment degrades over time, there's still a significant amount of value left related to that equipment. So if Plus Power were to go bankrupt or walk away, there are financial investors who would have significant interest in recouping costs by getting whatever salvage value they could by selling and removing the equipment. All things considered, we believe the risk of the state land board having to remove all this equipment and restore the property on its own dime is pretty low. And as mentioned earlier, the board's battery storage leases requires an insurance policy to be in place, which has a minimum coverage requirements of $1 million. With that said, staff has not done a value risk analysis regarding bonds and liability insurance specifically for battery storage projects. It has been my intention to do so, and we could certainly do that before we execute this lease and apply those results of that analysis to the lease if it is greater than what we currently have. And additionally, I would just want the board to keep in mind that we have language in our production leases that allows the board to review the bond amount every 5 years and increase that amount if it determines that the remediation amounts have increased, which includes the costs related to the removal of the facilities.
Cameron, are you still on there?
I'm here.
Okay, so be interesting to hear your opinion about salvage value and reclamation, you know, if something went wrong with the whole project.
Of course, yeah. Realistically, I think David covered it extremely well. You know, while the production lease will be for 32 acres, the actual project footprint is much, much smaller. Majority of the equipment is recycled and has relevant salvage value. For example, the batteries themselves and the enclosures are likely to be purchased by recyclers or even the manufacturers back. The remaining infrastructure is made up of steel, the concrete pads, electrical equipment that would be recycled as it is on any other normal development. The majority of the cost in decommissioning is really the transportation of the materials off site. But as David mentioned, Plus Power is also incentivized by both our commitments to Tri-State via the commercial agreement and then our financial lenders to help ensure these types of risks are never realized. So, you know, again, I think David covered, you know, this all pretty well.
Cameron, a quick follow-up on that. So are you saying that as part of your project development costs, you have insurance that you're required to carry insurance that covers the breakdown or disposal of the equipment?
Yes, I mean, so we have multiple different kind of insurance, and also, you know, I think I'll just cover it broadly in commitments to, you know, Tri-State for providing the required power to them, and then as well as our financial lenders for, you know, the whole package and the project operating as intended in itself. So there's protections for all of the entities involved, and especially the state land board.
Pursuant to that contract with Tri-State.
One method, correct.
Commissioners, are any more questions here before we have a motion and then maybe some subsequent discussion? Okay, thank you, Cameron. Are there any other public comments?
Commissioner, I did not see any other hand raised.
Okay. Great, all right.
I do want to compliment the person who raised these issues that seemed very
Yes.
well informed and was useful for us.
Yes. May I have a motion for this matter, this lease?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve a battery energy storage system production lease with Morel Energy Storage located on school trust land in section 21, Moffett County. And yes, that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Harvey. Any other further points? I agree with you, Josie, that was good to think about. I bet there is a lot of demand for recycle, but still, it's a really good point to bring up. Any other comments or discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Scanlon.
Yes.
Commissioner Heath.
Yes.
Commissioner Pribble.
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you, David.
Thank you, commissioners.
Once. Right.
I'll use your agenda. I think it's the leasing. Yes, the leasing agenda, Mr. Bissett.
Yes.
There you are.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andy Bissett for the Transactions and Record Services team. Here to present the October board leasing agenda. This month consisting of 8 items, 2 bids, 2 agriculture bids, and then we have 6 new leases. 2 agriculture, 1 right of way, 1 solar, and 2 commercial this month. Staff is available to answer any questions you might have on the October BLA. And staff does recommend approval of the October 2025 board leasing agenda.
I had a general question for Ms. Majors. And that is always nice to see these commercial leases on the agenda. Any insights or, opinions about what you're seeing out there in the marketplace as it affects our assets? In general, I mean.
Yes, Commissioner Julie Majors for the record. I'm in the commercial real estate section, so we're seeing a very consistent flow. Where there's not a high velocity, but we're getting a lot of renewals. I think the Siemens deal that you see here, they've been in this building since 2008. And we've seen just a lot of, we're seeing, we do still have some downsizing. But for the most part, we are booking deals. We've got leases that are coming, new leases, new companies coming to the office building. So it's hard to predict.
But it is getting a little better.
But it is getting better. Yeah.
Great.
I would say.
Relieved to hear that. Any other questions, Commissioner? All right, any public comment?
Folks listening online, like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom.
Thank you. All right, how about a motion?
I move that the board approve the statewide leasing agenda for October 2025.
Thank you,
As
Commissioner
presented.
Scanlon. Second, Commissioner Heath. Doesn't appear to be debate, so Commissioner Harvey,
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Mr. Scanlon,
Aye.
and the chair votes yes. Motion carries. Thank you, guys. All right, now for the fun stuff. Oh, the minutes, that's not the fun stuff. All right. Does anybody, any commissioners, do you have any changes, modifications, or comments about the minutes to the board meeting from last month? We're quite detailed. Okay, then I declare the minutes are hereby approved by acclamation. Thank you. Now we move on to the stewardship report, the fun stuff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Godsagan, the Stewardship and Ecosystem Services Program Manager. And I'm pleased to present the annual stewardship report for fiscal year 2025. Are we ready? Oh, we're ready to go. Well, I'm going to take a minute anyway. I just wanted to say that I'm the lucky person that gets to be here to present this. But this report represents the work from all of our staff. And so I don't want to imply that it's just the stewardship team that does this. And so many of those accomplishments from staff are listed in Exhibit 3, like of your cover sheet. I also want to just say that my presentation today is kind of a high-level overview of the information that's in the cover sheet. There's a lot more in there that I'm going to touch on. And then finally, I just wanted to say that for those of you that have been on the board for a little while, you've seen some of this information before. I was hoping to change it up a little bit this year, but given that we have a new director and 2 new board commissioners, I decided to kind of keep some of the traditional information in. And so you'll see some of these slides. You'll recognize some of these. So with that, I just want to not use that mouse. So these two values of sound stewardship, I have sound stewardship today and sustainable revenue tomorrow. Really, these two values or goals of sound stewardship and sustainable revenue they're inextricably linked together. Both of them need to be accomplished today, but also for future generations. But it's what guides our decision making here at the state. I'm going to start with a review of kind of the last 46, it's really 48 and coming on very close to 50 years of stewardship at the State Land Board. And I've kind of looked back the history of the State Land Board. I've been here for 18 years now, actually. But the State Land Board has a record of about almost 50 years of stewardship. And this dates back to 1977 with the adoption of the inclusion of some state trust lands in the Colorado Natural Areas Program. And I'm going to talk about each of these tools that I mentioned today, just briefly, but I want to give you some historical context. So, and also since that time, the board began to use long-term non-development leases kind of for lands over kind of solid minerals, but for people that didn't want to have the solid minerals developed, the board did kind of like a surface non-development lease. And so that was for a long period of time, almost 20 years, that was the main tool, two stewardship tools the State Land Board used. Then in 1996, what I call kind of the beginning of the stewardship trust focus years, there's about 15 years of that, where really the focus was put on, looking at the properties that were put into the stewardship trust. Reasonable and consistent revenue really became applied to all state trust lands, not just the lands that were in the stewardship trust. And in 2008, lease stipulations for oil and gas and solid minerals began to be applied pretty consistently on our leasing. It doesn't mean that individually in the past, some individual leases might have had some stipulations, but the board really began to do it consistently. And that persisted for about another 15 years. And then in 2011, things began to change a bit. The board approved and the FTE was secured from the legislature for the first full-time stewardship trust manager. And I was lucky enough to be that person. And at that time, the board also began to have more of a stewardship focus. The first asset management plans were adopted. Lowry was the first when the board realized the significant amount of oil and gas reserves under that, but that property was in the stewardship trust. That really led to the first asset management plan for the Lowry, and that plan was so successful that we began to adopt them for other large properties. It also was kind of this agency's first modern strategic plan. We also began to look at and develop stewardship action plans and holistic and regenerative grazing also on the Lowry Ranch property. And then moving forward, the last almost 10 years or so, really integrating a lot of these stewardship tools across all of our operations. We had hired additional staff, the stewardship trust manager, more resource specialists to help the field offices do more inspections over time, communications and outreach. And just this past year, we were able to hire the biodiversity program manager and the regenerative grazing program manager. And so these two kind of diagrams look at these land management tools that I just described. Some of these, we often say that we have 7 stewardship tools. I'm going to be talking a little bit about those. They're all integrated through the strategic plan and those annual business goals that you just approved last year. Staff recommends those for each year. And then we began to integrate them more with administrative tools of communication and outreach, our lessee stewardship forums, the forums. All staff are supposed to have a stewardship goal as part of their individual performance objectives, line of business plans, and so forth. And those are integrated through these strategic plans. So this really integrates it even more so within the fabric of the agency. And these land-based stewardship tools, just a quick glance, these little puzzle pieces are shown in relative proportion to the amount of land that they occupy. So the Natural Areas Program, pretty small. Remember, this is one of our oldest tools dating back almost 50 years. It's just over 32,000 acres. Then came a stewardship trust, just under 300,000 acres. Lease stipulations, I would say 400,000 acres and counting. Every time we approve a lease now, we're adding lease stipulations. It's pretty consistent when we do that because of our line of business review. Asset management plans, this number, just over 500,000 acres, is the total number of acres that were involved when the asset plans were first developed. We've since sold some of these lands. So this number is a little bit less than that now. And then stewardship action plans totaling over 470,000 acres. And regenerative grazing, this number is increasing every year, especially now with our new regenerative grazing program manager. So the area subject to stewardship tools is at least 1.8 million acres. And actually one of the major stewardship action plans coming on, the biodiversity plan, that'll really bring it up to almost our full ownership because that will apply to all of our needs. So going through these 7 tools, I'm just going to go through them briefly. This map kind of shows the location of these 24 properties distributed well across the state, but totaling just 32,000 acres or a little bit more. The Colorado Natural Areas Program is administered by a council, the Colorado Natural Areas Council. It has a permanent seat for a state land board commissioner, and Commissioner Josie Heath has occupied that seat since the beginning of her tenure. So thank you very much. She is off. I think this is you on this side over here. And then I just wanted to show a picture of a typical kind of site visit from the natural area staff. Lindsay Brandt is second from the left on there. She often accompanies these monitoring visits. And importantly, each year, even though Lindsay will monitor many of these properties once every three years, the great thing about the Natural Areas Program is they have a volunteer steward that visits this property every single year. They see it in good years and bad. They really get to know these properties, and it's really, that whole process is part of the success of the Natural Areas Program.
If you'll permit me, I must say, it's extraordinary. Many of these rare plants are in very difficult locations where access to them requires really a major effort to get there. To visit these volunteers only go photograph, document, do all of this. It's just extraordinary.
Thank you. And the Stewardship Trust, these are also well distributed. They're shown on the map in orange. We have large properties and small. You're not going to see the small ones, but they range in anywhere from, I think the smallest is 120 acres up to, I think, the 48,000 acres of the Chico Basin Range. And even all of that is not in the Stewardship Trust. There's more information in the board packet about this and some of the goals that were accomplished this year and what's coming forward. The board also reviews these at least once every 5 years. So the staff takes a look at new information coming in. You also last reviewed some of these about 3 years ago when we took out the Lahar property and Boha because of those proposed transactions. So there's 105 properties. They're capped at 300,000 acres, and we keep that just below that to give us some wiggle room. But it's always been between 295 and 300,000 acres. This is our Spring Creek Stewardship Trust property in Park County. It hasn't been. This past year, staff was able to monitor 44 of 105 properties in fiscal year 25. 96% of those properties were inspected within the last 3 years. The Stewardship Trust policy requires us to do 100%. And I just want to say that the fiscal year division in the middle of the summer really kind of wreaks havoc with us being able to accomplish that goal. Some years were a little over 100%, but we're very close. And one of the reasons we're a little low is because the Stewardship Trust manager position has not been filled. We took some time to reclassify that position, and that's the large reason that was delayed. Staff also reviewed and updated 20 Stewardship Trust management plans, completed 10 reviews involving new uses on Stewardship Trust properties. Remember, any new use that comes in on a stewardship trust property has to protect the natural values. And in the process of those staff reviews, 2 new uses were declined. They were both tower sites on stewardship trust properties. 2 were approved and 6 notifications were waived. And I can give more information on those waivers, but they were really insignificant uses. One of them, for example, was the new use of the grassland carbon lease on Chico Basin. We didn't feel that that warranted a notification of a new use because it's really just the slight change in grazing management practices. And then also another major accomplishment for the program was what we really streamlined staff access to the stewardship trust inspection reports. And that was by incorporating them into the Atlas program. The next stewardship tool is asset management plans. These are being developed on properties that are generally more than about 25,000 acres. There's 1 or 2 properties that are smaller than that. For example, the Hesperus property or North Mountain Ranches. But these properties are outlined in red. And there are 10 properties totaling over 500,000 acres. And the goal is to update them once every 5 years. These 2, Bohart and Lahara, and the Hesperus, we're not updating those either because of proposed sales or the Hesperus property has been turned over in terms of the management to Fort Lewis College. This leaves 7 properties totaling just under 400,000 acres that staff is regularly updating. This is just a picture of the Chico Basin Ranch when we were out there a few months ago. This is one of the properties that's prioritized for updating in 2020, in fiscal year 2026. Stewardship action plans. These are documents that staff prepares to review and manage protected species or ecosystem across many, many properties. We have 3 of these. One is greater sage grouse in Northwest Colorado. This covers about 250,000 acres, a 250,000 acres. Lesser prairie chickens, we have about 75,000 acres in lesser prairie chicken habitat. And then fens in the center part of the state, like in our mountain area. And it involves nearly 1,100 surface parcels, 404,000 surface acres, and also does affect leasing decisions for some of our subsurface leases and assets as well. So these stewardship action plans, I kind of call them policy documents, though they are not policies, but they are a document that are approved by the board. They contain kind of pre-approved, board-approved leasing directives and stipulations. This is guidance for staff and it's guidance for our lessees. Mitigation is required for permanent loss of habitat for these types of habitat or for wildlife. And it also contains an adaptive management tool. So as part of my annual report, I'm going to tell you, I always give you an update of what are some of the impacts to our leasing decisions based on these stipulations. I'm also obligated to tell you of any property enhancements and other accomplishments, the financial impact of these leasing decisions, and any recommendations for change. They're also reviewed by the board every 5 years. The greater sage grouse one was last updated in 2021, and the lesser prairie chicken in 2020. So I'll be coming to you for board review and action in November, just a month from now. And same thing with fens. This was also approved in 2020. So as part of this report back to you on the impact of financial decisions, this year for the first time, there were actually no new leases that were not accepted in stewardship action plan areas. So it does mean that we may have accepted them, but we didn't pass up any and decline any because of potential impacts. And therefore, this total estimated net present value of the 30-year revenue that we forwent, I guess, since fiscal year 2021, when we first began to track this, was between $1.6 million and $26.1 million. That lower value represents the lost planning lease revenue, and the upper value is staff's best guesstimate. We've developed a formula based on risk and probability of these planning leases going to production lease, what percentage of land might end up in that production lease, and what kind of revenue that we would expect. And that's our best guess that the revenue that's been foregone since 2021. But there was no additional revenue that staff didn't, that the board didn't realize this past fiscal year. For lease stipulations, of the proposed new leases, 19 tracts were nominated and reviewed for oil and gas leasing in fiscal year 2025. 18 were leased with stipulations to protect either ecological or biological concerns. And 24 other surface development leases were reviewed and STIPs applied by staff. So this is the result of our line of business review process where proposed surface development leases are reviewed by all staff and stipulations apply. Also, 1,660 staff inspections were completed in fiscal year 25. This includes everything from well inspections to stewardship trust monitoring, recreation program leasing inspections, and also all the inspections that are done by our field staff. This is a picture of Cooper Carlson, our north area resource specialist on our Chalk Bluffs property. And then regenerative grazing. This is what we call one of our 7 stewardship tools. This past year, staff initiated the State Land Board Regenerative Agriculture Program. An important part of this is taking over the lessee forums. This past year, 136 total attendees representing over 63 leases and over 1.5 million acres of trust land participated in these 3 State Land Board sponsored programs. There were 2 all-day agricultural forums led by Dr. Roy Roth, who sadly has since passed away, and 1 3-day adaptive grazing management program led by Burke Tykert and Nick Trainer on the Lowry Ranch. And in addition, our new regenerative grazing program manager, Jesse Price, has held one-on-one meetings with several lessees representing at least 75,000 acres of trust land, looking at the opportunity to apply regenerative grazing practices on state trust lands, and was also very involved with the development of the biological carbon program. Briefly, I want to just touch on other stewardship work. We also tracked the number of temporary access permits that was done to support stewardship related work. This past year, staff issued 209 temporary access permits, and at least 30% of those were stewardship related. This would increase to probably 50 or more, or 60% if you included all this other lease due diligence that is done by surface development companies in the process of developing rights of way or oil and gas or all these other programs. And looking at the different funds that are available, either funded through the base budget or through the I&D fund, staff estimated that over $1 million was expended on stewardship related projects in fiscal year 2025. The majority of this for the past year was with investment in development. Okay, questions on these? And then finally, I just want to conclude by touching on 4 highlighted projects. I like to pick an overview of projects that were done this past year. The first that I've chosen to review, these are not contained in your board packet, but I just handpicked these from all the projects that are listed in the Exhibit 3 work of your packet. The biological carbon program. The board approved in fiscal year 2025 the first forest carbon ecosystem services production lease, the Plant Life, the first grassland carbon lease on the Chico Basin Ranch, and the first 2 qualified project developers. We've since increased the number of acres both in the carbon lease program and the qualified number of carbon project developers, but this was what was done in fiscal year 2025. This is a picture of our ranch by Mike Camblin's ranch. He's not one of our carbon lessees, but he is participating in a carbon lease. We're hoping that the few properties of state trust land that he's included as that he leases will be folded into a program. But he led the state in working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on a state wildlife area. And then 2 large ranch RFPs. You approved the second one, one of the 2 big projects that we had with both the Williams Park Ranch up in Routt County, 7,300 acres. There was 7 ag and 5 recreation applicants, and the board eventually one lessee that did both ag and rec was selected. And then the Chancellor Ranch, over 50,000 acres, 12 ag applicants, 14 rec applicants. And as you approved today, you selected and approved the 1 agricultural lessee and the 1 rec lessee for that. As you mentioned, these projects really take a lot of time, but we really are able to secure the best applicants for the outcomes of the property and for the financial returns for the trust. I also wanted to highlight on a Wildlands Restoration Volunteers partnership project. I've shared a number of these with you. We do a couple of these every year. I highlighted this one because this one was a capacity building project. There's a lot of interest in the public in taking part in these programs, but what they're finding is they don't have enough trained trainers or volunteer leaders to support all this. And so they were looking for projects and properties that are located along the Front Range where they could train people. And so this was a very successful one on the Meadow Creek property. This was year 1 of 2. And so they'll be doing the same thing again next year. And we're pleased to be a part of that project. This was funded completely by a private donor. And then finally, the Chico Basin Bird Banding Station, which you all visited just a month or so ago. This involved CU Denver, Colorado Building Workshop. It was funded through a investment and development fund project of $225,000 and provides safety and a short-term rental opportunity for our lessees there and for the state land board. And with that, I just want to conclude with kind of 2 broad priorities for the coming year. The first is to expand the biological carbon program, looking to enhance and restore biodiversity hotspots, wetlands, fens, rare plants, and wildlife habitat, and increase the number of regenerative grazing lessees as well. And finally, expand biodiversity initiatives. And this involves initiating a biodiversity metric protocol that I hope to bring before you for consideration in the coming months, incorporating biodiversity measures into agricultural lease inspections, and finally, identifying properties for biodiversity enhancement. And with that, that wraps that up, and I have a series of questions. If you have any questions about these tools or other opportunities you'd like to see. Questions?
Yeah, Mindy, first of all, I salute you and your staff for doing this. This is just great, the stewardship and looking towards the future. I'm curious, with 3 million acres, and maybe this is a question for more of the staff, should we be using some of these little CubeSats that big farmers in the Midwest are using? You know, they're putting up hundreds, if not thousands, of these little tiny satellites that give you really high resolution analysis of vast swaths. And they're supported with companies that analyze land through artificial intelligence. And, you know, it can look at vegetation density, moisture content, weeds. And with 3 million acres, I wonder if we should be exploring that.
That's a great question. And I just had a conversation today with Rachel Turner and with Elliot like earlier in the week, but we are moving forward to do a pilot project with a company called Lens.
Called what?
Lens, Lens. And we're hoping to have a 20-seat license with them to use this very specific tool kind of that you're mentioning, to use these low orbit satellites that have much higher resolution that can do this kind of, I guess it is a kind of artificial intelligence, but you can identify areas to evaluate it for vegetation potential, vegetation change, identify if there were activities that took place that we weren't aware of, but to really use it as an assistance for all of our staff. But it'll have enough seats for our district managers and all our line of business managers as well.
Another company you might want to look at is EOS Data. analytics. They, it's probably quite expensive, but relative to those holdings, it might be worth it. They do very sophisticated analyses of just about everything that's happening on the ground. But
Any other questions? Comments or information you'd like to see in next year's report?
That was very comprehensive.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that this will be very useful. I don't know if there's a kickoff of that working group or whatever, but these sort of things set us up for looking really good.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and feel free to always contact me if you have more questions.
Thank you for your dedication to this. Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The money. The money guy.
Well, I hope to make it exciting. Ready to roll? Good. Good afternoon, commissioners. Nick Massey, Deputy Director, here to present the annual review of finance and operations as pertains to the State Land Board. The thing you're all very passionate about and connected to. Appreciate you. Mindy stole my favorite thing to say, which is this represents the hard work of a lot of really talented people. We continue to do some pretty amazing work with relatively lean staff, and excited about making investments in things that allow us to do this bigger, better, and faster in the future, of course. And so today's conversation or today's presentation is just a mix of where we've been in the last year, a little bit about where we think we're headed in the next year. I don't need action from you on this, but because 4 of the attachments to the materials in the board packet get published to the legislature and the state library, if there are any concerns about those reports, please raise them before I ship them off at the end of the month. I think another good statement is there's a lot of detail in there that I will not go into much of, but if there was something that really caught your eye that you wanted to explore, let's try to in this time. And if it's a fairly deep issue, maybe we connect offline to explore it a little bit more. So that being said, I'm titling today's presentation A New Record. I get to say it a few times right off the top. $314 million in revenue was a new record. Yes, congratulations. 257 million of that was our operations, running the business day to day. And 57 million of that came from distributable income off the permanent fund. Now, if you were around last year, you might say, wait a minute, 314 million isn't bigger than 320 million last year. Well, 320 million last year included 40 million in permanent NSE money that we sent to the permanent fund right after the transaction was closed. So apples to apples, we had a much bigger year this year. So $314 million comes in. Where does it go? I want to highlight a few of the things that were in the board materials pretty quickly for you. Again, if there was something in there that caught your eye that you wanted more information on, just interject at any time. I don't mind. Mindy said she didn't update some of the things in her presentation. I didn't update anything. These are all the same pictures, all the same slides. I just changed the numbers. But there's enough new energy around the table that I felt that was okay as well. So it cost us about $9 million to run the agency last year. That's strictly what you might call back office or overhead. It's based in appropriation, so we get a lump of money that we're allowed to spend from our own revenue based on legislative action every year. And last year that was $9 million. We took the opportunity last year to move $5 million of school trust revenue to the Investment and Development Fund. That is a statutory authority. In the past, we've done smaller diversions of that revenue over to the fund, a little bit more conservative, but we have enough big things on the plate in the next 3 to 6 months that it really made sense to make sure we did the full distribution or full allocation last year, and we have the authority resets on July 1st. So that $5 million capacity still exists today for this fiscal year. I'll speak a little bit more about it in detail in a couple of slides. And so when we think about who we do our work for, we generated $182 million that we distributed to our beneficiaries. And we think of that as the school kids of today. This again was another record achievement. BEST, we sent $171 million, or half of our gross revenue, to BEST directly. And then BEST also saw $43 million of distribution from permanent fund income. So they had a gigantic year. School Finance Act saw $11 million from distributable income from the permanent fund. And this was the first year of the wind down, where traditionally that number was 21 million that was going from permanent fund to school finance, and this year was 11.
Next year be 0, right?
I think next year's 5 or 6, and then 0. And so we put $115 million in the permanent fund, and so that's the future generations part of our work. So 115 million comes from what was the remainder of after we did our distributions to BEST at 129 million minus the 14 million we spent on operations and investment. So in your packet, you've got, I think, 6 exhibits. Those are the same 6 exhibits that I do every year. Exhibits 3 and 4 discuss expenses in some detail. And because you're fiduciaries of this trust, it's important that you pay attention to expenses. But I also want to, in a few slides, reassure you that we also pay very, very close attention to expenses. Our expenses this year took up about 3.5% of total revenue. I mentioned we were at about $9 million in operating costs last year, which was a 3% decline from the previous year, which is essentially 0 when it comes down to it. Nominal changes in expenses here and there. You know, we're floating around inflationary size numbers. But this coming year, our spending grows to $10.9 million, our appropriation does, which is 16% bigger than this year. I'll say a little bit about, you know, why that was such a big jump. But I also want to say some things in general. Personnel makes up about 60% of our expenses every year. And that's benefits. Not only is that salary, that's benefits and para contributions, as well as buyouts for people who leave state employment. Commissioner Heath?
Can I ask about that? Typically, personnel is a larger percent of budget. Why is this in that range?
That's a great question. The way you're phrasing it, I'm not sure I have a good answer right off the top of my head. I think because we include in our operating costs lots of project money, there's a fair chunk of that. And then
so personnel gets allocated out to those projects?
No, I just mean that where of the total, 80% might be pretty typical.
Right.
We're at 60 because our total budget includes a lot of project spending, and then some money that, well, maybe it's things like our legal costs. There are some costs that are part of that I don't include in that 60%, where we might have lawyers on staff, and that would certainly raise our base number by quite a bit. They're separate for us. So
And
but
also, Nick, on that point, aren't there also some personnel costs that are picked up by the I&D fund?
yeah, actually, that's true. Thank you. Good catch. Yeah, we do have several of our positions that are funded in part by I&D, and I&D isn't represented in that 60%. So it's a great question. I can try to get a better, clearer number of total load if you'd like. Yeah, Director Rosmarina.
Thank you. Nick has it in the package for sure. If you look on page 423, and you look at the cost detail, the biggest other item besides personal services is our wonderful legal services that we receive. Also, as you mentioned, project costs are pretty substantial. And then just basic operating costs are pretty substantial. So all of it is very well captured in your exhibits.
I would think the DNR administrative and HR, like otherwise we'd have to have our own people, so that's another thing.
Yeah, we do.
We pay an operating cost.
A lot of those traditional services are covered by other units and they are charged back to us, but they don't hit our personnel line. So maybe that makes up that 20%, but I'll look at it and I'll give you a number. Last year was significant in terms of personnel because we added 5 FTEs for fiscal 25. We were a little slow to fill some of those, and I think we might even still have 1 or so vacant. So we're saving a little bit of money in what we would be spending in personnel overall. But you know, we want to make sure that we're filling those positions with excellent people. And we're also currently in a hiring freeze, which is something we have to navigate. So this year we're going to see a little bit of savings on personnel for a bit too, because we have some vacancies.
Actually, can I ask a question about the, if we don't, for whatever reasons, we're allocated 10.9 and we end up spending 9.2, where do the savings go?
So it's not as I want to sort of answer it in reverse. It's not as though when they say you can spend 10.9, we pull aside 10.9 immediately. We only pay our expenses as we generate them and as we have revenue to pay them. So if we get to 9 at the end of the year, we just won't have spent the extra $1.5 million. And there is a concept in the accounting and in the appropriations world called the reversion, which basically acknowledges to the legislature, we know you let us use 10.9 and we only used 9.5. Thanks and sorry, we'll try to do better. There's some of that to navigate too, but Commissioner Heath?
So sort of following on that, we have a substantial increase in the number of employees. And how do we then look at the revenue to cover that in coming years?
Well, the difference is substantially outsized. We've been running at about an $8 to $9 million budget. This year's 11 for our base expenses against 250 million in revenue. We currently don't analyze, let's say, program cost against program revenue. That's a concept we've been talking a little bit about trying to expand into for the next year. You'll see, we'll talk about business plan readouts, business line readouts here next. And you'll see some things in there where it says program budget $5,000. That obviously doesn't represent the true cost of the program. And we want to do that differently next year. But we just need this lead time as we shift that mentally.
I mean, I know we're investing in some new things, so it's kind of not be balanced, but at some point for us as fiduciaries, we need to be able to figure out, as we look at these numbers.
We've also been talking about doing budgeting for the investment and development fund, which is not something we've done traditionally in the past. We are fortunate to have a permanent appropriation in the IND fund, which allows us to divert $5 million of revenue. It's not a spending cap. So if there were years where we felt like we needed to invest significant money into an idea, we do have the ability to do that with funds that are permanently appropriated. And they don't expire at the end of the year either, which is great. You're welcome. Talking about splitting hairs a little bit. So in your packet, you'll see that I divide some of our costs into things that we call discretionary spending, which is full control. We decide what we do with that, and non-discretionary, where we're told by somebody else what we have to spend. In our discretionary funding, it's a little bit, colloquially, it's a little bit like peanut butter. There are some of those budget lines that we maybe dedicated 30,000 to and they spent 20,000. But there are some budget lines we dedicated 50,000 to and they spent 85. That's all totally within bounds. As different programs ebb and flow in their life cycles and succeed and I wouldn't want you to struggle, but are a little bit quiet or idle at a time. We have the ability to move money around to programs and project lines as we need to. That non-discretionary part I mentioned briefly takes up about 20% of our spending annually. And there was a big number in there this year that I want to make sure I explain briefly. One of the things that is increasing quite a bit this year is vehicle leases. The way I would frame it is that state fleet is catching up to some old orders and filling orders for newer trucks that have more expensive leases. We're adding miles to the miles we're driving every year. And so simply supporting the organization with trucks that we either need to replace or need to add to the fleet has bumped that number up a bit. And the one that jumps out, I think, is legal services. So every year, there's a calculation that happens in the background that looks at 3 years of spending on legal services and bills us a number. In the next year, the math happens the same, but if last year's spending was different than budget, we do a true up. So that often can move that number quite a bit. And then we're also incorporating, I think, in this 3-year calculation for the first time, quite a bit of casework that we've gone. We've had some property dispute matters. We've had some transactions that have been especially complicated. I think that's bumping our number up again. And then I think we've been under budgeted for some previous years, so that true up has gotten a little bit bigger. The nice thing is that if this year we don't actually spend the $1.8 million, I think it was $1.6 million, that we're being asked to pay, the true up will catch us next year and our number may go way down. So it's a place where the numbers can seesaw a lot, but they just represent true legal counsel, legal representation for a lot of matters. We've been very busy for the last couple of years on our legal team. I want to make a point that NSE, our non-simultaneous exchange transactions that we've talked quite a bit about today, and our I&D spending are not itemized in our budgeting documents. NSE is only recognized as income when we put it to use, not when the transaction is closed. So it sits in the background in accounting. And so like last year, we decided to immediately put the Erie transaction into the permanent fund. So we had $40 million come through income. This year we had no such transaction. And so we don't show it in the budget because it's an accounting feature. And I mentioned about being very, very careful. As concerns fiscal responsibility, we uphold the board's fiduciary duty and fiscal responsibility to the trusts by having layer upon layer upon layer of controls in every dollar we spend. Internally to the organization, there are several layers of approval that are required to spend money generally. That is further supported by a layer of control at the DNR level. DNR reviews essentially all of our transactions, all of the things we do every year. And then some things escalate all the way to the state controller level. So Bob Jaros's office does look at some of the things we do with our expenses every year. Very tight controls. And in the appropriations world, in the accounting system, we put a number in the accounting system so that we can't spend beyond it. When we hit that number, we're done. So we actually physically cannot overspend our budget without some magic that has to happen with lots of approvals and lots of eyes on things. So we're very careful and we have tight controls that keep it all in line. Exhibit 1 in the packet this exhibit one, yeah, exhibit one highlights the way distributions happened this year. I mentioned best 171 million from a couple of different sources. Over the 17 years of the BEST program, that's now nearing $1.5 billion. That is a phenomenal impact. And yet we know that that need is gigantic still. BEST in doing its work made, from what I can tell, was 179 million in grants to 14 projects. And since 2008, the beginning of the program, they've done $3 billion in grants all across the state. And I think the number of schools impacted is now getting close to 700. It's a phenomenal program, does a lot of great work. I mentioned that school finance is sort of winding down a little bit from school trust contributions. So last year's $11 million made our 16-year cumulative at over 550 million to the operating budget of the Department of Education. So let me pivot quickly to acquisitions and dispositions. It was a relatively quiet year. I don't imagine anybody across the team feels like it was a quiet year. We were very busy on stuff that's all going to happen in the next few months. But during the fiscal year, we had two transactions. We had one disposal. We had one disposal and one acquisition, and it was all water. So Justin Beery is still around, a very busy guy this year. In August, we took the board to visit that revegetation site that was related to the disposal of our San Luis Valley water rights. And so the net effect on the trust this year was relatively small, 34 acres, brings the total surface acreage under management to just between 2.8 and 2.9 million acres. We still call it 3 million acres. Nobody's going to notice. And so one last pivot that we're going to talk about fiscal year 26. We're in fiscal year 26. It started July 1st. Exhibit 2 in your packet covers our forecast for the revenue for the year. We're calling it 289 million, just a little bit down from this year. But it's going to be remarkable nonetheless. The permanent fund is probably going to do even better this year than it did last year in some distributable income. And so our decline with permanent fund growth means that the net change from year to year is going to be somewhere around a 2% decrease, we think, overall. So essentially zero. Still, it's got a lot of hard work to get from here to there. I speak in my presentation to the accuracy of forecast. What you see there is actual lines. There are some years where those lines have been very far apart, and some years that I take credit for because they've been very close together. Forecasting revenue still remains a sincere challenge. 80-ish% of our revenue comes from oil and gas. We don't control any of the factors that go into oil and gas. Chief among them, what's coming out of the wellhole. The products that come out of there all carry different prices, all carry different weights and values and potential energy to them. We had our auditing partners, Martindale, in here on Friday, and they did a full day session about that. Several staff who had not sat through that kind of thing before remarked, man, it's complicated. It truly is. And, the most relevant but easiest to understand factor is market price. We are paid a fraction of, or a portion of market price on every unit of stuff that comes out of the ground. And as the markets change, so do our revenues. And so that's kind of that last graph. What you see there, the gray bars are oil and gas revenue. Recurring revenue is the blue. Permanent fund is the green. I think that's the way I had it worked out. But anyway, the gray one is the one to pay attention to, because the red line that's overlaying it is the West Texas Intermediate crude oil price for that commodity. And so it's no surprise that, And where you see dips in the price, and where you see peaks in the price. It continues to be a big factor for us. So looking forward into each new year, I'm always going to want staff to be really conservative in determining our revenue. It feels like it's a relatively low risk thing sitting in this room. But just yesterday, I had the Department of Ed's planning and budget representative reach out to say, hey, what do you think for forecast this year? Because they are building actual forecasts for their programs around the number that we determine. I don't want to be the guy who's in charge in a year where we say we're going to earn a whole bunch and we don't. I would much rather be in the opposite situation. So we're a little conservative, and yet we're saying to them, 289 million is going to be a great year. When we achieve that, that will send to Best alone revenue that brings them very close to the cap of what the revenue they can accept. So we're still doing our work. We're doing it well. And we're providing that value to our trust beneficiaries successfully. I didn't have as many jokes this year. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. I'm glad you didn't change much, because each year I learn a little
Yeah.
more.
Happy to entertain any questions. And if something strikes you even later, just hit me up on an email or something.
So Nick, you sent out a really interesting document 2 or 3 weeks ago about the best or endowment essentially. And I was looking at those numbers and, 10-year return for Colorado's been about 2.3%. That I'm just looking at this table here. And, you look at New Mexico, 7.5%, Utah, 7.6%, et cetera. And the big difference is they have far more equities and none of this fixed or less fixed income. But, if we even doubled that 2.3% to 5%, that would add an extra $25 million a year, probably. So how quickly can we get to a different portfolio?
It's a very good question. There are pieces of statute and policy that affect those decisions. And there's a body who is formally charged with those responsibilities. And so I'm only hedging a little bit to say, it's not my job. I think this is purely opinion. I think the permanent fund has got a good set of advisors that tell it how to help it make good decisions. And they can move as fast as they need to pursue opportunity. I'm not sure what opportunity looks like for the permanent fund in the moment.
Can I be more candid?
It's
We've
up to
pushed
you.
on this door for years.
Yeah.
Since I got on this board, and
Yeah.
we've been stymied at every opportunity, and we are hopeful with some breakthroughs, like getting rid of the need to send the School Finance Act $21 million, which is a spitting in the wind of an $8 billion
Right.
bill, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a charge Nicole is on as well with the governor's office. We have got to change that. We have to.
Yeah.
As oil and gas revenues decline over time, one of the only tools at our disposal is to change how that portfolio is managed. And so you have the choir over
Yeah.
here, but we have been pushing for this change for years, and we're hopeful that maybe
And changes have been made.
Okay.
I mean, we are
Yes.
working now.
Yeah.
The board and the advisors is working towards is it 50%? Yeah, 50% equity allocation for starters. And
Yeah.
it's slower than it was supposed to be, but as an example, for the
it's
last fiscal
moving.
year, the portfolio returned 11.37.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we are making progress. Nicole and I are all about it. I'm on that board. And the impact bill, frankly, set us back.
Yeah.
And Nicole, I know you wanted to say something about this too.
Yes, thanks, Chair Probe. Director Rosmarino, for the record. So Commissioner Harvey, you'll be delighted to know that in November, we will be having a 2-part workshop. The first part is on water. Justin Beery has lined up other agencies and We'll hear from the Attorney General's office and do a deep dive, no pun intended, on water. And the second half will be on the permanent fund. So you all have previously expressed interest in really immersing yourselves in these two very important areas. So that's coming up. That'll be the workshop in November.
And then Nick, my follow-up question is, in that same thing that you sent us, you had the flow chart of the way our endowment exists today versus what looks to me like a much smarter flow chart, the typical endowment structure of state land board state land board revenue to state land board operations to public school permanent fund to the best fund. You know, it's this linear thing. And are we trying to get there too, or is that just
Efforts are certainly ever present to drive us towards something that allows the permanent fund to contribute, to make distributions or contribute to the needs of school funding in a more sustainable way, or at least in a way that isn't tied to something as volatile as oil and gas.
Right.
So those efforts are absolutely still at the forefront of things we're working on. That might be the limit of what I feel, you know.
And I think if I could suggest, just given the late hour, because
Yeah.
this is a really meaty
Sure,
topic,
sure.
and the good news is there's some new updates. And by then we ought to know about the legislative agenda, which also is needed to advance this mission. So stay tuned for November. This is
Sounds
gonna be a
good.
really good conversation.
You're asking all the right questions.
Yeah.
Probably the second
We've all
time,
done
right?
it.
Yeah.
You just knock your head against the wall.
Right. Okay.
To speak.
Sounds good.
But I have to say, just in talking with legislators over the years, trying to get them to even elevate us, we have to use simpler language. When you say a 10-year return average is 2.3, people get that.
Yeah.
But we've flooded them with so many numbers. It's almost like the average person or average even legislator is sort of, I don't want to say they're overwhelmed, but it feels so complicated.
Yeah.
They don't get, we need to start, even in the material we publish, of saying, these are the numbers, so that it's this giant red flag to say, time to do something.
It's a multifaceted effort. We have constituencies who've got language, communication. Yeah.
And so the very first part of your first question was, what can we do? I would say stay tuned. There are things afoot we'll be happy to talk about in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Great. And any other questions or any concerns about those reports being published, please say so. Otherwise, I thank you for your time.
I just want, I know we're trying to hurry here, but let me just say that when you look at, you know, I'm looking at a couple of pages on the report and you talk about, I'm on page 411 right now, and it says the total figure for revenues represents a 2% decline from previous year. And then earlier when we talk about a summary, we talk about our revenue is a 4.6 decline. So, I mean, I know we're trying to describe different kinds of things, but is there like a summary page that we could sort of put what we think are our key numbers? Because I think you ask us for feedback that goes to the legislature. And I think getting those really key numbers in one place would be useful.
Absolutely happy to do that. Stay tuned. Okay, thanks for the time today. Appreciate it.
You.
Thank you, Deputy Director Massey. So Chair Frobe stepped out of the room for a moment. But I know we have our business plan readouts queued up next by Assistant Director Chris Smith and Assistant Director Elliot Hoyt. But I should pass the baton to
take
Joseph.
an hour, can I take 5? Can we take 5 minutes?
Let's take a break. 5 minutes.
Just for a hot second.
Well, what if I suggest this? If
I'm Christopher Smith, the Assistant Director for Energy Innovation, and I'm here with Elliot Hoyt, the Assistant Director for Sustainability and Working Lands. Each line of business, well, not each, most of the line of businesses that the land board runs, prepare business plans that are updated every 5 years, and each business plan typically includes a market analysis, a summary of the current state of the program, proposed approach to developing the business, risk assessment, and a list of resources required for success, as well as a financial forecast. Every year, so the business plans are updated every 5 years, but every year, each line of business prepares what we call a business plan readout to update the board on how that line of business is going. So that's what we're here for today. We have 9 lines of business that we'll be presenting today. We do have a couple sort of very new lines of business like geothermal and CCS, or carbon sequestration, which don't yet have business plans, so they don't have business plan readouts. So.
Yeah, I think Chris covered it. I'd just say very proud of all the teams. Just had a great year. Obviously, it rolls up into the numbers that Nick presented to you, but it's really exciting to sort of break that down and see where those come from. And also the thought that goes into trying to forecast, as you've heard, there's certain all lines of business have a certain challenge to forecast, but that's something the team works really hard on, trying to figure out where are we going and how do we get to the next level of what we're all doing. So we'll let them tell you that in person.
All right. Yeah, great.
We'll do middle first, quickly, and then we'll.
Yeah, so the way we've kind of set it up is we're going to do a panel of 3 people and sort of do it in 3 panels. Yeah.
My feet dangle and swing on this chair. Good afternoon, Crystal Franja, Minerals Director. As you can see from the readouts, the mineral extraction is booming this year. Both fluid and solid minerals had increased revenue from the last fiscal year. Since we have 2 new commissioners, I just wanted to quickly tell you a little bit about how our team typically functions and highlight some of the people behind the scenes that help us generate the millions that you see on the report. So as far as our team goes, I'm the Minerals Director, which is a position that's in state statute that's entrusted with the management of state trust minerals. Let's see. Some of the work I do, I try to make sure that the trust receives proper compensation for minerals that are extracted, and I try to ensure that trust minerals and their associated value are protected. So I do a lot of work related to business strategy and planning, reviewing and updating policies, reviewing and updating patents and lease provisions, managing litigation matters, managing consultants like Martindale, and I've been leading the Lowry lease, the 21,000 acre Lowry oil and gas lease. And so at a very high level, which I'm going to say this is not at all a list of everything that Ben and Katie do. This is a very high level, but they manage the leasing, the lessee questions, assignments and extensions, line of business reviews, regulatory permit applications related to trust lands, mineral evaluations, and all of the other day-to-days that their line of business create, all the work that they create. Steve Freeze is our minerals field specialist who visits all the oil and gas producing wells on state trust lands on a rotating schedule. He also manages our surface use agreements, disposal wells, gas storage leases, and many other projects for our teams. And overall, everyone serves an integral role on the team, and we all work together to protect state trust minerals. So I also wanted to give a shout out to some of the other people that you don't often see up here, but they are a big part in generating the revenue that you see for our line of business. So first, the Attorney General's office, they play a large role for our team. Aaron, Christian, and Ed provide valuable legal service and work to help our team protect the mineral resources and achieve our goals. And next, I'd like to give a shout out to the finance team, specifically Heather Bradshaw and Dale Albrecht. All right. They have to collect all of the checks that make up the few $100 million and then input the checks into the system and make sure that we're being paid correctly and timely. And Dale also manages all the bonds that come in. Marina Mangalov is our sole auditor who conducts our large scale audits. And you will hear Katie talk about her $17 million in audit collections that she did in oil and gas alone this year. So that's pretty big. Mike McInich is our financial forecaster who keeps track of all of our mineral data. He creates financial forecasts for us and financial models. Sherry Lee is our main person on our TRS staff who helps us generate leases and delinquent letters and sends out leases for signature. And Sean Logan creates the maps that we routinely use for our board presentations. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge Sharon Ernest, who continuously works behind the scenes, solving data management issues for our team and our computer system that we call Atlas. So I know I didn't name every single person, but I just kind of wanted to show that there's a lot of people that go into generating the revenue that we generate and assisting with our line of business. So with that, I will let Ben and Katie update you on more specifics for their lines of business.
Okay, I'll go first. Katie Stitt, oil and gas leasing manager. This year, the oil and gas business line brought in 82% of the agency's revenue. So we do contribute quite a bit to the overall success of our agency. This fiscal year was one of the highest revenue generators for oil and gas due to increased production on state trust lands and the price that oil and gas was receiving at market. But we focus on the money a little bit. There's a lot more that goes into managing these leases on a day-to-day basis. We have 705 active leases, and that management includes making sure the stipulations we put on the leases are enforced, that they're being paid correctly, that we're doing well inspections, that we're looking at their spacing and all the applications that come in with the actual permitting process. The annual rent is being paid. Unitizations, communitizations, the list can be quite extensive. So it was a very busy year for our group looking at all of those things. I do want to point out a couple of three highlights from the readout that I think were pretty significant. And that Marina and Heather both worked together and generated a 17 million in recovery and internal audit findings the past year. The amount of stuff they review to look at and see what's going on is like not something that's inconsequential. It's a lot of data, it's a lot of numbers. So it's pretty impressive that she was able to do that. I want to give a shout out to Crystal. This relates specifically to the Lowry Ranch, but she was able to get a discrepancy in the mineral ownership. The BLM, excuse me, the BLM maps still showed that the BLM may have had some ownership there. So she worked with the BLM to get all of that corrected on a variety of mapping that operators and the public use to review ownership. So that was a good cleanup, especially given that we have a lot of activity going on out there. And then Steve, who is very busy doing inspections, but also helps me significantly in looking at paying quantities provisions on the lease and enforcing our shut-in provisions on the lease. He was able to enforce those provisions on 73 leases that cover 27,000 acres, so not a small amount of acreage. And his actions resulted in the relinquishment of about 6,000 acres. So that's lands that we can look at, possibly release in the future. But he got the remaining 21,000 acres roughly back into production where it might not have been making any money for us. So that's getting the minerals moving out of these leases that have been kind of long-term on some of these properties. The big overriding factor for oil and gas is that we don't control supply, we don't control demand, we don't control production or the pricing. So any kind of financial forecasting is very difficult for our group to do. So we spend a lot of time making sure that what is going on the trust lands is being done in the correct way, that we're getting paid correctly based on what's going on. So the factors that we do control, we spend a lot of time making sure that those are being accurately represented for the trust to make sure that it's protected. That said, I just wanted to point out that right now, I'm working on a little project to get how this impacts our surface acreage. But we own a little over 4 million mineral acres across the state. Right now, we have about 8.3% of that mineral estate that roughly is 338,000 acres leased for oil and gas. So it's a pretty small amount that's leased. And the amount that's actually producing, which is 5.8% of our total mineral estate, is even smaller. So we make a lot of money off very few acres overall in our portfolio. So we do our best to protect that 6-ish% that's in production and make sure that it's doing what it needs to be doing for the trust. I'll turn it over to Ben.
Can I step in here? Maybe we should do questions after each line of business. Maybe that would be helpful, or kind of up to you, commissioners, but they're also different.
I have a question about the $17 million that you recovered. I don't know enough about petroleum to know how you assess what these producers owe you. That's a lot of money. And was it just one or two people figuring that out on our side?
On our side, roughly, yeah.
So if it's producing 180 million bucks a year, roughly, shouldn't we have 2 or 3 people kind of watching over this? I mean,
That's a brilliant idea.
seriously, it seems like a small investment, and who knows what else has been lost in past years. But I'm curious how 17 million bucks slips by, and didn't slip by because you guys figured it out, but
This
might
year,
have.
a good chunk of what was recovered, so I'm gonna go off into the weeds just a little bit. We look at reporting from a bunch of different places. We have a royalty report that operators submit to our agency that's on our form, that they have to tell us the information we want broken out the way we want. They also have to report to the state regulatory entities, Energy and Carbon Management Commission. You all heard from Director Murphy this morning. They submit reports to that agency as well, and we have access to those reports. So we can see when they start production and what they're reporting for their production there, and we compare it to what they report to us. A lot of the recovery this year came from wells that came online, and they report the it's called the spud date, when they start the drilling of the well and the date of first production. You can see those, what they report to the ECMC. We can look at the data that they report there and see, compare it to when they tell us that they started production. And we were finding discrepancies, not on every well, but on enough wells. And it's not just from one operator, it was from several operators. There's been a lot of consolidation in the industry this year. I think that has led to some of the reporting delays from some of these operators. I will say that the recoveries, for the most part, operators said, yes, we owe you the money, and paid. So
You think this is a pattern though, like in past years, or is this an anomaly?
I'm hoping that it's an anomaly. We look at this every year. This has been one of the largest years for this.
But going back to my original question, do you have the staff to audit all this stuff? You know, not just the petroleum, but the hard rock stuff as well.
I think that's why we also have Martindale Consultants helping us, because we realize that we need additional help.
Okay.
And Commissioner, we're having those discussions internally as well.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gribble?
So when does this council, when does on some sort of spectrum, this is sloppy or inaccurate reporting, and then it moves to inadvertent and then deliberate fraud? How do you make that judgment?
Well, we keep track of what audits we do. We keep track of what findings there are. And when you start to see repetitive actions, that's when we start imposing additional interest penalties, progressive actions into defaults, and then termination.
Have we ever prosecuted anybody for attempted fraud?
Ed?
We have, not under those terms, but we've definitely had lawsuits over recovery of royalty payments and included penalties. It's been a while since we've pursued legal full-on lawsuit.
Is that because we haven't seen sufficient evidence?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I think in most contexts, it's probably when we find underpayments, we're able to reach settlement, and settlement is a much more economically efficient solution than most litigation, but obviously potentially leaves well, it's a settlement. You take less than you might win if you win everything, and you take more than if you lose everything. And I think in general, for the past decade or so, we've been pretty good at reaching favorable settlements and moving forward.
The miscreant operators, can you characterize them as small, medium, or large operators?
It's all.
All of it, Matt?
But like she said, there's been a lot of consolidation. So when a company acquires another one and then they're trying to convert everything into one payment system, I think
There gets to be a lot of delay.
yeah, that stuff just gets missed. And these major findings from this year were all a lot of wells that they didn't pay us for the first year of production. And a well based on the decline curve has majority of the income, is generated in those first couple years of production. So that's why the amounts are so high, is if they don't pay us for that first year, that's a lot. So
Commissioner Prill, I think, Assistant Director.
Yeah.
Has something.
Thank you. Crystal just made the point I was going.
I would note one thing. So I am always torn about operators, but in their defense, we have fairly unique leases and much more limited deductions are allowed to our operators than is the typical oil and gas lease. And therefore, for a operator, it can be hard to recognize the landlord's uniqueness compared to the vast majority of their leases and the royalty payments they're making and some of the deductions that they're allowed to make. And so sometimes they, especially in a consolidation area where they're getting a bunch of new landlord leases, they miss the nuances of the landlord lease. Maybe sometimes they're more willing to miss the nuances. I don't know. Like I say, I have different viewpoints across it, but there are some explanations on why sometimes it is challenging for them. And we sit across the table a lot with them talking about how they want to standardize their payment process, which is, we're not remotely interested in their standardizing their payment interest unless they want to give all their royalty owners the same deal we have, which they don't. So those dynamics are out there.
And I would also offer that we had, as Nick mentioned, we had Martindale come in from Oklahoma City on Friday and spent the whole day in this room with them. And I learned from them. We have some of the most stringent penalty and interest clauses in our lease. So there's a real disincentive for them to try to save money by shorting us.
fortunately, a lot of those provisions are in the newer lease form. Well,
yes.
post 2011, yeah.
But I will say too, sort of in the defense of a lot of the operators, when you point out the lease provision that you're looking at, most of the time they say, when can I cut you the check? So I would say most of our operators, I think, want to be in compliance with us. There's not an incentive for them to become.
$17 million is a pretty good incentive. No, I'm being a little facetious, but those guys, these guys have teams of accountants and teams of lawyers looking over there, not the small operators, but the big ones. So I would say, I'd be surprised if they'd miss anything. Maybe I'm too skeptical, but
I'm willing to give most people an open mind until I see that you're not.
until you get to be my age.
I've seen plenty of stuff and I have no problem telling
Okay.
folks, hey,
Okay.
like, you're now at the end of the rope here.
Yeah.
We're pursuing this.
Okay.
And so I think most folks, the operators, they know that we're gonna strictly enforce our lease. And we're open to having conversations and getting you in compliance, but you've got a time frame in which to do it. And I say respectfully, to the credit of these operators, at least this year, the ones that we've gone and said, you owe us $6 million. They've paid, and they've paid the principal due and the interest and penalties. They have not really fought the issue. They know they owe us the money. So I'm willing to give some grace here because I know a bunch of them did do the consolidations. They were merging 2 or 3 operating systems at one time. And I don't dispute there may be folks out there that
Yeah.
do this. But at least the folks we dealt with this year, to their credit, were very much interested in making sure that we were appropriate.
And your point is well taken. I appreciate the board approving another $250,000 last month to hire Martindale to continue their auditing. And we are having conversations internally about our audit staff. Good support.
So is this just as a result of the consolidation? I mean, should we put more efforts into it right now? Or do you see this Martindale audit pretty much wrapping up?
Well, I came to the board last month the board approved $250,000 in January of 2024, and they haven't spent all of that. But from what they found, we felt like it was a good investment, and the board approved another $250,000 last month, and so we're continuing that. That's to do more additional audits and to help collect what we found as well.
Ready to shift gears to the solid stuff? All right, thank you. So for the record, this is Ben Teschner, your solid minerals manager. And the solid minerals program is sort of in a bit of contrast from the oil and gas leasing program, where while the oil and gas leasing program has basically two commodities, oil and gas, they have 80 manages or over 700 leases. In my program, I manage less than 100 leases. However, it feels like each one of those is for almost a different commodity in a different market. The solid minerals business line revenue can be broken into three major buckets. We have the mined materials, which is sort of the traditional the traditional way that my position was envisioned. We have non-development agreements, which we frequently refer to as no surface occupancy agreements. And then we have the budding geothermal and geologic carbon sequestration lines, which are also managed at this moment under the solid minerals program, despite the fact that neither of those are solid nor mineral. So I'll break those down a little bit. The mine materials group, again, can sort of be broken down even further. And really the bread and butter of the mine materials is construction materials. And this is sand, gravel, limestone, cement, things like that. These are what we call place value commodities. They have value based on where they're located and how close they are to the markets in which they serve. And they are core to the development of particularly of the Urban Front Range. We also have coal, which is a legacy commodity, or we certainly view it as that, but is nevertheless a important revenue driver in this moment. But we are expecting that to disappear over the next 5 years, and by 2028 to 2030, decline to almost zero as our coal-fired power plants in the state close. And then finally, we have what I call our new energy and metals group, which doesn't generate a lot of revenue right at the moment, but we are leasing for exploration projects in the hopes that one of those or two of those will turn into a royalty producing mine in the future. Our second bucket, the no surface occupancies, these are generated on split estate where the state land board owns the minerals and not the surface. And those can kind of be done in two different ways. One, we may own the split estate and a surface owner wishes to pay the board to not exercise our right as the mineral owner to occupy the surface for mineral development. Or we could be disposing of a property similar to the one you looked at this morning related to the Glade Reservoir, where somebody is interested in purchasing the surface and is interested in securing a no surface occupancy agreement as part of that surface disposal. And then finally, the geothermal and carbon sequestration lines of business, which are growing under this program, but particularly the carbon sequestration one, I think we envision it sort of spinning out in the next little while to its own business line, perhaps with its own business plan here in near future. Years ago, the board decided, prior to my tenure, the board decided that the best way to report revenue from the solid minerals program was to look at non-coal revenue. And so the big number you'll see on the business plan that's presented to you, the 3.9 million, is excludes our revenue from coal. And the reason for that is because we saw even back then that coal was a declining asset in our portfolio. And it made sense to benchmark this program against the commodities we saw as the future. Nevertheless, this year coal made up $4.3 million in revenue to the solid minerals program. Let's see. So as coal declines, we're anticipating steady growth to come from the construction materials sector. This is a sector that grows 5 to 8% per year through both new leasing and increased royalty rates on existing leases. This is the steady kind of bread and butter, the type of stuff that you want to put your retirement investment in. But although we can't create these metals and new energy minerals, we can't create them on our trust lands. We can lease for exploration work for people to go find them. And so we are doing that. The key, though, is that as we lease for exploration, the board should anticipate that the vast majority of those exploration projects will never result in a royalty paying mine. And so the game here is to lease for as many of those as we are comfortable doing in the hopes that 1 or 2 of them hit and become a royalty generator, in which case then we are beginning to replace that revenue that we're seeing declining from coal. That concludes what I have.
And are you noticing an increase in inquiries or, interactions with various people around?
For those metals? Yeah.
Special metal.
Yeah, and it's Colorado is sort of an interesting market for these things. We have a lot of uranium, for example, is becoming very hot right at the moment. As our increased nuclear technologies are showing that these types of things can be deployed in smaller scale, deployed in areas that it may be harder to get low carbon energy sources into rural areas, for example, or places like that. So there's increasing interest, particularly in uranium. But we're also seeing things like rare earths from mineral sands as well being showing some interest. And then in addition to that, some, I would say, non-traditional lithium deposits that people are at least interested in looking at. I'm always optimistic, but that one I'd say would be ours of the 3 that I just listed. That's the real long shot type of commodity for our state at the moment.
Thank you. Right.
Next panel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mindy, Rachel, please.
Yeah, I don't know if we have an order.
Do we have an order?
It's not really in the book.
Okay.
Much fall.
I'll just start. I'm Mindy Godsagan, and I manage the Ecosystem Services Program. And I'm just gonna keep mine pretty short and sweet. We're asked to share 3 major goals or accomplishments that kind of characterized our success this past year. I want to start with the development and the board approval of the biological carbon program. And both the framework and the approach that we're taking, and the first 2 qualified carbon project developers. We're now up to 4 actually since the pass of the fiscal year. And the first, we have 3 ecosystem services leases with Grassland Carbon. Excited about that. The second one is our relatively high, sustaining revenue for the ecosystem services program. That revenue is really being driven by the regulatory program so far with the sale of credits, of mitigation credits. Luckily, we've got a couple of projects still in the pipeline, so I'm hoping to see that revenue continue. As you've heard me say before, we're kind of looking at the snake that ate the rabbit, then ate the goat. So it's kind of lumpy. We're not in terms of having consistent revenue over the years, but we are finally at a higher plateau, I think. And then finally, I just want to kind of make the board aware of the attention that the ecosystem services program in general has received from other state landlords and from other organizations. I've spoken in the fiscal year 25, I've spoken in 2 forums with parties interested in learning how we're generating revenue from ecosystem services. And just since the passage of the fiscal year, spoken to 2 more again. So there's just a tremendous amount of interest in what we're doing. The board is seen as a leader in the nation, not only just generating this kind of revenue, but using public lands to do that. So I just want to let you know that all your good work is seeing some results and some attention. So thank you.
So Mindy, will that be impacted by administration's direction?
You know, it hasn't so far. Well, I take that back. There have been some repercussions. One of the things the board approved this last year was the first forest carbon lease. And that project has been stalled. And in fact, they decided not to continue implementing it, partly because of loss of some private funding, but also because they're having difficulty. Their own planting projects in the Southern Colorado area didn't see the survival rates that they wanted to see. They've just announced to our lessees that they're going to pause planting in 2026. They're still interested in working with us possibly in 2027. But generally, I think one of the causes for all this attention from others around the nation has been that it's an example of state leadership. That state leadership has continued to been sustained and growing in terms of meeting some of the goals that were previously adopted by either the former administration or just worldwide. And I think Bob Lawrence from Land and Carbon answered a question from one of you about, what's happening with this federal, with a lot of the cutbacks and so forth. And he just said, because it's a worldwide market, we're really seeing continued kind of interest. So I hope that answered the question.
I just want to add to that, Director Rosmarino, for the record. So in your materials, Mindy, you mentioned the loss of federal protection for the lesser prairie chicken, and that federal protection is rather unlikely to be reinstated under the current federal administration. So what you were just saying there about states stepping up to fill some regulatory gaps or some mitigation banking gaps, that might be a way to start looking at the lesser prairie chicken. So we're not likely to have that national leadership anymore. So that might be a species where we and CPW could play more of a leadership role.
Yeah, especially with some of the projects that are impacting, like the lesser prairie chicken with this renewable energy and these transmission lines that are having such an impact. They want to, they don't want to be affected by this whiplash of going back and forth. Is it protected? Is it not? And because their projects are so far out in terms of, 2, 4, 6 years into the future, they are actually, some of these utility companies taking a steady approach to let's just continue to address mitigation needs instead of just, pulling the foot off the gas and stopping. So, yeah, and we're interested, we're continuing to remain interested. We have a meeting later this week with one of our lessees to talk about what's the best course for going forward. Sorry.
Hello again, Commissioners. Rachel Turner, Field Operations Team Lead, and I'm both excited and honored to get to share with you the Field Operations Business Plan readout and to share our revenue generation over the past fiscal year. Taking a bit of time to highlight a few things from the document that was published in your board packet. The agriculture leasing program has achieved 5 years of steady revenue growth. In the future, we expect that growth to continue to track or to start tracking even more our commodity markets, since all of our pricing for both cropland and grazing are now based on the commodity markets. Given this year's commodity markets, we expect that next year we'll continue to see some type of positive revenue growth. I also wanted to quickly share 6 highlights, one from each of the district offices. I went a little rogue and went over my 3, but in the South Central, they initiated the 10-year grazing lease on the Chico Basin Ranch, which the commissioners toured last month. In the North Central, 2 new livestock wells were developed or modified to help improve water availability for both livestock and wildlife on the Lowry Ranch. In the Northwest, a new 10-year grazing lease was successfully recommended to the board for the Williams Park Ranch. In the Northeast District, staff installed 2 new state-owned irrigation pivots and reworked irrigation wells on a cropland lease in Yuma County. In the Southeast, the request for proposal process on the Chancellor Ranch was started last fiscal year, and earlier today, the board finalized the new leases today. And then in the Southwest District, new wildlife-friendly fencing was installed and water drainage concerns were addressed on the North Mountain Ranch. And those are just small bits of all of the work that was done throughout the year. I also wanted to highlight the Regenerative Agriculture Program, which was officially started in February of this year. Jesse Price is our Regenerative Ag Program Manager and has shown early success in working with our lessees on implementing new regenerative stewardship practices. He's also developing the framework for this important program, and we'll have a little bit more updates probably in that December presentation. This program, as mentioned earlier during Mindy's discussion, is now responsible for hosting those lessee forums, which we had an excellent turnout this past fiscal year and continue to be a really exciting part of the work that we do. I wanted to acknowledge each of the field staff members that made these things possible. I wanted to thank each one of them for their work and dedication to both land board, the field operations team, and our beneficiaries. Our district managers, district assistants, and resource specialists, as well as our regenerative ag program, are really what make the work on the ground possible every day and initiate those agriculture leases. And so this team is made up in no particular order other than alphabetically. Bandy Espinoza, Casey Barber, Cooper Carlson, Elisa Karg, Eric Van Dyke, Hilda Adam, Jared Smith, Jesse Price, Leanne Markham, Mariah Parker, Jackson Donnell, Jerry Gang, Jerry Shawcroft, Tom Waka, and Wilbur Strickert. So I wanted to thank each of them for all of their work and happy to answer any questions I can about the readout.
Now that you've done your grazing leasing thing, I think you're good to go for a while.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, A. Medina, Recreation Program Manager. I've been in this particular role of managing our recreation leasing activity on State Trust Land for about 13 years now. I mentioned that because when I started in that role, recreation-based revenue was around $700,000 per year. This last year, we finished out just in school revenue at $3.7 million, and also an additional $300,000 in other trusts outside of just the school trust, which puts us at $4 million in revenue for this last fiscal year. That I did a calculation at one point. That's about 12% year-to-year growth in the program over that time frame. In addition to that, I will mention this last year's revenue showing at the growth of $105,000 in the program at 2.9%. That does beat inflation. CPIU for the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood area was 2.3% last year. So I did beat the inflation on that. And just a quick explanation on that. We have leases, some of our larger leases, we do split them up into quarterly payments. And we had a couple of big leases come on last year. The Williams Park Ranch is one of them that started last fiscal year, but we only captured, I think, one or two quarterly payments from that lease in the revenue. So we get that lag, and you'll see it in the table above. We often get a lag where we have one year with a lot of revenue and another year where the revenues percentage is down, and a lot of that is due to when leases come on in quarterly payments that we do offer on some of our larger leases. In addition to that, I think, the other two kind of big highlights, we did hire a new transactions record services support staff to help with the recreation program last year. Alec, I think he's still in the room. Alec has been a tremendous help in helping with the program and getting leases centralized and consolidated all in the Denver office. This last fiscal year, we did move all the recreation leasing activity from the district offices to Denver. I think that has resulted in freeing up a little bit more time for the district offices to focus on some of the other large leases that they handle, primarily the agricultural leases, and also just made it a little bit more concise in delivery of information in the process from the Denver office. And the other item that I just wanted to highlight is, I'm pretty proud of the work that we did at the Chico Basin Ranch this last year for the Colorado Building Workshop and the building of that new bird banding station on the property. Primarily, in my mind, that represents kind of a creative approach to meeting meeting our two main mandates of one, generating reasonable and consistent revenue for our beneficiaries, while also implementing good stewardship on our lands. That, I think, once we get that up and running as a short-term type rental, for folks to be able to visit and stay on the ranch, I think we'll regain our money back for the investment that we put into that building, while providing a safe place for some of our scientific partners to conduct their field work from. So with that, happy to answer any questions there might be.
It's all good.
I was kind of curious about different recreational leases, because I sort of think about hunting as being, kind of high impact. You have guys camping, shooting, etc. Something like bird banding or bird watching, almost a different tier or different weight of lease. Do you ever think about that in your own programs as to, do you divide it up that way as in, a lease that you might put on another lease because it's lower impact, or not so? I didn't put that very well, but
if I understand it correctly, we do. So there are certainly, different categories of uses on properties. They have different impacts. Hunting, in my opinion, I think it is actually a little bit of a lower impact, especially if it's well managed and well regulated. And I'd say probably 80% of all our leases are hunting, recreation leases are hunting related. What they are also seasonal for the most part, which gives us an opportunity to layer additional leases onto properties. Chico Basin Ranch is a good example, where we do have a hunting lease on the property that operates primarily just in the fall for big game hunting season. And then the remainder of the year, we also have an agreement with Aiken Audubon that allows some bird watching to happen on that same property in some of the same areas where hunting occurs in the fall. So, we do think about those, how to layer those types of different leases on individual properties, and always looking to the market to see what other interests, what other kind of developing recreation uses might be possible on some of our properties. Did that answer that?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So Matt and Justin, and then David, you've got two reports to give, I believe. So I think this is an opportunity for you to go through yours. Justin, you can let David take the small chair and you can take the big chair.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
I thought I'm gonna let David do this too.
On the small chair.
Am I going first? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go through the programs, all of them first, and then if you have any questions on any of them specifically, that'd be great. So first, regarding renewable energy, which is solar, wind, and battery storage, I wanted to mention a couple things. The first one is there appears to be a negative growth in the business plan, but I just wanted to point out there was about 146,000 of revenue that we would typically have received prior to June 30th. But for various reasons, we didn't collect that revenue until after June 30th. So we still would not have met our goal for last fiscal year, but we certainly would not have been in a seen a decrease in revenue. So I just wanted to point that out. Some other things that contributed to not achieving our goal, revenue goal, are that we are also seeing the result of a few planning leases that turned into production leases over a year ago. And in those situations, we received a one-time payment for a 2-year construction period, and therefore we're not seeing any revenue from the planning lease that it replaced because it was canceled in lieu of the production lease, and we are not seeing any annual production lease revenue yet. So we'll see that revenue later on, right? And then also, I just wanted to mention that the board had quite a few developer inquiries last year, and many of which did not turn into planning leases until after this fiscal year. So this will definitely result in more planning lease revenue over the next fiscal year and forward, and I anticipate even more planning leases converting to production leases this coming fiscal year as well. So I believe that the program is in good shape, and we will see increased revenues in the years to come. I also wanted to mention battery storage, as you guys witnessed today and approved in another production lease for battery storage. It's an increasing demand so far, and it's not affected by the recent tax credit changes by the federal government. And I've seen quite a bit of inquiries, and that will result in additional planning and production lease revenue as we move forward. Also, I wanted to mention that the increased installed capacity. So we increased the installed capacity on state trust land this year to 657 megawatts. And I believe that we are on track to meet, if not exceed, the 750 megawatt wildly important goal of the governor. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is agrivoltaics. We also continue work with solar developers to encourage agrivoltaics within their projects. Currently, we only have 3 utility scale solar projects on state trust land, one of which is 40 acres and the other is 80 acres. And then our largest project is Thunderwolf, which is 2,400 acres. So there's not a lot of opportunity yet when it comes to agrivoltaics on state trust lands. But we've had recent conversations with a young company who has a successful business model where they manage their sheep herd at a base location in Colorado and then transport them to solar facilities for a short period of time to graze. And so they're working with multitude of solar developers to incorporate that into their business plans. They make money from the solar developer to maintain the grass and weeds while also feeding their animals. We are working on connecting them up with NextEra to see if they would be interested in working with this company on the Thunderwolf solar site, and of course, maybe on other projects as well. Another item I wanted to point out is that I often get calls from other state agencies with questions about our program and how we handle things. And I think it's a good sign that the board has a great program and that the Colorado State Land Board is a leader in renewable energy. I just wanted to mention that to the board. And finally, I just want to remind the board that we are managing this program with half an FTE. That's 50% of my time. And by the end of the last fiscal year, we had 79 active leases, planning and production. And currently we have 84 leases. So we've already executed 5 additional leases since the end of the fiscal year. Next program I just want to go over really quickly is tower sites. We currently have 0.1 or 10% of my time dedicated to the tower site program. Revenue, so again, sort of a similar to renewables, it looks like we have a shortfall in revenue when that's not really accurate. Last fiscal year, we received a significant amount of back rent, which inflated our revenue to $800,000, when in reality, our actual revenue is around the $500,000 mark and continues to grow moderately. We've lost a couple leases. However, we were able to offset that revenue loss by obtaining new leases. This program currently has 29 leases within the program. And we've been able to maintain that current portfolio with several renewals as well, and remain reactive with minimal amount of FTE dedicated to the program. And we expect to be able to continue this trend at a minimum. Then lastly, although not a program with a business plan, I wanted to just mention rights of way. That's the other 40% of my time. It's spent managing that program. Rights of ways consist of issuing a lease or a contract for the use of pipelines, such as oil and gas, water, as well as roads and electrical transmission lines. We have over 3,000 active rights of ways. The program doesn't have a business plan, and we do not pursue rights of way on state trust land. However, because we have so much land, we have to accommodate them where possible. But in doing so, we steer the siting of them to minimize the impact on state trust land. And we also make sure to collect market rate at a minimum, which is a one-time consideration payment for those encumbrances. This year, the board collected $5.3 million for the trust, which is attributable to new rights of ways, amendments, and renewals. Renewals is significant because in the early 1990s, the board started putting 30-year terms on rights of way. And so now we're starting to see those rights of ways come up for renewal. So going forward, we will now see an annual revenue stream just based on the renewals of existing rights of way. So that's fairly significant. And then lastly, as others mentioned, as it relates to all three of these programs, it's important to mention some of the other staff who directly help with these three programs. The AG's office has been extremely helpful with modifying our leases by improving our language, adding language that helps us manage them better, and creating new leases such as the battery storage, planning, and production leases. They've also helped tremendously with handling specific right-of-way issues that required some legal expertise. Additionally, the finance team who worked diligently to collect rent and manage our bonds, and Rachel with TRS, Rachel Magic with the TRS team who handles all of the inputting of our applications. Our lessees are not the best at submitting payments or applications with correct information, which makes their jobs a bit more difficult for sure. I also wanted to mention Sharon, who created and recently launched our online application submittal, which will help our lessees for rights of ways and renewables submit more accurate applications. And it'll also help with the timing of getting those to us quicker. And then last but not least, I want to give an important and notable mention to Ash Milligan, a fairly recent hire with the TRS group. Ash supports all three of these programs and has done an outstanding job going above and beyond, and quite frankly has exceeded my expectations in this role. She's gotten up to speed with these programs and our systems very quickly and was able to start contributing right away. No pun intended. She is very important in helping me keep my head above water with these three programs, and I'm very thankful for her support. So with that, if you guys have any questions about any of those programs, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, David.
You guys get the thumb wrestle.
All right. Go for it. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager. Pleased to be presenting the FY25 Real Estate Business Plan readout to you today. The real estate section currently has 3 FTEs. There's my position, Acquisition and Disposition Manager. Julie Majors, who is our we call commercial portfolio manager / portfolio agent / jack of all trades for commercial items. And then there's a real estate section manager position that was until Chris moved over to the energy side of the house. his position. And so, talking through the business plan readout, I want to point out just a couple high level items. One is the figures that are presented in the table in front of you relate to the commercial portfolio, like what we call the vertical portfolio. So those are commercial office buildings or similar, which is really a subset of what we do in the commercial space. Because what's not included in here, and this is only the schools trust figures that are presented in the table. What's not included is our ground leasing initiative that we currently have 12 ground leases, and make about $1.3 million a year under. And what is not included is any income that is otherwise attributable to other lines of business. So when we purchase a property that say has recreation potential, that's accounted for under the recreation line of business. If we buy a property that has a wind lease on it, that's accounted for under the renewable energy line of business. So we're kind of a broad enabling group within the agency that has these two defined kind of concepts: the acquisitions, dispositions, and then the commercial side of things. The commercial portfolio continues to operate well. We are above average market occupancies in general and are able to hold those through strong leasing teams, through not having any carry costs associated with our ownership, and so being able to offer favorable terms to the market. And I think that we have high, our four major commercial assets are high quality buildings that are well regarded within their respective submarkets. I want to point out two notable leases that Julie was able to get across the finish line this last year at 600 Grant, which were with Colorado Education Association and the Denver Classroom Teachers Association. So those put together are about 23% of 600 Grant's total occupancy, so very significant deals. We also had a couple of transactions that weren't huge in dollar volume, but were pretty interesting and fun to work through. They both, no surprise, involved water rights. So, Justin's been an integral part of being able to source those deals, diligence them, and help get them across the finish line as well. One of those that I'd point out was our kind of a pilot groundwater disposal that we did in the San Luis Valley, where we were able to sell to the Water Conservation District, the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. And they were able to fund that acquisition through some grant funding that was available at the time. So any questions for me on real estate?
Is the reference to housing development at Vail, is that the so-called Dow Junction project?
It is indeed.
Can you describe that a little bit further for me?
I can. So we own the better part of a 640, which is at this intersection called what we refer to as Dow Junction, essentially where the highway in from Minturn hits I-70. A part of that property has been identified as potential affordable housing development. And that has been an ongoing effort over the course of the last several years. Assistant Director Hoyt is, I would say, the lead staff that working on that, and could probably answer detailed questions to the extent there are any.
You can do it offline, Elliot. But...
Yeah, happy to fill you in. There are a number of board packages that have happened over the last 2 years I've been here. I can forward some of those to you to give you an update.
I'm sure you're well aware the chair of Senate Ag Committee is intensely interested in the project. I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Met with him directly and got to the current situation, which I'm happy to report that yesterday the town council had a vote on the whether or not we're eligible for annexation into the town of Avon. So I was present for that. They passed that. The next step will be to make the formal application for development and rezoning, which we hope to have happen in the next couple of months. So we'll update you on that shortly.
Yeah, I don't want to waste everybody else's time. We can talk separately, Ben.
Sure. Happy to do that.
I'd just also like to point out, Matt said we have 12 ground leases. Some of those include our affordable housing ground leases. So a block north of here, there's 103 units of affordable housing on state trust land. We are working on a lease about 2 blocks south of here for another 150 units. And so those are included in Matt's numbers there.
Actually, that prompts a question. What are the rest of the ground leases supporting?
There's various commercial uses. A handful of them are actually on the Dow Junction parcel. So we have
Oh, okay, so they count
ground
as
leases.
multiple maybe?
They're long-standing commercial uses, light industrial uses,
I see.
storage uses, office uses, mostly south of the highway, one larger one on the north side.
And while we don't have a McDonald's, we do have an AutoZone.
Finally. Yes,
Just one comment, Director Rosmarino for the record, but in light of your earlier question, Commissioner Heath, about return on investment, I think it is notable that the real estate program accounts for that, I would say, more than the other program in that they're reporting out the net operating income. So trying to integrate the expenses in the actual net.
good, thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, last one, I think. All right. For the record, Justin Muir, Water Program Manager. Go through the water business plan readout. As Deputy Director Massey and Matt have all mentioned, we bought and sold things last year, so that was good. For the sake of brevity, we protected a lot, we managed a lot, we leased a lot. It was a busy year last year. A couple of things that I wanted to highlight. One is that been working on establishing a working relationship with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. There's been some new rules, changes, developments with them that may open the door for us to participate in some of their programs and generate revenue for some of the things that they do. And so I'm working on identifying assets that we currently own and that we could acquire that would work in tandem with them. And so as Director Rosmarino mentioned also, next month we're going to have a deeper focus in on water, and state water leadership is planning to be here, including the director of the Colorado Water Conservation Board, state engineer, and representatives from the Attorney General's office. And then I think the other thing that I want to point out from the program in this it wasn't even this fiscal year, it was recently, that was fun for me is bringing the work of managing the water and bringing revenue in for the benefit of the trusts. Every year I've been teaching at children's water festivals, so different water entities will host children's water festivals for 4th and 5th graders, and so I've been able to teach kiddos there. And there was a class from the Weldon Valley School that I believe you all toured, I think in May. I don't remember the exact month, but yeah. And so being able to tell the kiddos that the work that we do helped fund the addition to your school, and they didn't care, but it was fun to kind of go full circle of the work that we do. Yeah, happy to take any questions about the water program.
I have a quick one, just again, sort of, the San Luis Valley was just a great experiment, pilot, whatever you want to call it, that seemed like such a win-win, at least for us. In Northeast, there's no pot of money, I'm sure we're monitoring it, but do you have any sense of when there might be some opportunities out there in that government system?
I don't. And I assume you're referring specifically to the Republican River Basin. Boy, I don't have a sense. I think any sort of incentives to dry up, they've come and gone. If there's other funding sources, then maybe there
So
will be.
there's really not, it's kind of done. What was there is.
For the time
done.
being, I think so, yeah.
The current climate doesn't seem very
Right.
realistic.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Wilbur and I have a meeting scheduled to go through an inventory of the assets that we own out there and see what are their status and what's at most risk and are the things that we can do to try to mitigate those risks.
Mhm. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Right, what's next?
Afternoon, Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director, Sustainability and Working Lands. I am here to answer any questions you may have regarding an information item in the board packet that's related directly to questions that we posed last month about how do we communicate with counties in particular. So we tackled that. We said in the cover sheet, provided background on the ways in which we interact sort of on a regular basis. Obviously, there's lots of gray areas. We try to be, as organized as possible about the ways in which we're engaged in things that don't directly relate to an information item or a final action we're bringing to you. So there's ways that we track with county staff and elected officials. There was a bullet point item of sort of the most recent, activity that we've had in communications. And then based on your request, we've put the following protocols in place and would certainly welcome any comments that you have about the protocols. Specifically, we will include a summary of any communications with county staff and county commissioners in the monthly staff report with a brief summary of the issues being addressed and how it may impact trust lands. We will copy the board on any formal communication to any board of county commissioners so that you all get copies of those. And we will provide an information item to the board on any topic that staff determines is of special interest or immediate impact, and provide an information item and any topic identified by the board as something that you would request for us to come back to you and specifically address in a presentation like this one. So any questions about the cover sheet, the protocols that we're offering up?
I reviewed it and I thought it was excellent. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And I suspect in the future, as you see those sort of reports showing up in the staff report, provide feedback, let us know. Obviously, any issues that come up that we're sending letters back and forth, really, want to make sure that you certainly don't get surprised by anything, and we want your input on how we're communicating with county government.
So, Elliot, the letters to the various counties about rezoning.
Yeah.
Affecting state lands, do they generally, most of them or all of them, respond formally to you, or do they ignore you?
We get responses. There are a couple of issues that are ongoing right now where we're still going back and forth on how counties are making some zoning changes. It seems like there's a couple of ones right now that it's happening. I don't know if this is it's episodic, but there are a couple of situations where we're having land rezoned. We've given comments. We haven't necessarily had the actions that we were hoping for. So they're ongoing. We will continue to update you and let you know.
Do you ever resort to litigation?
In my 2 years, we have not resorted to litigation. I don't know, Ed, if there has been a time that we've ever actually.
Ed's looking hungry.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
That's that's his MO,
Yeah, that's right.
we have not had any lawsuit.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And I might say, because I intended to say at the end of the readouts, that I really appreciated being able to read that as we got them in our packet, and it gave me a real sense of the depth and breadth of the work that the staff does day in, day out. So I just want to thank you, and I think as we read them, as we were preparing for today, it really gave us a deeper understanding of the really good work you do. So I just want to acknowledge.
Thank you, Commissioner. impressive.
Small but mighty stuff.
Right, and then Director, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Director Rose Marino, for the record, and thank you for that remark, Commissioner Heath, because these readouts just represent a tremendous amount of work, and our staff is just so incomparable and really appreciative of all the work you put in throughout the year that leads to these fabulous readouts, as well as that financial and operations support of Director Massey and the stewardship report, Mindy, those latter two representing the two pillars of our mission of revenue generation and stewardship. But so thanks for the opportunity to add my applause to your comment. So in terms of the staff report, the staff has been busy the last month, resulted in 62 lease actions with a value of $2.3 million. And coming in number one was ag. So I think if ag is slow and steady wins the race, you know, these gradual increases every year, then oil and gas, and then commercial real estate. Really busy staff doing great work. I wanted to congratulate Colorado Parks and Wildlife for wrapping up the State Wildlife Action Plan. I know that our stewardship staff has been engaged in that. It's a real important effort, and we will be providing an update to the board, guiding CPW to provide that presentation on that important effort. Just a couple of fun things. Justin mentioned his teaching the school children about water. Thanks for your educational circuit on that. I think it's really great, that interface you're having with our beneficiaries on water issues. And also Erica Carlson of our staff represented us at the Native Plant Society conference recently. The final thing I want to mention is a follow-up from the Yacovetto lease discussion last month. So I'm working with Ed and his team. We determined that extensions for both rec and ag leases are within the purview of the staff. And so our staff is ready to go with a 1-year lease extension for the Yacovettos. Our staff has notified the 2 bidders that had put in recreation bids. And so with your green light, we'd love to go ahead and complete that lease extension to provide a year. So that would allow that lease to run until January 1st, 2027, which would give our staff some time to develop that agritourism or agritourism/ecotourism proposal and bring that back to you. I hope that sounds right.
Definitely. Yes.
Wonderful. Thanks. That's all I had.
Okay. And I have one thing I wanted, I want to thank Director Rose Marino for our little cheat sheet, so we can remember when we are discussing and debating and when we're asking questions, etc. So if you want to leave these here for Rachel to give to us the next time we're around, we can do so. Well, thank everybody for great meeting, longer than we thought, but covered a lot of territory. See you all in November.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Meeting's adjourned. You flying out here? I mean, not flying, but